Even if 9 knew Diane had a planet-grade pill, she still wasn't worried. The reason she went out of her way to inject 13's body with volatile chi was to make such a method useless. She knew she didn't have the time to crush 13's soul, so she made do with this method. From 9's perspective, only an individual with higher enigmatic chi purity than herself could dispel that chi. As a result, even if Diane had such a pill, it would be useless. 13 would die after the pill's medicinal effects ran out. However, what 9 didn't know was that Diane was perfectly capable of this. Because he had a space where he acted as God. After putting 13 into his inner world, Diane directly crushed all of his remaining arrows with the exception of the 2 most powerful white-black ones. He knew that he had to give up much of what he had if he wanted any hope of controlling the extracted enigmatic chi. It was a shame Diane could only project his body into his inner world and not his real body, or else he would be near invincible. This is no good, Diane thought quickly. I need focus to extract this enigmatic chi, but those 3 won't just wait for me. 10 was heavily injured and 9 was focusing slamming her fists into the water around herself in order to slowly dispel the cold chi. However, 11 was in near-perfect condition. Obviously, Diane didn't believe that 11 would foolishly charge ahead herself, but he couldn't relax in this situation or else they would feel something was wrong. Diane had to press them. Therefore, he sent the 2 sentries forward once more. Due to the situation, 11 was forced to battle them both alone. Can I take 11 out in this sort of situation? Diane vehemently shook his head. Don't be greedy, focus. Diane's mind split 3 ways. One controlling both sentries, the other monitoring the movements of the 3 remaining numbered warriors, and he last completely focused on extracting the volatile energy from 13's lifeless corpse. Diane grit his teeth as beads of sweat accumulated along his whale fat-covered skin. If he still had the energy core, this process would have been easy beyond belief. But he had given it to Granny Celeste so that she could become a 12th stage Tao formation cultivator within the next few hundred years. It did him no good to think of the what-ifs. Diane's heart thumped. Enigmatic chi was truly on a completely different level in comparison to celestial chi. It felt like even the smallest strand could destroy his body and soul. Wait, I can use my spiritual vein. Diane's eyes glowed with hope just when he felt he was climbing an insurmountable mountain. One of Diane's 6 rewards for completing his trials had been a spiritual vein. Up to now, it had been sitting dormant within his inner world, passively accumulating energy from the various places Diane had come across during his travels. Thanks to the energy core that had once formed its core, it had grown much larger than the usual limits of a spiritual vein. The reason it could still sustain itself now was precisely because Diane was the god of his own space. This allowed him to stabilize it. Please accept it. Diane grit his teeth. He had forgotten it for so long. But Diane had experienced more than 100 years of life since he left the God trials. In this time, his spiritual vein had grown to astronomic levels. It was to the point where it hardly fit within his inner world. It was time for it to make itself useful. Diane was shocked by the results. It seemed he had severely underestimated a spiritual vein whose constitution had been boosted by the energy core. One had to remember that spiritual veins grew unstable after reaching a certain size. Well, it was more accurate to say that the universe they resided in became unstable. This was why, without the energy core, they would never grow greater than a certain size. Diane learned from Maying recently that this was in part due to the systematic destruction of devil veins by those who wanted to pretend to be holier than thou. Yes, Diane had tried to remain calm, but he couldn't help but sigh a breath of relief when he saw that his spiritual vein seamlessly absorbed the energy. In fact, it seemed hungry for more. Diane had doubted his decision in choosing a spiritual vein for a long time. Maybe taking another supreme grade treasure would have been better. But now he couldn't be happier with his past self. Rise! Diane roared it out once more, using his control of his inner space to force 13's body to absorb the healing pill, the essence reversal pill. The use of this planet-grade healing pill was just as heaven-defying as its name. Unlike other pills, it didn't solve a problem. It reversed it entirely. To a Tao expert, the additional 1,000 years of life this pill gave was negligible, but its actual abilities could shake an individual to their core. Because Diane removed the volatile enigmatic chi from 13's body, the process was perfect beyond belief. Plus, Due to the fact that these matters took place within Diane's inner world, not a single ounce of the pill's energy was wasted. In fact, Diane became conflicted. Should I store the remaining energy of this pill to be used later? Or do I use it to forcibly raise 13's cultivation level? Diane grit his teeth. In the end, he chose to store the remaining energy. There was about 30% remaining. By his calculations. This should be enough to heal his arm, but he didn't dare use it now. Whether he had his arm or not was irrelevant to a battle where everyone was so much stronger than he was. In that moment, 13's dormant soul fluttered. She felt that she had been preparing to enter the cycle of reincarnation, but someone had forcibly brought her back. The seal on her soul was just about to be erased too, but now it was back in full force. Her mind spun as she looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. She noticed that the beast's skin that covered her chest was gone, but she had never cared about such things to begin with, or else she wouldn't have been so scantily clad in this first place. Immediately, 13 intuitively understood where she was. This place smells like Master. This is Master's world. The word Master made her shudder from the inside out. She felt a fierce rejection for the word, but whenever she wanted to replace it with bastard or bitch, an even fiercer rejection racked her mind. However pitiful. 13 released a sad laughter. My Tao heart and kingship are both gone. 13 didn't seem to be happy to be alive. If anything, she was pissed. She joined BPA so she wouldn't be forced under the heel of a human, and what had happened? She was forced under the heel of a human. Come out. Diane's voice filled her ears. There were no thoughts of resistance as she was forcibly expelled. Diane was no longer worried about 9 finding out 13 was alive. Even if she could use her divine sense here, which she couldn't, Diane didn't believe that anyone could sense something he didn't want them to. At the very least, these 3 couldn't. Master. 13 cringed as cold chi seeped into her body. She knew Diane didn't want her to speak out loud in case those in the distance heard her, but sending a chi message racked her with pain. Diane didn't say a word as he stripped 13 of what remained of her clothes. He could see the humiliation seething deep within her eyes, but he didn't have time to think about her feelings. She had come here to kill him and snatch the hopes of his family and friends. He had no sympathy for her. If anything, this was a light punishment. If he wanted to, he could wipe her of her personality entirely. 13 wanted to say something about how this really wasn't the appropriate place for this sort of activity. She had been the one to say that Diane was handsome, and to be quite frank, she wouldn't mind jumping into his bed. It was her bestial nature. But didn't he realize their lives were on the line right now? However, 13 soon realized how foolish her thoughts were. Diane simply began to smear what seemed like a layer of thick grease on her. At first she was confused, but she suddenly realized that she could once more use her chi freely. Her eyes widened. She suddenly understood that Diane wasn't a pervert, he had a practical purpose for being naked. Still, Diane wasn't satisfied with this. It was alright if he was naked because he never planned to engage with the enemy directly. But 13 would have to. A single blow from 9 would be enough to blow this layer of whale fat from 13's body, though she could probably protect it with a layer of enigmatic chi. Diane knew that if the 3 remaining warriors were forced into a corner, they too would use their chi. Hey, old lizard. A deep, ancient sigh came from a familiar place. This youth really did only call him when his life was on the line. This generation had no respect for their elders. When Diane's preparations were complete, his eyes sharpened. His mind had been on edge for several days. The death of the 2 numbered warriors and the capture of 13 seemed simple, but they were spread out in split-second moments that took place over numerous days. Diane's mental energies hadn't reached a state where he could battle for so long despite how powerful his soul was. One talent was irrelevant to the other. It took time to refine oneself to that level and reach the point of Tao experts who normally had battles that stretched over months, even years. Diane knew he was at a disadvantage. His only strength in this battle was his mind, but while his opponents were still fresh, he wasn't. A battle of a few days was nothing to a Tao expert. One final push. Within the next 2 weeks, you'll fall beneath my blade. An eerie calm overwhelmed Diane. It was as though he had stopped breathing completely. The stillness of the ocean could fill one's heart with fear, as though the darkness had swallowed all forms of life. But Diane didn't have the luxury of feeling this emotion. It would only hold him back. Like this, a battle for the fate of Diane's unborn mortal empire began. Flashes of blue lightning, massive clashes, and reverberating currents of water bloomed. The two sentinels were no match for the combined attack of the three numbered warriors. Even with Ten's injury and their attack having started before Nine expelled all the cold chi from herself, the difference was unbearably large. For higher Dao experts to be capable of fighting two middle Dao experts without their use of chi, it was obvious how large the difference between realms was. No, it wasn't entirely accurate to say they accomplished this without chi. Whenever it seemed that Diane would deal them a blow, the three would erupt with their full strength, ignoring the ramifications of their accumulating cold chi to blast the sentinels backward. Then, they would take advantage of their clashes to push water away from themselves and restore their normal state. However, even with these occurrences, the sharpness in Diane's eyes didn't fade and, in face, increased. He was focused on two things: defense and time. He needed to make sure the sentinels never entered a position where they could be obliterated in a single strike. If this occurred, their regeneration abilities would be rendered useless. This was defense, but he also needed to lengthen the battle. It wasn't yet the right moment to strike. He needed the toxins of the king jellyfish to continually build. This was time. Diane's battle tactics could only be described as scheming and annoying. He constantly threw in feints to attempted attacks and always seemed to find new, underhanded means to push his opponents into a corner. The time intervals between blue lightning strikes seemed completely random, and sometimes they wouldn't be king jellyfish at all. At the same time, Chi Line began to strike fear in 11 and 10, especially 10, who wasn't being given any time to heal. However, the most annoying tactic was without a doubt the sentinels themselves. After being fixed by the mending core, the sentinels gained the ability to replicate all the skills of their master. This wasn't just limited to Will's, but even Diane's techniques. For as long as he could remember, Diane saw his opponents as unbearably slow. Even back to the days of the World Tournament, to now, it felt as though his mind was operating in warp speed while his enemies had to push their bodies through masses of thick liquid. The only unfortunate part was that Diane's body had never been able to keep up with his mind. But now he had two Dao puppets capable of reacting to his thoughts. Even though they were still shockingly slower than Diane's speed of thought, it was enough to force the three numbered warriors into a corner from time to time. Nine, who had already been pissed, was even more so now. She was a mighty dream panther. When had she ever been treated like this? This was the most maddening battle she had ever been a part of. The sentinels always retreated whenever she sought to take advantage of an opening. Their weapons constantly changed. Sometimes they used a saber, at other times a rod, and at even others it would be a halberd. It felt as though they were fighting hundreds of different opponents with hundreds of different styles at once. The changes were so abrupt and jarring that even Nine was caught off guard several times. Just how many techniques can one person know? Nine wanted to roar at the top of her lungs, but she noticed that whenever she lost her mind to anger, an immortal puppet would appear out of nowhere and force her to use her enigmatic chi to defend. The worst part was that before she could counterattack, the puppet would vanish as though it was never there. However, while the Dao experts were being slowly driven to insanity, Diane's eyelids seemed as though they could close on him at any moment. He had never felt such a fierce desire to sleep since he began to cultivate, or maybe not since he burned his soul. His eyes seemed to sink into his head. His skin paled, revealing sickly veins of green, and his breathing was erratic. The pressure of constantly changing styles, of constantly fighting like a brand new person, it was too much for one person's mind to handle. Diane was too young. The challenge geniuses faced was that sometimes their cultivation speed would be too great for their level of mental fortitude. Sometimes there were things only enough time could fix. However, if one looked closely past those nearly shut eyelids, one would see a hidden sharpness that hadn't faded. It was at that moment that Madeline lost consciousness several universes away. Diane didn't know what it was, but he felt there was something intangible pushing him to a greater height. Faith, maybe. It's time. Diane's haggard figure breathed out. Everything should be in place. It was time to kill. The two sentinels surged forward, weaving back and forth. Their style had completely changed once more. Before, they fought as though they were ignoring the other completely. Now, they had suddenly become a tag team that had worked together for countless millennia. Their pattern suddenly became relentless and bestial. Diane's will to crush them emanated forth in full force. It almost felt as though they were facing a savage subhuman, a man willing to devolve himself into depravity to eat their hearts. The abrupt shift shook Nine to her core. Before, she had felt pressure, but she had never felt danger. She could tell that Diane was stalling for time, but she didn't understand exactly what the reason was. She lost count of the number of times she wanted to run and leave 10 and 11 behind. However, her pride was growling at her from a hidden depth within. This also didn't consider the fact she didn't even know if she'd be capable of running, even if she tried. Up to now, the battle had moved through several hundred kilometers, but it seemed like there was no end in sight. No matter how far away they moved, the perpetual cold chi and lightning toxins always found their way to them. At the same time, whenever they tried to move toward the Jafari clan treasure, they were shut down by the Immortal puppets. Much like 10, 9 was certain that the reason Diane wasn't continuously using the puppets was because there was a heavy price to pay for their use. But it was impossible for her to gamble on exactly what that price was. Diane knew he only had 2 minutes remaining after days of fighting, but 9 had no way of knowing this. The sentinels continued to weave it out. Suddenly, it became difficult to tell exactly which was which. 9 gnashed her teeth, trying to block the way of the sentinels along with 11. This illusory foot technique, it was the first time they had seen it. Just how many techniques could a single puppet use? In that moment, the sentinels weaved once more, causing a shift in the currents. One sentinel's sword became a tower shield, while the other became a long, flexible spear. Diane never made use of them, but he had known for a long time that shields were an available weapon in his pagoda. What 9 thought couldn't possibly get more annoying had skyrocketed to a new level in an instant. One sentinel acted as a tank while the other leisurely prepped and shot forward with its spear at the best possible openings. Though the image of a 20-meter-tall sentinel using a 3-meter-tall shield was a bit odd. Unfortunately, unlike his other spirit weapons, Diane couldn't afford the drop in ability that would result from blowing up the size of the shield. Injuries began to accumulate along 11's sturdy black body, and chips began to crack along her long, knife-like claws. Not only do their techniques seem to change endlessly, but even the abilities of their weapons do. The gritting of 9's teeth seemed almost louder than the clashes of the battle. She had never witnessed such a thing in her life. Diane's tower shield spirit had a heart-wrenching echo ability. With every strike levied against the shield, it would absorb 10% of it and reflect 30%, leaving 60% to barrel its way through. However, the devastating part was that after 10 absorptions, the wielder of the shield could activate Echo, sending out 10 strikes. If this was all, maybe it would be all right. However, this wasn't all at all. If Echo wasn't interrupted by another attack hitting the shield, each successive Echo would grow more powerful. The first would be 100% of the accumulation of 10 absorptions, the second would be 105%, the third 110%. Eventually, the 10th strike would be 145% of the accumulated 10 absorptions. This might be hard to grasp, but to put it in simple terms, if 9 hit the tower shield 10 times and failed to interrupt the echo that followed, she would have to suffer the equivalent of 145% of her striking power. Unfortunately, 9 learned this the hard way. Her rage got the better of her. Seeing the sentinels hiding behind turtle shells, several days of accumulated anger bubbled over. Completely enraged, she wanted to bash the shield into pieces. She and 11 had spent several days in their humanoid beast forms. Though they weren't mentally fatigued like Diane, their bodies were tired. The neurotoxins coursing through their veins only made matters worse. She was frustrated. She hated the fact someone was playing with her life as though she was a puppet on a string. In retaliation, her fists and kicks flew toward the shield. She felt the 30% reflection, but she didn't care. 30% of her own power wasn't enough to shake her. She would break them out of this turtle shell. 11 lurched forward, hoping to use this opportunity to reach the second sentinel. Unfortunately, this was when the first echo was activated. 9 was completely caught off guard. The first echo didn't just reflect the average power of her last 10 strikes, but it also widened the range of the already obscenely large tower shield. It was already 1.5 meters across in width and almost 3 meters tall, but it suddenly expanded, increasing its width to more than 5 meters and blasting both 9 and 11 backward. It was at that moment that Diane's eyes flashed. Retrace. An immortal puppet appeared in that instant. However, its target wasn't 9 or 11. Instead, it was the heavily injured 10 they had been protecting. 11 and 9's eyes widened. But Diane immediately felt that something was off. 10 sneered. "Do you really think a mighty dragon needs so long to heal?" 10's body erupted into a burst of silver energy, his lifelike silver scales blooming to life as they flapped up and down. They truly acted more like feathers than scales. However, their defense was no joke at all. In that instant, 10 rebuffed the immortal puppet's attack, awakening from his meditation state in an attempt to deal a savage blow. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the immortal puppets far too much. Even with all the strength his body could muster without chi, not even a dent was left in the puppet even as it was blown back into the darkness of the ocean. An ugly expression coated 10's features. He had wanted to destroy one puppet, but who would have thought that they were actually so sturdy? Should he have used his chi? Don't be greedy. 10 shook his head. One of their own had died precisely because they accepted too much cold chi. They couldn't look down on it at all. Diane frowned. It wasn't in resignation. No, it was in disappointment. Are Dao experts supposed to be the stupid? Aren't they all supposed to be geniuses? So why do they keep falling for his tricks? Only an idiot would have fallen for 10's nonsense. 9 and 11 were supposed to be guarding him because he was fatally injured, yet 11 ignored him to charge into a gap despite knowing after fighting so long that he could make immortal puppets appear out of nowhere? Did killing 3 of them not teach them anything? Did they think he was a child? It was at that moment that the second echo was released, catching 9 and 11 even more off guard. Could do that more than once. All of the weapon abilities they had faced up to now, they were too good to be spiritual grade weapons. They all had the abilities of supreme grade weapons. How was this even possible? This strike was even more powerful than the last. 11 coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Though 9 could withstand 105% of her own strikes, how could 11, who was far weaker than her, do the same? 10 grit his teeth. There was no more feigning weakness. He had to dive back into the battle, especially since his sneak attack had failed and 11 was barely holding on. 9's instincts told her she had to strike the shield once more, but the problem was that she could only cut through the energy with her own body. Her best chance would have been after withstanding her 100% strike, but now the strikes were only becoming more powerful. The third echo blasted along the ocean floor. It was then that the second sentinel reminded them that it was still there. Its long, flexible spear cut forward using the third echo as its support. Its ability was far more low-key than echo, but how could supreme-grade weapons be lackluster? 11 spasmed as the spear pierced into her shoulder. She felt as though she had lost control of her chi in that moment, causing it to rampage around in her body. The feeling couldn't be described in terms of discomfort. It was as though a hot coal had fallen into the cool water that was her body. This spear had the ability to pierce. Its strength was in ignoring the defense of its enemies, but the manner in which it did so was by disrupting chi flow and sabotaging the defense of a cultivator. If this happened outside the body, it wasn't a huge deal. As of the celestial realm, cultivators could easily create a layer of chi skin to increase their defenses. Dao experts took this ability much more seriously due to how powerful their counterparts were. However, what would happen if this chi disruption that broke chi skins occurred within the body? Under normal circumstances, it would cause one to lose control of the general area the pierce occurred in. If the right shoulder was pierced, one would lose use of their right arm for a few fractions of a second. A few fractions of a second wasn't a big deal in a fight amongst essence gatherers. But when one became a Dao expert, every split second could mean the difference between life and death. 10 and 9 immediately realized something was wrong when 11's left arm went limp. But matters became even worse when her humanoid beast transformation suddenly receded along her left arm. Not just that, but what was left behind was grossly pale skin pulsing with purple and green veins. A roar of pain escaped 11's lips. Unfortunately, this was when the fourth echo began to form. No! 10 roared. Diane had realized long ago. Unlike the others, the relationship between 10 and 11 was definitely much deeper. When Diane sent 4 immortal puppets after 10 against 11's better judgment, she screamed out and charged forward, which eventually forced 15 to reveal herself as 9. Now, the exact opposite was playing out. When 11's chi was disrupted, the accumulated neurotoxins of the past several days suddenly began to take hold of the left side of her body. The effect of pierce should have only lasted a few split seconds, but in combination with the king jellyfish's lightning, it caused permanent damage. Diane shook his head as he watched 10 rush toward 11. The same trick time and time again. You should be embarrassed to be Dao experts. But, to answer your question, no, I don't believe it would take a dragon so long to heal. But, you aren't a dragon. Now are you? The fourth echo wasn't aimed toward 11 or 9 at all. Suddenly, the expansive tower shield shrunk, its overflowing chi concentrating back from its 5-meter width back to just 1.5 meters. Before 9 and 11 could react, Echo charged through a crevice in their formation and toward 10, who had just been rushing to support 11. A concentrated blast of rectangular, golden light pushed the ocean currents away as they slammed into 10's body, sending him flying into the distance. Blood flew from his lips as injuries he had been trying to suppress erupted from his body. What a joke! Who did he think he was trying to fool? He merely had a few strands of dragon blood, yet he dared to call himself a dragon. As far as Diane was concerned, he was just a larger-than-average bird beast, just how Ree described him. A few days to recover from a near-fatal strike given by an immortal puppet? As if 9 and 11 wanted to go after 10. But he had already disappeared into the endless darkness. It was their failure. Diane had finally succeeded in truly separating them. It didn't matter what they tried because the fifth echo was already coming. The Sentinel sidestepped, blasting 9 and 11 90 degrees away from 10's direction. In this sort of situation, they might as well have been several universes apart. A flexible spear shot forward once more, but the two women had learned their lesson. They had to dodge at all costs. Even if it meant withstanding all 10 echoes, they couldn't easily approach that spear. In this situation, it was the Reaper's looming scythe. In the distance, toward 10, his silver-scaled body skidded across the dense sands and wet muds of the ocean floor, pain racking his body. The wound in his stomach opened once more, and though he couldn't see it in the darkness, it muddied the water with a gross crimson. Suddenly, 10's perception caught a shift in the waters around him. His rage was mounting. The enemy's schemes were like torture to him, but he looked down upon them from the bottom of his heart. A man should fight everything head-on. Could you even call yourself a cultivator if you needed such tactics to win? It seemed he had forgotten that he started this battle by hiding 9's true strength. Coward, 10 growled dark. I spent much of my life holding Dao experts in high esteem. But it seems they're only worth this much. Dragon? You're just a sore loser. 13. Diane didn't bother with 10's fate anymore. The moment he was pushed out of their group, his death was completely sealed. An agile jaguar lurked in the dark, unbeknownst to 10. After losing her kingship, 13 could no longer enter her much more powerful humanoid beast form. However, she had gained much more. Though she hated being the puppet of another, she felt that Diane's potential was too scary. This entire time, they believed they were fighting Dao experts like them. Maybe weaker than them, but still Dao experts nonetheless. Who would have known that all of this was orchestrated by a young man who would be nothing more than a child in their eyes? 13's beast form was massive. It was several kilometers long, which was why a humanoid beast form was far more convenient. However, as things stood now, it was her only option. Sleek black armor covered her enormous body. She had never felt so powerful in her life. She knew that even if she faced her humanoid beast form right now, she would slaughter it in a matter of seconds. And it was all because of this Dragon King armor. 10 shifted. There you are. Sorry, 10. But it doesn't matter if you find me. At that moment, a blinding gold light appeared before 10 and he could finally see his surroundings. However, he didn't feel relief at all. In fact, he was trembling in fear. His heart shook from its very roots as he all but prostrated himself. It was as though the gold light was taunting him. Dragon? When had you ever been worthy of such a title? 13's paw shot forward. 10 couldn't even resist as he was blasted into meat paste. Even during his last few breaths, his bitter expression never left the golden light before him. In the final moments of his life, all he felt was endless resentment. This golden light, it was none other than the Aurum ancestors' reverse scale. 11th's agonizing roar shook the dark ocean. Fury from the depths of her soul threatened to bubble over and rip open the gates of hell. It was just as Diane had expected. The only way 11th's reaction could be so immediate was if their souls were tied to one another. 10 and 11 had been husband and wife. As Diane guessed, 10's death pushed 11 into madness. Unfortunately, sometimes, anger only makes things worse. Even as 11 burned her blood essence in hopes of revenge, she realized her mistake. When her chi was agitated, she lost an arm. But what would happen if she agitated the whole of her circulatory system? Her blood essence burned just how she wanted, but her thoughts of a heroic death where she could take her enemy with her fell through. The neurotoxins latched on to her raging blood, taking a ride through her body and infiltrating her mind. Her brain became cut off from the rest of her body as everything ceased to function. All of her muscles lost their control center, even her smooth muscles no longer functioned. Her heart couldn't beat, her inner organs became nothing but dead meat, and her mind shut down. With her soul, she was eerily aware of what was happening to her body, but she could only watch as her corpse became her coffin. In the end, she gave up. She no longer had the will to live anyway. "I'll follow you to the afterlife. There's nothing left for me here." 11th's body became a mangled mess of grotesque purple veins as she let go of the last thread that held her in this world. Like this, only one remained. 9 was stunned. She had entered this operation with absolute confidence. In fact, she even thought that hiding her identity from the beginning was overkill, which was likely why she blew her own cover so easily. But now, in a mission she led, 5 of their 6 members had already died and matters were looking bleak for herself. The numbered warriors of BPA weren't just run-of-the-mill warriors. They were the face of the strongest power their organization possessed. After them, there was only their leader and their slumbering ancestors. For all intents and purposes, they were the best BPA had to offer. Yet 5 of them had died just like that. Any organization would mourn the loss of even one higher Dao formation expert. They represented the cumulative effort of several 100,000 years. Yet they had lost 5. The more 9 thought about it, the more she trembled with rage. How did things come to this point? If I'm being honest with you, I'm quite interested in having a dream panther on my side. The sudden voice caught 9 off guard. From the very beginning, Diane hadn't spoken to the numbered warriors even once. He wanted to give the illusion that they were fighting an enemy far more powerful than himself. Only by preying on this fear could he restrict their movements. The truth of the matter is that if the numbered warriors went all out and attempted to charge to the surface of Dark Ocean, they would have succeeded. Dark Ocean isn't like Earth's waters. It's only a few dozen thousand miles deep. Such a distance for a Dao expert could be covered in a handful of minutes, even seconds if they went all out. However, it was by preying on their fear of the unknown, plunging them into darkness, cutting off the information they had about the enemy, that Diane was able to make them feel as though they were safer staying put rather than blindly charging. But Diane felt it was a shame to simply kill a beast on the level of the Dream Panther so easily. After subjugating 13, Diane decided to gamble. What he was severely lacking in now was absolute experts. In truth, he had the celestial beasts. However, Head Tudo, Tigress, and Simia were only Middle Dao experts. Though there was Granny Celeste who had recently broken into the Peak Dao realm, she was the only one. Of course, there were also the titled spirits who were currently the reason Diane didn't have the soul tome on hand. But all of these experts had one thing in common: they weren't readily available. The celestial beasts weren't just Dao experts, they were family heads. Their possible deaths held a fundamentally different kind of weight. In truth, Diane, as the leader of the Mortal Alliance, shouldn't so easily head to the battlefield either. His death quite literally meant the death of the Alliance. Then there were the titled spirits. They needed much more time for their souls to become whole, and even more to properly construct their bodies and adjust. Then, after that was completed, they would need even more time to stabilize their cultivation. Luckily, from Diane's estimates, they would only need a few years at most to return to their original strength, but that was still time nonetheless. Diane simply didn't have enough backing. The only Dao experts under his wing he could readily use were Zabia and the Ipsum disciples, but they were just fledgling Dao experts. Dian wasn't even confident enough to start his assault on the 99 universes with just them. Simply put, if he could bring 9 under his wing and snatch her from BPA, the benefits would be innumerous. Are you trying to recruit me? 9 sneered. A rage bubbled in her heart. However, Dian didn't deny it. Of course I am. You've yet to wipe your mother's breast milk from your lips, yet you want to subdue me? You should think about it. Dian said plainly. You were the leader of an operation of 6 higher Dao experts, yet you lost 5 of them? I don't think even you would be spared from punishment, especially since that personality of yours is so abrasive. 9 flinched. Dian was right, there were likely many eager to see her punished. They would definitely come down hard. Still, her pride was too strong. Do you still not understand why BPA was created? It was precisely so that beasts would never be placed under the heel of humans again. Yet you want me to throw all of that away to follow you. What? Dian sneered. Do you expect me to give you a speech about how I'm different from other humans? That I'll treat you well? That you'll be a treasured subordinate? Absolutely not. The coldness in Dian's voice caused 9 to flinch. You and your allies attempted to crush the dreams of countless individuals I must answer to once I leave this place. If you come under me, you will be under me. I'll work you to death until the point you pay back the damage you almost caused here. 9 was stunned before she began to laugh. Maybe she would even wipe tears away had they not been in the depths of an ocean. Is this how you recruit people? Why the hell would I join you under these conditions? 2 reasons. Dian replied. First, if you don't, this will be your final day with likely no one to remember your death date a year from now. 9's gaze darkened, but Dian hadn't finished. And second, if you ever want to taste the power of a higher existence, the sort of power your clansmen have never touched before, I am your only hope. 9 laughed once more. Is this some sort of comedy skit? You? Lift the curse that's plagued my clan since the dawn of time? Who do you think you are to solve a problem my clan couldn't? Did you not do your due diligence before coming here? Are you not aware of who my wife is? If you want even a fraction of a chance, do you think BPA will be the one to provide it? 9 froze. It was only now she remembered the details of the mission. She had been so blinded by her rage and pride that she almost forgot what her original purpose here was. They weren't even here to stop the Jafari clan treasure. They were here for the sole purpose of bringing the rainbow Kuan Peng to their side. They believed that their powers of illusion magic would become a key cog in fulfilling their hopes of grasping a foothold for beasts in this martial world. In truth, the numbered warriors were only using attacking the treasure as a distraction from their true goal. According to the information, their enemies in this quest were Alexandria Snow and whatever potential powerhouses were backing her elven kingdom. This was why it was pegged as such a difficult mission from the very beginning. There was no way that the Elven Queen would be without protection. The only reason they didn't send even stronger numbered warriors was because they didn't think that a fallen Elven clan would still have such trump cards left. Plus, there was also the fact that their stronger numbered warriors headed off to the conference. They couldn't participate even if they wanted to. Unfortunately, it was this that truly scared 9. She was the highest-ranked numbered warrior remaining, meaning it was her choice to accept and follow through on the mission. There was no one else above her to blame. This would make her punishment even worse. She might even be crippled. Or killed. Because of the limit of the Dream Panthers, not to mention their even worse than normal reproductive rate, even in comparison to other Dao experts, their value was seen as less than in BPA. While 9 only led a group of less than a dozen Dream Panthers, the other numbered warriors had clans populated with several million to even billion. As a result, while BPA had to worry about backlash from whole clans while dealing with other numbered warriors, the impact of 9's clan in the grand scheme was worse than negligible. This aside, the most important point here was who this mission was about. Alexandria, the Elven Queen, also known as the Beast Queen. The elves were known for relying on their beast companions to gain their abilities, but it was also true that their beast companions relied on them as well. If this relationship wasn't symbiotic, why would any beasts remain loyal to the elves? Their beast-nurturing abilities were unmatched. So you understand now, HM? There's only one path left forward for you. don't you think? You want to give up my pride for a chance? I hear the Dream Panther's rate of reproduction is poor, Diane suddenly said, causing Nine to freeze once more. No, saying it's just poor doesn't do it justice. It wouldn't even be enough to say that you're an endangered species. I wonder if BPA cares very much about your opinion considering how small your population is. Now that Re knew what race of beasts Nine was a part of, feeding Diane information was far easier. Then it was just up to Diane to use this information. Normally he would have ignored this bit. After all supreme grade beasts had poor reproductive abilities. It only became worse the stronger they became. However, from Re's explanation, it wasn't just a normal level of poor. First, Dream Panthers could only give birth to one child in their lifetime. Second, while beasts had varied gestation times for their babies, the Dream Panthers were on a completely different level. While a normal time was 9 months, they took 10,000 years to nourish and birth their children. What did this mean? It meant that only Dao experts of their race could even think of giving birth to children taking lifespan into consideration. There wasn't even a point to attempt conceiving until they became Dao experts. And, since higher cultivation equated more difficulty in birthing a child, they began even further behind the starting line. To make matters worse, there was a third and fourth factor. They couldn't accept the seed of other races, and there was a 95% chance that the birth child would be female. The Dream Panthers were truly dealt a horrible hand. Who knew whether it was truly that they couldn't break into half-step transcendent realm, or if they simply didn't have a large enough sample size to birth a talent that could? Who would have known that even after having this exposed that Nine would begin to laugh? The clear sneer in her eyes could make anyone uncomfortable. You know nothing. Do you believe us Dream Panthers are unaware? Fools believe that we can't break into the higher existence realm because there's some sort of cap on our potential. This isn't true at all. Not only is that not true, but we know exactly how to break into the higher existence realm. It's because we know the method that I know your so-called help is useless. Come. Kill me then. This secret was likely something Nine would have taken to her grave, but at this point she just didn't see the point in hiding it anymore. Whether she died here or somehow managed to make it back to BPA, the outcome was the same. In all likelihood, her clan was finished. At the end of the day, she wasn't 1, 2, or 3. She was just 9. On top of that, no one was guaranteed a higher cultivation when it came to the Dao realm. It was very possible that even with all her talent, Nine might never enter the peak Dao realm. It was even possible that she might never fill another meridian. This was the tragedy of Dao experts. If she was going to die anyway, why not go out with her head held high? She would make sure that the last memory of Dream Panthers in this world was one filled with dignity. Diane sighed. You still don't get it, do you? Nine's expression didn't waver. Sometimes you might be willing to die, but your enemies aren't willing to let you. Why would I kill you now that I think about it? Why can't I lock you up and put you in a cage? Would you die with dignity then? Or would you die a shell of yourself? Also, do you not find it odd that I'm not surprised to hear your words? Nine faltered, a crack appearing in her resolve. That was right. He didn't express any surprise when I said that my clan has long since known what was needed for us to break into the realm of higher existences. The reason was obvious. Though Diane didn't know the way, nor did Re, the World Tree did. As the centerpiece of elven culture for so long, the World Tree, which acted as Re's pseudo-master, of course knew many things. One of which was this very secret here. Your clan is very special in that you're one of the few beasts with great soul talent. In fact, you're perfect all around. Your bodies are exceptionally powerful. Your souls are talented even beyond that of some half-sprites and talented humans. And your chi talent is excellent. On top of this, the legacy of your clan is impeccable. Your bloodline hasn't declined through countless epochs, and as such, the knowledge of your ancestors has never diluted. Nine trembled. Unfortunately, you pay a heavy price for this. In exchange for your bloodlines remaining perfect, you must deal with terrible birth rates. The price for a bloodline that never declines is quite steep, no? But the price to enter the higher existence realm and transcend is even higher. Due to your excessive amounts of talent, the bridge you must cross to become a higher existence is far more difficult. You cannot do it unless you form a nascent soul. Nine felt as though a bolt of lightning had hit her from above. This secret of the Dream Panther clan was one their leaders had carried since their inception. Yet, a human boy, no elf, was speaking of them nonchalantly. How was this even possible? That's right, Nine said hatefully. The price for keeping our blood pure is high. More than 95% of our birth children are female. We can only birth one child. Our gestation period is obscenely long, and our reproduction systems don't respond to seeds that aren't from pure blood Dream Panthers. As if this wasn't enough, we have to form nascent souls, something only transcendence can form perfectly, while we are still Tao experts if we ever want to enter the higher existence realm. Diane smiled. And your talented clan found a method of doing this, no? Are you trying to mock me? Nine said angrily. We did find a method, but it's impossible to use. It requires treasures rarely seen on this mortal plane. But the treasures aren't the problem now, are they? If I'm correct, your clan might even have a few sets of what's necessary that you've accumulated during your years. No. Nine grit her teeth. How are we supposed to dual cultivate when we have no males? Nine's rage shook the ocean floor, her power shattering space itself. She was truly pissed off. The method her ancestors found was truly ingenious. One begins forming a nascent soul after becoming a higher existence, but it isn't fully and perfectly formed until one transcends. In order to skirt this issue, Dream Panthers did what they did best and relied on themselves. They used a star-grade aphrodisiac known as soulbind along with numerous auxiliary herbs along with their special dual cultivation technique known as soul transcends. By relying on a husband and wife pair, they are able to slowly push their souls past the limit of the mortal plane. Once this was complete, it would be possible for them to sense their heaven's staircase and call it down to begin their tribulation. The problem was that her clan didn't have a single male. It was the world's greatest joke. They had the solution right before them, yet they couldn't use it. Her clan was made up of 9 virgins including herself, all of whom wouldn't hesitate to copulate with a male Dream Panther if he ever came along. But they were extinct. Her clan was essentially waiting for the day the last of them would die out. They had no hope. Stop roaring. Didn't I say I could help you? Since there are no male Dream Panthers, we'll just make them. Nine suddenly felt the need to clean her ears out. Did she hear correctly? Did this fool just say he would create male Dream Panthers? Who did he think he was? God? I didn't misspeak. That's what can happen when you follow me. I can make the impossible possible. You say that I'm young, too young to lead you, when the reality is that my age is irrelevant to our positions right now. Though Diane didn't say it out loud, there was a reason he stopped caring for age recently. His father lived for far less time than he had, yet Diane still didn't feel that he was as great of a man. Others might think that age meant something, but Diane felt it was next to useless. How? Somehow, Nine didn't feel like Diane was lying. He was serious. Truth be told, even if I told you the method, you wouldn't be able to do it without me. However, I would still prefer to not tell you for now. So tell me, what is your decision? Will you die here, or will you continue to carry the torch of your Dream Panther clansmen? Nine fell into silence. Her clan was truly in a terrible position, one that would only get worse if she went back to BPA. She was the only Tao expert of her clan. The difficulty in cultivation their clan faced wasn't just in becoming higher existences, but was something they faced for every major cultivation hurdle. In order to become Tao experts, they needed to cultivate Tao souls in the celestial realm. Before becoming celestials, they had to cultivation celestial souls while in the saint realm. This trouble only grew more exaggerated the more steps forward they took. This was the reason why their bodies were so powerful. They had to be, or else they would never be able to hold their souls properly. Nine was certain of something else as well. As long as BPA decided to take her life, they wouldn't leave her clansmen alone. Dream Panthers were too powerful and too talented. They would never let a possible seed of destruction grow. In fact, her clansmen might already be in danger right now. BPA had soul jades that cracked when numbered warriors died, just like human clans did. The only saving grace was that 1 through 8 had gone to the conference, but that didn't mean the true 15 and below numbered warriors couldn't kidnap her clansmen now to force her hand. The more she thought about it, the less returning to BPA seemed like a viable option. In fact, She had already used a special means of her clan to tell them to retreat from BPA territory and lay low until she could come to get them. Of course, Diane noticed this, but did nothing to stop her. 9 grit her teeth. How? This question was different. Before, she meant to ask Diane's method, but now she wanted to know how their alliance would work. It's simple, you and I will sign a soul contract. The rules are simple. In fact, there'll only be one line to this contract. You will join my mortal alliance and be bound by the same rules as all other clans of my alliance are. 9's eyes sharpened. This sort of prospect was appealing. If they were only bound by the same rules as everybody else, then that meant that Diane also couldn't treat them poorly unless he also treated everyone within his alliance poorly as well. Let's sign another soul contract first. 9 suddenly said. One that says you cannot lie to me about the rules of your mortal alliance as I ask a few questions. Diane shrugged. Fine. And so a meeting began with the dark ocean waters as cover. Diane signed the first soul contract with 9, stipulating that he could not lie to her about the mortal alliance as she asked her questions. The more 9 learned about the mortal alliance, the more intrigued she became. In a world where everything was ruled by power, it was rare to find an empire that allowed its subjects so much freedom. Plus, there were so many checks and balances. Of course, when 9 asked questions that were too invasive, Diane refrained from answering. After all, it wasn't lying if he directly told her he couldn't answer the question. Finally, 9 agreed to sign the second soul contract. It only read one line. From this day forth, the Dream Panthers of this generation will be bound by the rules of the Mortal Alliance, and the empire it will bloom into in the future so long as Diane Sacharo lives. This final part caught 9 completely off guard. But she suddenly understood. Jaws and Diane, they were the same person. When she signed the contract, 9 sighed. To think a mere celestial could bind me with a soul contract. One had to know that soul contracts only worked for those with powerful souls. If your soul was weak and you attempted to sign a contract with someone with a more powerful soul, the more powerful individual could easily break it when it suited them. 9 had thought in the beginning that even if she decided to break the contract later, it would be fine. The backlash she would face would be weak because Diane was weak. She never expected to be so wrong. But she wasn't angered with the reality either. The more heaven-defying Diane was, the better chance there was that he wasn't lying. Can you finally tell me how you plan to help my clan now? 9 asked tentatively, hoping with every fiber of her being that Diane really hadn't been lying. Diane smiled. It's simple. We merely have to break the fate of some lesser panthers. That was right, Diane's solution was the very same fate-breaking pill that evolved his mother-in-law into a celestial fox. Like this, the saga below the dark ocean came to an end. But the storm brewing on the celestial floors and the Sapientia quadrant were long from over. Little Ian did her everything to protect Clara's unconscious body, but she was reaching her limit quickly. Diane felt a wave of fatigue overwhelm him. Maybe he would have fallen over if it was for a familiar silver-blue-haired petite figure catching him. Ree didn't mind the oily fat nor Diane's nude body. She simply held him as though she was trying her best to suffocate him below the dark ocean waters. At that moment, a crackling sounded behind the couple. Diane weakly turned his head to witness a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. The Jafari clan treasure trembled. The ball of light hovering within its ancient arc pulsed, squeezing down to a fine point. A whirlpool of water violently began to churn. At the pace it started, it felt as though it would drain dark ocean completely before it was satisfied. Then it happened. A concentrated blast that seemed to hold the entirety of all that was shot through the whirlpool and into the skies, tearing through even the fabric of space. The speed was unimaginable, so fast that Diane hardly understood what happened. A veil of black quickly covered 30 universes worth of ocean waters, blanketing the dark skies and enshrouding the waters. But then, in the next instant, it disappeared. Everything returned to normal as though nothing at all had occurred. There wasn't even a sign that such a mind-numbing event had ever occurred. For a moment, Diane thought that it had all failed. However, Little Yang thought different. What a display of power! He mumbled to himself. Little Yang, with all his affinity for space and time, couldn't comprehend how such a treasure could appear on the mortal plane. It worked, Diane asked. Of course. This area is practically its own plane of existence now. Unless you give someone the coordinates, it's impossible for them to enter through normal means. Even the Void Clan can't create void tunnels to this place. Hearing these words, Dian finally felt a burden lift from his shoulders, but that only made him more tired. He really wanted to close his eyes. The best part about the Jafari clan treasure is something you haven't really considered yet, Little Yang said with a hint of lure in his voice. And what is that? A problem many conquerors face when they lay claim to new universes is their arrangement. In the past, it was incredibly difficult to travel between universes. This was usually done with teleportation formations, but this was incredibly expensive. Not everyone can outfit their teleportation formations with origin cores like Soul-Rending Peak and the Celestial Deer Sect has. Dian's eyes flashed. He suddenly remembered that what Little Yang said was true. The Master Key arrays, Dian never had to put energy stones into them because they all had origin crystals as their energy source. Now that he thought about it, he should have been more shocked by such a truth. Origin crystals were items that could only be used by transcendence for cultivation. To use them to power a planet-grade formation, it was like building an entire power plant meant to sustain a whole country for the sake of a calculator. After being reminded about this, Dian trembled. What if he took those origin crystals and used them to power the immortal puppets instead? Wouldn't he be undefeatable? Who could stop a puppet with the strength of a transcendent? However, maybe because fate was playing tricks on him, he realized how unfeasible it was a moment later. First, the laws of the mortal plane would never allow something with the power of a transcendent to exist. How the entity skirted these rules, Dian had no idea. However, Dian knew that he didn't have the means to replicate this feat. Second, the energy usage of the immortal puppets was obscene. Dian had a feeling that though the origin crystals could power the planet-grade teleportation formations to near infinity, they would only give him a few minutes with the immortal puppets anyway. So, even if he could use them in this way, he'd have to be very selective about when he did. The gates give a false impression that universes and quadrants can be next to each other when the reality isn't like this at all. Universes are pockets of reality all to themselves. They can't be next to each other. There are just some universes that have similar wavelengths of existence that make them easier to connect. Quadrants are simply a group of universes which share similar wavelengths, thus resulting in them being groups together. In this same way, you can say the 76th quadrant and the 99th are next to each other because their quadrants are on similar wavelengths of reality. Using this truth, gates connect these similar universes, making a path between them. But the Jafari clan treasure is on a completely different level. Are you wondering how Immortal can simply connect 30 universes like this? It's precisely because the Elven Kingdom made use of the Jafari clan treasure to replicate this feat. The appeal of the Jafari clan treasure isn't just in the fact that it provides an almost perfect protection. The true appeal is in building a cohesive, interconnected kingdom that isn't weighed down by the headaches of void barriers. With the Jafari clan treasure, you can connect universes of vastly different wavelengths with absolute ease. All you have to exchange is 999 days and the appropriate amount of stones. As long as you wish it, the next universe you use this treasure with can directly connect to Dark Ocean seamlessly. Little Yang's words were like fireworks going off in Dian's mind. This sort of use, it was unprecedented. It was true, Dian had always wondered how the elves fused 30 universes together in this way, but to think the answer was right in front of him this entire time. However, he stopped himself from getting too excited. This idea was incredibly appealing, but it was also incredibly dangerous. If Dian followed through on this plan, it would only take one mistake for everything to be ruined. Imagine for a moment if Dian fused all of his conquered universes into one massive land like Dark Ocean. Sure, that would make things like building a culture and policing far easier, but it would also mean that only a single breach would be enough to send everything into chaos. There were both pros and cons to this decision. I need to think about this more. Dian felt his consciousness weakening. He couldn't come up with a decision so quickly. At the very least, Dark Ocean was finally dealt with. Let's go. Dian spoke to Ri, who had shifted to his side to prop him up. There's still a lot left to do. Once Dark Ocean was handled, Dian felt the rage he had been holding down this entire time bubbling back upward. Clara. Dian grit his teeth. He had no idea what was happening with his wife right now. Little Yang should have felt it when Little Yin's bloodline awoke, but he hadn't said anything to Diane about it for a very simple reason. If Little Yin awoke her bloodline, it meant she was fighting an uphill battle right now. Ri helped Diane forward. Not long later, 13 made her way back and placed Diane and Ri on her head. Unfortunately, she couldn't freely shrink her size, so she could only remain in her massively exaggerated form. Finally, the trio shot to the surface of Dark Ocean after collecting the Jafari clan treasure. Although the skies were blanketed by gray clouds, Diane's partially closed eyes hadn't seen such a beautiful sight in a long time. You! 9 was stunned into silence. 13. But I... Humph. 13 turned her large, sleek black away from 9 in defiance. It seemed she was still angry about being kicked away. Clearly, not very many of the numbered warriors looked upon 9 in a favorable light. 13's body was quite beautiful. Unlike most jaguars from Diane's mortal realm, her coat was most black while the natural patterns of jaguars were drawn in a deep, dark gold along her body. Her body pulsed with power even without the Dragon King supporting her any longer. Master saved my life. Thanks for nothing, you bitch. 13 snorted. But she was inwardly quite happy. She had been waiting so long to call 9 such a word. What did you say to me? 9's forehead pulsed with veins on rage. She was quite the beauty herself. She had long purple hair, but her eyes reflected like a pearly blue with hidden hues of white. While Madeline's violet hair was more toned down, 9 seemed almost nylon-like and unrealistic, but it gave her an intoxicating exotic beauty that made men swoon. This was most definitely the charming aspect of dream panthers. It was no wonder that they were so tied to the succubus in lore. That's enough, Diane said plainly. Even in his weak state, his voice held an air of command that was difficult to refute. First, tell me your real names. I refuse to call you 2, 9, and 13. Master, my name is Lena. 13 replied happily. It seemed that her dissatisfaction at being tamed had disappeared, maybe because Diane promised her a brighter future. My name is Gloria Nice Sam, 9 began. Diane shook his head as he listened to the excessively long, obnoxious name. It seemed that while celestial beast culture didn't care for names at all, even to the point of having Diane name their children, the Dream Panthers took too much pride in their own. Lena, Gloria Nice, from today forth, you two will be subordinates of my mortal alliance. Gloria Nice, I give you permission to bring your 8 clan members to my mortal alliance's quadrant. You have 3 days to arrange your affairs. Since you're a small group, I don't think this will be too difficult, correct? Gloria Nice nodded. Their rapidly decreasing population was something the Dream Panther ancestors could see coming from a mile away, so much like the blood vat chambers of the celestial beasts. The most important holdings of what remained of their once mighty empire could be accessed remotely from almost anywhere as long as the connecting treasure was in hand. As for you, Lena, your situation is somewhat lesser than to that of Gloria Nice. Lena pouted, looking away from the Dream Panther's smug face. As much as I don't want to control my subordinates with forced enslavement, in your case, it's necessary. If I were to release you from your contract, you'd begin to feel the affects of your shattered Tao heart and would likely die. I will allow you to grow, and if there comes a day where you can reform your Tao heart, then we can speak of this topic once more. Let's go. Wait. Gloria Nice froze. Is this all there was? Lena began to laugh uproariously as though she didn't lose as well. You, a mighty Dream Panther, lost to 2 children. How does that feel? Diane ignored their banter, but just before they reached the teleportation formation, he turned back with sharp eyes that made Gloria Nice shiver down to the depths of her soul. I'll ignore the attempt you made this time, but if there's a next time, death will be the only option left for you. Gloria Nice froze as she watched Diane disappear. She knew exactly what Diane meant. During their first contract, Gloria Nice attempted to use the connection she formed with Diane to enslave his soul to her. Dream Panthers were exceptionally dangerous. Gloria Nice had thought that she succeeded in applying an intangible suggestion to Diane's soul. In a few more months, after she established a foothold in the Mortal Alliance, she planned on using one of her sister Dream Panthers to marry into the Sicharo clan. Over time, she would mold the Mortal Alliance to the image of the Dream Panthers and make Diane dance upon her palm. This was the fearsome nature of the Dream Panthers. They could make men fall into their ensnarement while making it seem as though it was the male's idea the entire time. They were impossible opponents. But how could Gloria Nice expect for her suggestion to not only fail, but for Diane to see completely through it? It was a jarring experience that shook her to her core. But if there's a next time, Glorianice's heartbeat refused to settle down. Gloria Nice could only watch as Diane disappeared along with Ree and Lena. She felt uncomfortable and spent longer than she'd like to admit standing in silence, but in the end, she sighed. Is this a good thing for my Dream Panther clan, or is it a bad thing? After numbered warriors began falling one after another, Gloria Nice had never expected to go back to BPA. She was too useless in the grand scheme and would definitely be used to send a message and set a precedent. It was then that Diane offered her an olive branch. But, as an individual who had lived thousands of years, she was too set in the ways of the martial world. Simply believing in and trusting Diane wasn't in her DNA. So she tried to set up some potential countermeasures to protect herself. One had to remember that Diane Martial Alliance system was highly reliant on clans building themselves up. The issue that Gloria Nice faced was that her authority in the alliance would never be great because her clan's population was too small. Even to become a second-tier clan, you needed 100 separate individuals to contribute 10,000 merit points and accumulate 10 million merit points total. Her Dream Panther clan didn't even have 10 people. Where would they get 100 from? It was only because Diane understood this that he let Gloria Nice off the hook. But he would never allow her a second chance. Diane had taken this approach on purpose. Within the rules of the Martial Alliance, if someone wanted to become influential without the backing of a great clan, it was necessary to contribute in other ways, namely militarily, though there were other paths. Diane was forcing Gloria Nice's hand. If she wanted her Dream Panther clan to live a good life in the Mortal Alliance, she would have to sweat blood on the battlefield for Diane's goals. When he said he would work her to death, he meant it. Jaws. No, Diane. Gloria Nice sighed once more. No. Lord Sicharo said that I need the blood essence of a Dream Panther in order to evolve the barrier-breaking pill into the fate-breaking pill. It seems I will have to awaken ancestors for this. Your descendant has found us a ray of hope. In those moments, Gloria Nice finally truly bent her knee to Diane. Diane had misjudged Aritzia. No, it was more accurate to say that he misjudged how important she viewed the Tower Quadrants. To Diane, the Tower Quadrants were everything he had known. These individuals were his opponents, his enemies, and his friends. However, Aritzia only saw these Tower Quadrants as a game board. She didn't hesitate to take risks not because she didn't care if she lost, but because it didn't matter even if she did. It was as though Aritzia and Diane had been playing a game of chess. But while Aritzia could see all 64 squares, Diane's view was held to a small 2x2 corner. This was his biggest mistake. He refused to make that mistake again. If he couldn't trust the people around him to act as he would expect, he would slash their game board apart so that they shared the same view as him. Diane wasn't in a position yet to do this to Aritzia. But when it came to Gloria Nice, it far simpler to cut off her paths of retreat. As Diane's conscience flickered weakly, his resolute gaze never changed. These events weren't something he saw as a victory. In fact, he saw it as a devastating loss. No matter what he did, he would never be able to affect Aritzia to the same extent she affected him. However, there would come a day when he could. That he was certain of. For now, he would crush her in his small 2x2 square. When the time was ripe, he'd make sure Aritzia and the Sapientia didn't have a spot even if they tried to play another game. Sapientia clan. I'll rip that mask off and let the whole world see you for the trash you are. No, Master, I don't have the same control over my Earth Jaguar clan as Gloria Nice does with her Dream Panther clan. Usually, panthers and jaguars are quite antisocial and only come together for mating season. The only reason the Dream Panther clan comes together is because of their reproduction troubles. Their population is so low to begin with that they wouldn't have any chance at mating at all if they went off on their own. But it isn't impossible for me to gather them together. Though we're just heaven grade beasts, so you shouldn't expect too much from us. In all likelihood, I'm the only Dao expert of my species currently. Diane gained a new appreciation for just how difficult it was for heaven grade beasts to become Dao experts. It was already difficult for transcendent and supreme grade beasts to do so it was no wonder there was such a cap on heaven grade beasts. That said, Master, if I understand correctly, Our martial alliance has a problem with forming a reliable foundation. As far as I see it, Master should worry less about top-tier experts and more about finding a reliable group of saints and celestials or building one at the very least. If faced with 1 billion celestials, even a Dao expert must run. Though it is true that no number of celestials could ever kill a Dao expert, that's only because they don't have the means of stopping said Dao expert from running, not because of a Dao expert is so undefeatable. My Earth Jaguar clan and Jaguar clans in general are ranked low within the Cat-Beast kingdoms, but our numbers are pretty decent. Dian thought about it for a while before shaking his head. Let's forget about this for now. He didn't like the idea of the imbalance of force bringing in so many Jaguars would cause. Maybe he wouldn't have minded if Lena could guarantee control of them, but it was clear that she couldn't since she said as much. Bringing them would cause more trouble than good. Dian would think about it again in the future. It was at this moment that the flashing lights of the teleportation formation dimmed and Dian found himself within Soul Palace. He tried to stand but almost stumbled and fell, only to be by Ri. You need to rest, Ri said sternly as Lena quickly entered her human form. And you need to dress yourself. Ah yes, Lena said hurriedly, not wanting to anger her master's wife. Lena didn't have any modest clothing, so he could only conjure up some thin branches to weave into a dress. Lena's clan might be called the Earth Jaguar clan, but they might more accurately be known as Forest or Wood Jaguars. Though her Earth will was incredibly strong, she had a rare wood will that was far stronger, allowing the dress she formed to have a natural soothing smell, while also giving herself a modest appearance. Luckily, Dian had already had Ri's help in wiping himself clean of whale fat and in finding himself a pair of pants. I can't rest now. Clara. I'm worried about Clara too, Ri said with a slight tremble in her stern voice. But you must know that Aritzia definitely barred the use of teleportation formations. Even if I wanted to let you go to Sapientia City, it would take you at least 10 years, likely more to get there. Dian's tired eyes flickered with rage, but he knew that Ri was right. The reason little Ian was able to get there so quickly was because time and space was something she could manipulate easily if the subject was only herself. She could cross a universe and its void in the blink of an eye if she was alone. But Dian, he didn't have this ability. Clara had a fail-safe, the very same fail-safe Dian gave Amphory, a relay station. However, for one, the Sapientia had likely laid a sealing formation to prevent teleportation, and secondly, Dian would need Clara's say-so for the relay station to be activated. Knowing Clara's personality, she would never give that permission. She would rather die. Ri propped Dian's body upward, using her shoulders to keep him up by his underarm. She hated seeing Dian feel this way, and she hated even more that Clara was in such a position. But there was nothing they could do. Even if they could go, was Dian really in a position to do much of anything? Would Lena alone be enough to deal with whatever trump cards the Sapientia had? Rest first, Ri said without room for discussion. I have to check on Palace Master Jasmine. It's likely that she's been under a lot of pressure in the last few weeks. We can only thank her for the fact we only had to deal with 6 Dao experts and not any more. As Ri was talking, the teleportation formation behind them lit once more. Dian was so shocked that his head snapped backward, immediately jumping to the worst-case scenario. But what he saw hit him with such a violent wave of relief that he directly blacked out. The last pillar of worry keeping him up shattered. There were 2 individuals who appeared at that moment. One was a valiant red-gold-haired beauty with once fiery emerald eyes that had been flooded with a sharp crimson light. This valiant woman held another, unconscious woman in her arms. One that seemed to be sleeping soundly. Dian didn't know what happened, nor did he care. The only thing that mattered to him was that Amphory and Clara were here and they were both alive. It seemed, however, that good and bad things always came in pairs. As Dian fell into a world of black, various activities were taking place all over Soul Planet. In the distance, one could hear the reverberating sounds of an intense sparring match. The citizens of Soul Planet were quite used to this. Little princesses Aoife and Stella seemed to have a battle like this every day. Thanks to the Lifestone, whatever damage they caused would repaired in just a few minutes, so no one minded. However, this day seemed different. As the pair of beauties battled in soul-rending peaks surrounding Forest, they noticed that their surroundings weren't repairing themselves as quickly as they once did. Hold on a second. Stella called out. What, want to give up? Good. I'm our official key wielder now. Aoife said proudly. Shut up, horns for brains, look over there. You talk a lot of nonsense for someone whose brain cells went to an overinflated chest. As Aoife was about to say more, she suddenly saw it. Instead of healing, the battleground began to waft an eerie black fog emanating an uncomfortable scent. The scent of blood and roses. The scent of death. Hours earlier, little Yin's body shivered. The distance from her to Diane was too far, making it impossible for her to rely on him to sustain her strength. The guild guards seemed to have some sort of death wish. It had already been several days since little Yin had sent out her first warning. Yet they kept coming. At first, there was great hesitation. 5 guild guard, 20 battle suits, and 20 operators dead and gone in just a few moments. How could they not hesitate? However, after more than a day of no movement, they began to question a few things. If there was such a powerful expert protecting Clara, why did he or she just leave her lying there unconscious? Why hadn't this person swept forward and taken Clara away yet? Didn't that mean there were obviously some limitations to this person's abilities? This made sense, of course. They couldn't think of any other reasons why little Ian hadn't taken Clara away yet. They concluded that it must be some sort of treasure, and if this was true, then it had its limits for sure. Little Ian had never even felt anger before these events. But watching how these people began to use Clara's life as some sort of experiment pissed her off. Little by little, they began to realize that whatever it was protecting Clara only took action when there was something directly trying to interfere with Clara herself. It ignored things they threw over, but if what was thrown over would hit Clara, its existence would be wiped from reality. Then they noticed a range limitation. No one ever died from greater than 10 meters away, so the guild guards began to use that range as a reference for the distance they should maintain. After this was found out, they began to pepper little Ian and Clara with ranged attacks. Little Ian could feel her ancient aura being whittled away with every passing moment. She was beginning to think that she truly had no choice but to risk Clara's life by entering the void. Do you really want to keep doing this? Do you think you'll have a place here when all of this is over? The Poison Guild head sneered toward the Weapons Guild head. His snide comments just as sharp as usual. You don't feel embarrassed? A silver-robed middle-aged man rebutted, clear disgust on his aged features. Isn't it obvious to you that the Sapientia haven't kept their word? And now you want me to take action against one of my own disciples for their pleasure? If you want to leave this room, you'll have to step over my dead body. The Poison Guild head erupted into laughter. Were you really so naive to believe that the Sapientia ever had a shred of good in them? The inferior swine of the martial world might fall for their tricks, but how can you call yourself a Tao expert if you're so naive? This was never about who was right and who was wrong. It's about who has the most power. The Sapientia you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg, but you really want to go against that? You're a fool. They don't care about your feelings. They wouldn't even blink an eye if the whole of the tower quadrants went up in smoke. Don't you get it? Even as a moon lord, you are useless to them. I am useless to them. They are useless to them. The Poison Guild head pointed toward the rest of the guild heads. The Weapons Guild head sneered. You say that so proudly, speaking of the pride and knowledge of a Tao expert, yet you lower your head so easily. I wonder what you'd do if you found out that the clan you were offending for the so-called Sapientia was a clan you couldn't afford to offend all the more so? How would you feel about who was naive and who wasn't then? The guild heads froze at these words. No one knew where Clara came from, nor had they ever heard of a Gallagher clan. But could it really be that Clara came up with the network alone? That's enough. It's best you move, Metheus. The Magic Guild head, and the woman rumored to have a relationship with her student Yashoken, stepped forward. You all disgust me. You pretend to stand at the top of the world and flaunt your strength when it suits you. But whenever you receive even the slightest bit of pushback, you fold like cheap metal. Metheus watched as 6 of his colleagues turned on him. Did they really think that they were at the top of the world? Did they not understand what level of innovation went into the mortal network? Did they really think that Clara could come from a simple clan? Fools. All of them. This is your last chance. Move. It didn't matter who spoke. 6 guild heads, all of whom decided to put down their pride as moon lords to wag their tail for a master who cared nothing for them. All Metheus felt was endless disgust as 6 attacks charged toward him. There was no point in defending. Aside from the runic, magic, and poison guild heads, they all had per battle prowess. How would he as a mere blacksmith withstand 6 attacks? Metheus lightly touched the workbench strapped to his back in his final moments. Seems this is the end of our road, friend. More. A captain of the guild guards urged the archers to loose their arrows faster. The scene was ridiculous. Hundreds of guild guards stood around a tower that had lost its roof. Numerous spectators stood on the ground, watching as these lofty guild guards put their everything into firing toward an unconscious silver-robed girl. But all they received in return were arrows that shattered inexplicably. Some of them seemed to be torn from the inside out, while others disintegrated into fine dust particles. Don't let up. Over these past few days, it was safe to say that the guild guards had come to hate this captain to the depths of their souls. Not only had he wantonly sent them to their deaths when this all started, he was now commanding them from on high as though they weren't tired as dogs. He hadn't lifted a single finger from beginning to end, yet his mouth still hadn't grown tired. However, they could only swallow their resentment. The hierarchies of the martial world were simply too fierce for small people like them to do anything about it. Littleine shivered. The endless torrent of celestial-drawn arrows was more than taking its toll on her. Her rage was boiling over. Weren't these people embarrassed? And what about the person pulling these strings? Not even a single member of the Sapientia clan had shown their face from beginning to end. They didn't even dare to take responsibility for their actions. Littleine flashed forward, cutting through the stream of arrows. She had decided. These people needed to die. Suddenly, the rules the guild guards had become so used to changed. By the time they noticed that something invisible was cutting a path through their rain of arrows, it was too late. The captain panicked. No. Before he could finish his words, his head had been sliced from his shoulders. Littleine took a risk. She had left a barrier around Clara, but she wasn't certain how long she could last. But she knew that she needed time to recuperate. The only way to gain that time was by changing the rules of engagement. If she could make them back off for even just a few hours, she could catch her breath and reassess. She tore through the guild guards, hopping through space as though it was her playground. No one could see her, no one could sense her. This was the nature of battle-awakened celestial hamsters. A beast that wouldn't even fear a head-on match against a dragon. Blood rained down upon Sapientia City. The screams and rushed footsteps of those below almost rang hollow amidst the death. Just a little bit more. Then they should back off. Littleine pumped herself up, even knowing she was approaching the end of her rope. Space seemed to react to her calls slower. Time seemed languid in its responses, but she kept going. She had seen Dian's future and, more importantly, his past. He wasn't a man who would stumble at such an early stage. But Littleine knew that if Clara fell here, it might be something that Dian never recovered from. It would be the kind of moment that changed a man forever. Keep going for Dian. Maybe Littleine wouldn't have cared so much about this moment in the past. She seemed sweet and caring, but in the end, she had the same cold and calculating nature all celestial hamsters did. What others saw was less of her personality and more of a front. There was a reason she wasn't fazed when she took her first life. It only seemed natural to her, like a logical conclusion to the inevitable. However, when Dian rejected both her and her brother all those years ago, sending them away without care despite knowing how useful they could be to him, she was shocked. Shock and surprise, those were the first two emotions she ever felt in her life. Initially, her and little Yang had no intention of going back to Dian. But curiosity got the best of them. Their clan sought after knowledge, after all. So, how could they not follow the scent of something novel and inexplicable? What they saw shocked them. They couldn't understand Dian's actions at all. Why was he, a man who obviously had his chi locked and his soul chained, putting his life on the line for mere soul slaves? All logical reasoning told them that it made no sense. Maybe Dian wasn't as smart as they thought he was? That was what the twins thought. But then they watched Dian accept untold humiliation, even to the point of being castrated publicly and labeled as a rapist, all so that he could increase his chances of saving these very individuals he had never laid eyes upon before. It was then that Littleine realized that maybe there was something they didn't understand. Something that their ancestors before them didn't understand either. So they made a decision and chose Dian as their anchor. They wanted to understand. Little Een didn't grasp it fully yet, but she felt that she had comprehended a small bit of it now. Sacrifice was an odd concept. No? It was then that 6 auras vastly superior to anything Little Een had faced before descended. The guild heads had arrived, and their target wasn't the endless slaughter within the guild guards, but Clara herself. The 6 guild heads appeared. The speed of a Dao expert wasn't something that could be measured by mere celestials. However, they needed to be careful at the same time. In Diane's home universe, planets couldn't handle the battle prowess of a celestial. It struggled with even saints at times. However, the Sapientia universe was far sturdier thanks to its higher energy density. Still, even for planet Sapientia, it was impossible to handle the full strength of a Dao expert. Celestial was its absolute upper limit, and even then, pseudo-Dao experts were capable of threatening the planet's well-being. What is going on here? The Beast Master Guild head looked around. He felt strong time and spatial fluctuations, but he didn't see where it was coming from. This was only to be expected. Little Een and Yang could perfectly hide even from higher existences as long as said higher existence didn't specialize in time and space will. What did mere moon lords mean in the face of a celestial hamster? Whatever it is wreaking havoc amidst the guild guards. However, the fluctuations of time and space aren't enough to threaten us. If it wasn't for that Metheus bastard, we could have ended this farce weeks ago by the looks of things. It wasn't just Metheus. They didn't want us to act either due to the optics. Think about what it looks like if 7 guild heads move to capture a child. The guild heads felt embarrassed at these words, but it was already too late now. It was impossible to perfectly seal the matters of Middle Sapientia City. The prestige of the Sapientia clan was definitely taking massive hits. None of this matters. This ends today. Grab her and throw her in a cell. She can rot away like all those others. None of them needed to speak further. They knew quite well who these others were. Little Een shook. 6. Her complexion sank. Even if she was at her best, she could at most block one weaker lower Dao expert, especially when she was so far away from Diane. But all of the guild heads were middle Dao experts. Suddenly, Little Een felt a strong fluctuation of space. She was incredibly sensitive to such things as it was in line with her affinities. However, the fluctuation failed in the next instant. What was that? Little Een frowned. She didn't have time to think about it. She charged back toward Clara. There was no competition. Even Dao experts weren't a match for Little Yin's speed. She made it back in less than the blink of an eye. Her body shook, her pure white fur standing and expanding her body. A low growl escaped her lips as she dug deep, bringing out her remaining strength. There was no choice left. She had to risk taking Clara into the void. I'll keep the teleportation short. I'll stay on this planet but toward a relatively barren space. Then I'll protect us from detection. Come on, I can do this. Just as Little Een was about to risk it all, the strong fluctuation pierced forward again. Wait. This fluctuation. I recognize it. It's a planet-grade teleportation array. But a sudden realization hit Little Een. The sealing array. Destroy it. In that moment, the accumulated time and space chi Little Een was charging erupted outward. The charging Dao experts were caught completely off guard. This fluctuation was far stronger than what they had noted before. At the end of the day, these guild heads were cowards. Due to fear, they threw their pride as moon lords and Dao experts away. How could these sorts of people be brave enough to charge through this much more powerful energy fluctuation? What they didn't know was that this choice was what sealed their fate. If only they had blocked this fluctuation, maybe they could have kept their lives. An instant later, the sealing formation that had been invisible to the naked eye shattered. The energy fluctuation that had been trying its best to burst through bloomed. Strong spatial fluctuations swirled, causing the 6 Dao experts to fly back even further, thinking this was a primer for a greater attack. However, what happened was nothing like that. Instead, a beauty the likes of which could rarely be found on the mortal plane appeared. She was wrapped in a tight leather armor pulsing with a dark maroon color. The deep, dark red-purple armor alternated from leather to plate armor, giving her the look of an unmatched Valkyrie or a goddess of war. Her figure made one want to stare endlessly, but her power made one unable to. Her waist was shapely, her hips wide, while the leather and plate armor that stretched over her chest seemed to be fighting the war of its life to keep its bust back from bursting apart. This valiant woman pulsed with such a savage aura that planet Sapientia trembled in fear. The oceans erupted with tsunamis and the earth shook and cracked. Sapientia City itself seemed to be in shambles, with buildings collapsing under their own weight and its people running for their lives. Her red-gold hair whipped violently amidst her building presence. She didn't seem to carry a weapon at all, but the aura of the golden bracelet on her wrist could make one palpitate. "I'm disappointed." The woman frowned with disdain. "Are you six all the Sapientia have to offer?" Amphrey had appeared. Amphrey's disappointment was warranted, albeit a bit war and battle-crazed. She was here to save her sister-wife, after all, not to enjoy a battle. She had just spent the last few weeks in severe pain, restructuring her body completely, all so that she could become strong enough to save Clara. But she met opponents she could have defeated even before she became a 13th Order Middle Dao expert. On top of that, she had even brought out her father's heirloom, the Pakal ancestors' body armor, all for her to find a set of 6 weaklings. Let alone before, even when Amphrey was a lower Dao expert, she could have defeated these 6. Aside from the poison, magic, and runic vein guild heads, the other 3 were 3rd-grade Dao experts. However, even the former 3 were mere 2nd-grade Dao experts. This meant that half of them crossed the Dao barrier after only cultivating to the 10th celestial realm, while the other half crossed after only cultivating to the 11th celestial realm. To match them up against Amphrey, who only crossed after filling all 108 meridians with celestial chi. It was like comparing the clear sky to a basin filled with shit. Amphrey wanted them to be powerful only so that she could justify leaving Clara in a precarious situation for so long. But it seemed that Clara had suffered for no reason. Now that Amphrey had filled 112 meridians with celestial chi, these 6 weren't even worth a passing thought before her. With a sigh, she put away her battle intent, causing the quaking planet Sapientia to finally calm to a small extent. She scooped downward and picked up Clara. The golden dragon lyre on her wrist slithered awake, wrapping around Clara's body and protecting her to Amphrey's back. Then she faced the city. Amphrey looked off into the distance, but she sneered lightly in the next moment. She felt some powerful auras surge a moment ago, but it seemed they felt that the risk in coming out was no longer worth it. Maybe her pain and Clara's suffering wasn't completely unwarranted. Then, however, if they expected Amphrey to leave without taking something from them, they were sorely mistaken. The Sapientia would not have a place within the tower quadrants very soon. The crime of touching a Sacharo woman isn't something the likes of you can afford to commit. Let today be a warning to all others. The Sacharo clan doesn't take offenses lightly. Amphrey's words were like a bomb set off through the martial world. Those who had still been brave enough to dare to record the events occurring felt like their heads were spinning. Did she just say that Clara was a Sacharo woman? This was massive. A delicate hand stretched outward. It was so slender and beautiful that those who saw Amphrey's action couldn't believe the destruction that came with it. Worldly resonance. First note. A single finger flicked downward, as though playing the music of the heavens with the sky itself. A reverberating shock wave spread outward. At first it was slow, even beautiful, but what happened next shook those below with fear. 3 guild heads, the Beast Master, the Formation Master, and the Alchemy Master, just when they were listening to what they believed was the most beautiful sound they had ever heard, had their heads shatter into a rain of blood, bone, and brain matter. The Magic Master, Runic Vein Master, and Poison Master all coughed up blood, their bodies quaking, but their chi and muscles unable to move an inch. "Stay your hand, young one. You've made your point." An ancient voice resounded through planet Sapientia. It was soothing, almost too much so. It reminded one of a docile old man who entertained children with his tales. Amphrey remained silent for a moment. The Sacharo clan doesn't take offenses lightly. Worldly resonance, second note. The old man sighed but said nothing more, his voice disappearing like morning fog. Like this, 6 guild heads who had held their positions for tens of thousands of years were murdered before the eyes of the martial world. The Sacharo clan would never take a step backward. If it wasn't for Amphrey's explosive increase in strength, would that very same old man have asked for her opinion? In all likelihood, he would have stepped out and crushed Amphrey and sealed both her and Clara away. The only thing that mattered in the martial world was power, and the Sacharo clan needed to set a bloody precedent once more because it seemed the others weren't enough. This was only the first step in expunging the Sapientia from the tower quadrants. Amphory turned to activate the relay station hidden within Clara's forging room when another voice sounded. "Oh, thank God." Metheus, beaten, battered, and bruised, collapsed from the skies. Amphory wasn't one to easily feel sympathy, but she could easily see through Metheus' cultivation. It didn't take a genius to figure out what had happened to him. She struggled slightly, but then she thought of what Diane would do in this situation. In the end, with a light smile, she held Clara in her arms and sent the golden dragon lyre to coil around Metheus instead. The relay station shattered as 3 figures disappeared, leaving Sapientia City in silence. Diane startled awake. His mind spun as he quickly pushed himself up, but he had completely forgotten that he was missing half of his right arm and ended up awkwardly spinning off to the side of his soft bed and crashing to the floor. It was safe to say that he had never done something so clumsy even when he was still immortal. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance to play it off as Ree's soft snickers and giggles almost made him blush with shame. Luckily though, he had grown a thick layer of skin long ago. After a light cough, he stood and blinked. A splitting headache threatened to slice his skull in half, but he still managed to realize that he was in the royal bedroom. It was a place he shared a bed with his wives, though they rarely used it considering they had cultivated to the point where sleep was more of a passing pleasure than a necessity. In truth, the reason Diane got over his initial embarrassment so easily was because that feeling was overwhelmed by shame. He had been so overwhelmed by a feeling of relief when he saw Clara that he blacked out. But the reality of the matter was that he was really worried about Madeline as well. He believed that, comparatively speaking, Madeline should be in the better situation, but it was impossible for him to know that. Unfortunately, he passed out before he wanted to. Diane was well aware of the rules of the tower. If Madeline was being harassed by the Sapientia like he believed, he already knew it was possible that the Sapientia had Dao experts on standby. Not just her, but the demon generals would be in danger as well. However, just when Diane turned to Rita ask, she pointed toward the bed. The second wave of relief was so fierce that Diane passed out again. For the second time in just as many days, Ree had to catch her foolish husband from falling to the ground. The next time Diane awoke, almost half a month had passed. This time, he didn't make the same mistake and woke up slowly, smiling when he saw Madeline and Clara sleeping soundly next to him. But in the next moment, his smile faded, only to be replaced cold, expressionless face. Diane stood, making sure to tuck his wives back in before quietly leaving the room. Before heading out, Diane made sure to form himself a fake arm. He was no longer allowed to show weakness. But even he didn't realize how quickly his cold exterior would be shattered. "Big brother." Diane watched as a rush of pink diamond flew into his arms. He had only just entered the throne room to find a small meeting taking place, but he hadn't expected to see his little sister for the first time in decades here. All of his thoughts of rage and anger dissipated as little Lila's lithe figure crashed into him. Diane chuckled. He had a feeling Lila did this on purpose. Even if she couldn't read his mind due to the seal, she was too good at reading the emotions of people now. She saw right through him. He held her tightly, his worries washing away with her delicate fragrance. The guilt he felt in leaving a little girl in an environment she knew nothing about all alone had always been there, but it hit doubly now that Lila was actually here. "You aren't going to forget about me, are you?" Zaire's boisterous, almost overly loud voice filled Diane's ears. Diane almost couldn't believe that the little boy who used to cling to him had a deeper and far manlier voice than his own now. Diane grinned, rubbing his little sister's head as she sobbed lightly and ignoring Zaire. "You're a man now, you don't need me anymore." Zaire harumphed, turning around as though to throw a tantrum. "Plus, won't I be too embarrassed to hug you now?" "Who asked you to be more than a foot taller than me?" Lila giggled in Diane's chest, as though seeing through his thoughts. Diane looked around. It seemed this was a gathering being headed by Amphory and Ree. They had every right to do so as Sacharo women, so there was nothing wrong with this. However, what worried Diane more was the fact it had to be held at all. What happened? Lila wiped her tears and grasped Diane's arm like a spoiled little girl. Diane smiled and let her do as she pleased. He hadn't given her any brotherly love for over 20 years now. She definitely deserved some attention after so long. Sorry for interrupting, Diane said lightly. Did something happen? The happy atmosphere turned serious. Amphrey took the lead in explaining. There are a few issues, Lord Husband. Firstly, we need to figure out how to move forward with the open phase. Sister Clara had her hand forced, so our plans were pushed up further than we'd like them to be. Secondly, there's still the celestial floors situation. The demon generals are still fine since they're under the protection of Low Gold City, but little Lila has reason to believe that Middle Sapientia and Middle Lily City are being heavily monitored right now. We decided to move Sister Madeline away against her wishes, but the Flaming Lily sect disciples are still in danger, not to mention the fact that the thousands of eyewitnesses to what took place in Middle Sapientia City are also unable to move freely. Lastly, there have been reports of a few oddities on this planet. The Life Stone, or rather its usual abilities, seem to have deteriorated for reasons unknown. Diane frowned, taking a seat with Lila by his side. Can you fill me in on what happened in Middle Sapientia City? After listening to the story, Diane turned a reproachful gaze toward Damaris. The poor girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you only blaming me? Lila and Zaire went too. This bias is too blatant. What happened to those cages filled with people? Only you can give permission to bring people to Soul Planet, and my inner world isn't large enough to fit the cages themselves. So they're still in Middle Sapientia City. Zaire answered. Now that you're awake, we can bring them over whenever. The issue is that we don't have the means to open the cages. What happened to the key you used to release Verver? That was the only key Primus had. It could only open Verver's cell. It seemed that the only reason he had that key was because it was his decision, along with Aritzia's, to capture Verver. However, usually, the process of getting keys for those cages is far more complex. According to what little Lila found picking through Primus' brain, there's a complex chain of command they need to go through to open the cages. If we try to forcibly open the cages, the ones inside will lose their lives. It was lucky that Madeline didn't have enough strength back then to forcibly open the cage, and as such wasn't seen as a threat. Or else Verver would have lost his life. Diane's frown deepened. It sounded to him like a team of researchers the Sapientia went through so much trouble to capture and cage would be incredibly useful to him. But it seemed it would be far more trouble than he thought to take advantage of them. Still, Diane didn't worry too much. He had a lot of confidence in the Tao of Array Alchemy. He didn't believe there was a mechanism in existence he couldn't crack with its help. I'll make a trip and bring the cages here, then. We can figure out how to open them in time. They shouldn't starve since they're most likely cultivators. But we also have to be cautious. We have no idea how powerful these individuals are or aren't. Since these individuals were being held on the celestial floors, common sense would dictate that they were not older than 5,000 years old and were likely not Tao experts either. However, Diane had an odd instinctual reaction to the cages they were kept in. According to the Zaire, Madeline had displayed the strength of a lower Tao expert, yet still couldn't open the cage. This was definitely no normal cage. Still, Diane felt a bit hesitant. Was fear of the cages being found of planet Sapientia really enough of a reason for them to be stored on the middle tiers instead of their much safer home planet? Diane had a feeling that the story behind this was more complex. Maybe Primus simply didn't have the cash within his own clan to know the truth, so Lila's ability was useless here. If they trusted him as much as they trusted Aritzia, he definitely would have had more than just the key for Verver's jail cell on him. I have a feeling that they'll be useful to us, but our safety is more important than that. As for what we can do about the Sapientia, Diane's eyes sharpened, causing Soul Palace to quake. There's no room for negotiation. We'll push them out until they have no place remaining the tower quadrants. I plan on entering Calming Lake very soon. I expect it to take 1 or 2 years. Diane had long since given Geralda enough payment to enter for such a period of time, so he didn't feel like he was taking advantage at all. I'll be leaving a clone of mine here, of course. He will be more than enough to deal with what we need to do. The first is to take advantage of the open phase. For now, we have 2 priorities in that regard. The first is the Mortal Library. Lead by example. I'll be flooding the library with pools of knowledge we can afford to share. The less power the Sapientia have over knowledge, the better. The second priority are pills. Even above weapons and arrays, panaceas are ranked first among the most important products of secondary professions. We'll crush them in this regard. Essence condensing pills, saint condensing pills, celestial condensing pills, and Tao condensing pills. We'll sell both low and high-quality healing pills. The highest quality would be the comet-grade heaven-soothing pill, but they'll be in low quantities. We'll mass-produce master-grade bone and flesh-mending pills. We'll sell pills appropriate for soul and body cultivation as well. Right now, what we need the least is money and resources. We have more than we can spend in countless millennia if we maintain this size and population. What we need to do is move forward and think about how to spend these funds efficiently. We need plans to increase population size and improve the foundation of our mortal alliance. This is the plan, but we'll have to go through proper procedures and call for a mortal meeting. Though, I don't believe anyone will take issue. Dian spoke quickly. His every word seemed to shatter the worries and trepidations of those around him. Even Amphory, who usually had an unfeeling expression on her lovely features, smiled. But now, what was this you said about the life stone? Aoife and Stella, who had been trying not ruin the proceedings, realized that it was their turn to speak. After a quick explanation of what they experienced, Dian's frown, which had finally relaxed, came back in full force. Death Chi. Why would Death Chi be here of all places? Could it be Junior? Junior's death god constitution wasn't normal by any stretch. Due to the fact he had taken Orcus bones, it was far easier for him to shoot through the grades of his constitution. This was only made more certain by the fact his soul talent should be just as powerful as Dian's. Theoretically, that is. But it seemed too exaggerated for Junior to be the reason the life stone wasn't working properly. From Dian's memory, he remembered learning about the life stone from the statues in the Valley of Geniuses. However, they only alluded to it. Due to restrictions they faced, they couldn't tell him the truth behind it. It wasn't until Dian came back and entered the celestial beast's mystical world that he came to understand that the core of its world was the life stone. However, even then, Dian learned something else even more poignant. Every treasure of the 33 heavens had one active ability and one passive ability. This passive ability was what made them half-legendary treasures, legendary treasure being the only treasures in existence capable of acting without the interference of an owner, while the active ability requires the active help of a wielder. For example, the energy core. Its active ability allows for the control and storage of all energies. However, its passive ability allowed the stabilization of spiritual veins, allowing them to grow past their normal limits. Technically, it shouldn't be just spiritual veins it could replicate this feat with, but all kinds of veins, including devil veins and energy stone mines, etc. The seal is another example of this. Its active ability allows for the sealing of all things under the heavens. However, its passive ability protects the mind of its wielder, allowing Dian to be immune to mental attacks and mind reading. This was how he so easily ignored Glorianus' attempt to enslave him. This pattern can be said again and again with treasures of the 33 heavens. Even the Soul Tome, whose active ability allowed the instant mastering of techniques and had an active ability that cleansed and healed souls. Or the Aurora Steps that had an active ability that paralyzed an enemy's soul, or a passive ability that awakened one's aurora. However, this pattern ceased with the Life Stone, or rather, while the passive ability of the Life Stone was known, information about its active ability was lost in time. Of course, one could make guesses as to what it was, but for now it was a complete unknown. This intrigued Dian when he first learned it, but since he hadn't had the celestial hamster twins by his side back then, he had no way of finding out this secret. By the time he did have the twins by his side, he had more pressing matters to worry about, especially considering he couldn't just take the life stone for himself since it was acting as the core of a mystical world. Maybe this has to do with the active ability of the life stone then? Life and death go hand in hand. I know that there's a life stone, but I've never heard of a death stone. Considering the balance the heavens usually like, this doesn't make much sense. Maybe they were one and the same from the start. This was all wild speculation on Dian's part. But it was a keen piece of intuition. If I'm right, then this makes a little more sense. It would make sense if Junior's existence triggered this unknown ability. Junior spent a lot of time playing around with little Aiden in the celestial beast mystical world. Those two rascals were already almost 3 years old, so Delia had her hands full trying to drain them of all that energy so she could finally rest. Diane wouldn't be surprised if the Life Stone recognized Junior as its master and began to act in this fashion as a result. The Life Stone wouldn't recognize Diane easily, considering it was an energy path treasure and not a soul path one. But if its active ability was related to what Diane speculated, there was likely no better master than Junior. I'll have to talk to the little guy. Diane sighed, feeling a little guilty. I should also take this opportunity to talk to him about the truth of his identity. The sooner I do it, the better. I don't believe he isn't clever enough to understand the truth. And if he really is me, Diane smiled, I know exactly how he'll react. Is the death chi causing any harm? Diane finally asked. As far as we can see, no. Also, the phenomenon is restricted to the immediate surroundings of soul-rending peak, so it's only influencing us cultivators. The non-cultivators shouldn't be impacted, Stella said. Diane nodded. Good. Let me know if you notice any changes. I'll have to speak to someone about this. But first, we need to call a mortal meeting. I have a few things to say. Like this, the second ever mortal meeting was scheduled for the next day. The various clan heads settled in, a bit nervous. Many of them had been running around like their hair was on fire for the past few years trying to reach Diane's lofty standards. They didn't expect to be called less than 3 years after the first meeting. Thank you all for coming. Diane, who had settled into a seat at the helm, suddenly stood. First, I would like to apologize to you all. Diane's words shocked those in attendance. Apologize? For what? Did something happen? Seeing Diane lower his head slightly, they felt flustered. Lifting his head, Diane spoke. I erected the Ark of Humanity without seeking your approval first. I acted out of emotion, and that was unacceptable. This won't happen again. I can promise you all that. Hearing these words, the heads were even more stunned. Though Diane's words were correct, no one had ever felt any dissatisfaction about his actions. They all knew how much Mia and Bella meant to many within the Mortal Alliance. Their deaths saddened them all. Technically, it was true that for such a large project, Diane should have called a mortal meeting. But no one faulted him for not doing so. However, Diane didn't allow them to let him off the hook. This time may have not been a big deal, but I don't want to set this sort of precedent. The rules of the Mortal Alliance must be followed even by those of the Sacharo clan. That is my promise to you all. Very much unlike the first meeting, Diane's actions this time filled those clan heads with warmth. Their gazes clearly softened. Instead of the fear and trepidation that had once been there, many began to feel loyalty and satisfaction toward their leader. I'll forge myself into a better leader, so that our future will be brighter. Diane's resolute gaze met each and every one of their eyes before he sat once more. The first matter that I'd like to bring up this meeting is the possible addition of a new member of our alliance. The various officials began to whisper among each other as a group of 9 women entered. Glorianice bowed deeply to Diane. Hello everyone. I come here today to beseech you all as the representation of my Dream Panther clan. We hope to join the Mortal Alliance and become one of the pillars toward its bright future. If the numbered warriors saw the way the 9 they knew was acting now, their jaws would drop. Then they'd proceed to cut Diane's skull open to understand just how he did it. The meeting flowed quickly and ended in just a few hours. How could anyone have any objections to the addition of a higher Dao expert and 8 pseudo-Dao experts? They'd be fools to say no, especially since their small clan size likely meant they wouldn't be able to compete and ruin their interests anyway. There were 7 years left on Diane's 10-year first-tier clan probationary period, so the clans present were too busy trying to prove themselves to worry about the addition of new clans. Afterward, Diane proceeded to explain to them the matters of the Sapientia and discuss the finer details of their possible counter-strategies. As Diane expected, no one had many objections to his ideas in this regard either. In fact, many of them seemed fired up to strike back against the haughty Sapientia for daring to threaten Clara's life. The second portion of the meeting was the introduction of little Lila and Zaire as Sacheros. Another large facet of the meeting was the exciting news around the Dark Ocean. They had suddenly gained 30 universes worth of accumulated resources. How could they not be ecstatic? They had enough to war for tens of thousands of years without worry. Not that many of them were comfortable with such a prospect. Finally, the biggest remaining topic was what to do in regard to the Jafari clan treasure. Should they fuse with Dark Ocean? Or should they place their eggs into different baskets? It was a difficult choice to make, especially considering both choices had their own pros and cons. In the end, they decided against the fusion for now. There were two reasons. Firstly, one breach could mean the end of anything. However, this reason alone wasn't enough. Breaking down the void barrier constructed by the Jafari clan treasure wasn't something any clan in the Tower Quadrants was capable of as far as they were aware. In addition, even the outer quadrants would take several decades, maybe even centuries, of effort to break through, not to mention an obscene amount of resources. So, the true reason this was chosen after much debate was because of war. If they changed the coordinates of Sol and Celestial Deer Universe, it'd be more inconvenient to war with the 99 universes and the Pakal, Ragnar, and Beast Alliance clans. While the Jafari clan treasure provided them with protection, it also made it inconvenient as well. If they changed the coordinates, then the gates would lose their ability to connect the two universes. Although they could mitigate this nuisance by placing a teleportation array within the gate itself, that would bring other issues. For one, the gates were dangerous, so there'd have to be a squad left to protect the array year-round. Secondly, since they were changing the coordinates, it would require planet-grade arrays at a minimum to pull off this feat. Unfortunately, they only had 10 master key arrays which could only make 10 relay stations each. A single universe could have upwards of 10 to 20 gates alone. This number of arrays simply wasn't enough. In the end, they chose to activate the Jafari clan treasure for the barrier of protection, but not change the coordinates of the universe. In this way, they'd be able to use the gates for easier warfare, while also gaining a barrier of protection. Like this, the meeting came to an end. However, Diane felt like he was stepping out of a frying pan and into a fire. "Hey, little guy." Diane smiled, walking into Junior and Aiden's play session. Junior looked toward Diane with his large, blinking silver eyes. "Should I call you Dad, fake father?" Diane was about to find out firsthand how annoyed others felt when speaking to him. Diane choked on the air he was breathing as Delia whisked little Aiden away and disappeared in a flash. She didn't even hesitate to betray him in this kind of situation. Diane sighed, looking down at Junior. His hand stretched down as he patted the little guy's head. He could breathe a sigh of relief due to the fact Junior at least didn't dodge his hand. Currently, the two of them were on the lowest of the 18 tiers of the celestial beast mystical world. There were only Saint Beasts here, so it wasn't too big a deal for Delia to take them here to play considering she was already a celestial. "Fake father, huh?" Diane laughed hollowly. "I think that's pretty accurate," Junior said with a smug smile. "This can't be the way I look to other people, can it?" How insufferable. Diane almost lamented his own personality. Was this the kind of face a 3-year-old should be making? "Do tell." Diane nodded and listened. "Well, my memory is very good," Junior said in an adorable voice. "Yet, even I shouldn't be able to remember every moment I've spent with fake father so clearly. But I do. Do you know why? Because the instances are too rare?" Junior grinned. "See? It's good talking to smart people. At least you're that much, fake dad." "What a snotty-nosed brat." Diane laughed. "I had to get it from someone." Junior nodded as though it was only natural, his long white hair fluttering slightly in the wind. Though he barely came up midway through Diane's thigh, Diane almost felt like this son of his was eye level with him. "Don't you think you should make it up to me? And how do you want me to do that?" "Easy. I'm bored here. There's only so much to see. I want to go other places. I also want to start cultivating already, but every time I ask, everyone always says it's too early." "But Aiden can already beat me up. I don't like it." Junior frowned and crossed his small arms, a very serious expression taking over his adorable face. "Aiden can do that?" "Of course. His father is a heaven's child. He has innate abilities I don't even without cultivating. Namely, he's too fast. I can't catch him. If you want to cultivate, I'll help you cultivate then. I owe you at least that much. But before you do, I have something important to talk to you about. You're too smart. You should know what I mean, right?" Junior remained silent for a moment. "We're too similar, even for a father and son, Junior finally said. There was a clear discomfort in his large silver eyes. It was obvious that this wasn't a topic he wanted to speak about. There was a limit to the similarities a father and son should have. They could look similar, but why did Junior look exactly like Diane? Sure, his skin was paler and his hair and eye color were different, but that wasn't enough to explain it. Of course, most children would ignore this. But one had to remember that Diane, even as a child of less than 10 years old, had already caused waves in the mortal world. This 3-year-old version of him already had intelligence far beyond his years. Still, this wasn't enough either. What really put off Junior were the feelings in his heart. He didn't see Madeline as his mother. He loved her, but it wasn't the normal love a man should feel toward his mother. It was more like child's first crush. It was an uncomfortable love he had to ignore much of the time. This feeling wasn't limited toward Madeline either. It was the same when he saw Amphory, Ree, or Clara. To make matters worse, he didn't see Diane as a father either. He saw a reflection of himself. He didn't want to be like Diane like a child would want to be like his father. He felt he was already his father. He had thoughts and feelings he was keenly aware he hadn't been fostered by himself. There was only one conclusion: they weren't his feelings, they were the feelings of someone else. Hearing this, Diane realized that he made the right decision in speaking to Junior so soon. The sooner this was explained, the better it would be for Junior's mental health. However, just when he felt he should explain, something entirely different came out of his mouth. "Do you want to be your own person?" Junior looked up at Diane, a clear expression of wanting on his small face. Still, it seemed among all the other things he received from Diane, his overblown pride was very much a factor. "I already am my own person." Diane stayed silent for a moment before nodding. "Good," Diane said. "But even if you are your own person, you are still a Sacharo." "Of course. That's the name father and mother gave me." Diane knew that the father and mother he was referring to wasn't him and Madeline, but rather General and Saintess Sacharo. "If that's the route you'd like to take," Diane said with a smile, "us Sacharo men have a lot on our shoulders. Let me cultivate," Junior said firmly. Diane rubbed Junior's head. "All right, little brother. I'll help you cultivate. We can uphold Mom and Dad's legacy together." Junior grinned. Diane wasn't the type of person to dwell on useless emotions, and Junior was the same. Since he had decided he was his own person, it didn't matter what the reality was. That was Junior's own arrogance. "This is a Marshall Saint pill. Be sure to take it before you begin to cultivate, and also hide it from your mothers. They'll kill me if they find out I allowed you to start cultivating." Diane wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. He and Junior had reached an agreement. When together, they were brothers. However, they'd still be father and son to the rest of the world. It was best if no one knew that Diane had a clone, as it would cause more trouble than anything else. Luckily, the Death God Constitution changed Junior's appearance just enough for it to be viable. Junior took the Marshall Saint pill and grinned. Taking the Marshall Saint pill before or after one began cultivating had some large differences. If one took it before cultivating, you'd gain both the Divine Pulse and True Deity Meridians. This meant that Junior could gain something Diane took more than 100 years to gain immediately. "Do you want to cultivate my cultivation technique? Or do you want to follow Orcus methods?" "Why wouldn't I choose the best cultivation technique ever created? But I do want Orcus' other core teachings." Diane nodded. "I'll give them to you when your cultivation is high enough. They're mostly divine grade and higher techniques, so you can't use them until the Tao realm. You can practice my Soul Ren soul cultivation technique, but you need a higher level of body refinement to use Orcus body refinement technique. Even I can't use it yet." Junior nodded, clearly excited. He happily put everything into his little spatial ring. He usually carried it around for food, but he found a much better purpose for it now. It seemed he shared Diane's appetite too. "Now," Diane said, standing to his full height and sighing a breath. "Do you know anything about the Life Stone?" Diane proceeded to explain everything to Junior. He already felt like he was talking more to a brother than a son. It made it feel much more comfortable this way. Now, he didn't feel the need to avoid Junior like he had been doing before. "I've heard it calling out to me, but Granny Celeste said I wasn't ready to see it yet," Junior said. "She also told me that it was the center of this world. So if I took it away, the world would collapse." Diane seemed to have confirmed his theory with these words. The Life Stone really did have something to do with death. But there were a few other odd things. Madeline had Ice Phoenix blood running through her veins. By all rights, if the life stone was truly about life as well, then it should have called out to Madeline too, no? A treasure of 33 heavens always sought out the best master. Who could be a better master to it than the embodiment of life on the mortal plane? This made Diane believe that maybe the abilities of the life stone weren't so balanced after all. Or maybe there was some other reason he was unaware of. But, Junior said after thinking some more, if what you said about the passive and active abilities is true, then it can't the life stone's fault that all of this is happening. There are two possibilities. Either you're right and the life stone is uninvolved, or you're only partly correct. Partly correct? Yes. If you're right and the passive ability is known, then it can't be the life stone. That's because that would mean that the active ability was what was causing the problems. But, since I haven't even seen the life stone, let alone taken the control of it, how could I trigger its active ability? Let alone the fact I don't have any cultivation. But there's also the possibility that you're only partially correct. Maybe in addition to the fact we don't know the active ability, we only partially understand the passive ability. If that's the case, maybe this phenomenon is also part of the passive ability and we just have no way of knowing. Of course, there's the third possibility that none of this has to do with the life stone at all. In the end, Diane could only ignore it for now. After he left Junior with Delia once more, he went to view the phenomenon himself, but he didn't get very far. He punched the ground and watched as the wisps of death came up. In fact, he even absorbed a few and felt his death will creep forward in comprehension, something that was incredibly rare considering Diane had already formed a half-step Dao. This death chi is incredibly pure, purer than anything I've ever come across. But it's also incredibly weak. The best way to describe it is as an incredibly refined path of death will, one that stands among the best paths to take, but of a low level. Not higher than a third level will. Diane was slightly embarrassed. He had a 9th level intent, but a mere 3rd level will actually improved his comprehension. But there was something even more pressing about this. Diane had gained his will comprehension by sacrificing his lifespan. Back then, Diane had sacrificed thousands of years for the perfect comprehension. Technically, it should be impossible for any comprehension to be better than his, assuming it was at or below his comprehension level. Meaning, no will below the first Dao level should be able to help him improve his comprehension. However, something that refuted that truth was right before him. This death will was an even higher order than the death chi he gained sacrificing his life force. How depressing. Just what is this thing? Little Ian, thank you. Diane held the palm-sized celestial hamster in his hand, gently scratching her small head. Little Ian giggled, accepting the high-class treatment as she stuck her tongue outward to tease her brother. I can't believe she awakened her bloodline before me. There's no justice in the world. Little Yang pretended like he didn't care on the surface, but it was really getting to him that his little sister beat him to the punch. It likely wouldn't be more than a few years until he awakened his own. Since they were twins, little Yang could benefit from his little sister's experience. But he would never live this one down. Diane smiled. He probably looked weird to others, patting what seemed like air. But he didn't care at this moment as he walked through the skies of Planet Sol. He couldn't thank Little Ian enough. He had originally only sent her so that he'd have a way to communicate with Clara and also so that she wouldn't feel lonely and helpless, but who knew it would have such great benefits. Diane's head turned in a particular direction. The clashing strikes of an intense battle caught his attention, but it wasn't Aoife and Stella. In fact, it was occurring outside the bounds of Planet Sol itself, several 10,000 miles out of the planet's atmosphere. Interesting. Diane smiled, disappearing to appear with the darkness of space only to find a red-haired beauty beating back a violet-haired one. Gloria Nice wiped blood from the corner of her lip as she was sent flying, while Amphrey, other than a slightly laborious breathing pattern, seemed perfectly fine. Suddenly, the sound of clapping caught the attention of both women. But while Amphrey's eyes sparkled with a hidden smile, Gloria Nice blushed with shame. It didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. Amphrey might be battle-crazed, but she wasn't the type of individual to pick a fight with anyone she saw. It was definitely Gloria Nice that called for this battle, which only made her loss more embarrassing. Lord Husband. Gloria Nice choked on her own spit. What did you just say? I was looking for you. Diane said with a light smile. I thought you might have headed back to the Dragochilan lands, but it turned out you were here. Diane ignored Gloria Nice's shock and lightly grasped Amphrey's shoulders. Thank you. Amphrey's eyes flashed. You don't need to thank me. No, I do. I can't imagine how much pain you went through to accelerate the creation of your meridians. I wouldn't be a very good husband if I ignored that. How could Diane forget Amphrey? First, she went off on a trip for half a decade, all for his sake. Then when she got back, instead of being rewarded by her husband, she was thrust into an impossible situation. Because of you, Clara is safe. That's not something I'd ever take for granted. Amphrey's emerald eyes sparkled. Husband and wife. Gloria Nice felt like passing out. The world doesn't make sense anymore. Though it was true she didn't use her most powerful humanoid beast form against Amphrey, she was certain that Amphrey didn't go all out either. If she knew Amphrey was an angel, maybe she'd really pass out. That said, the difference between Gloria Nice and Amphrey wasn't so exaggerated. After all, this wasn't Gloria's home universe, so she was suppressed here. This was why she didn't feel bad challenging Amphrey, who faced less suppression due to her soul connection with Diane. Since the Mortal Alliance wasn't an official empire yet, it couldn't lessen the suppression those who joined it faced. The only reason Diane no longer faced suppression here was because he became the true sect master of soul-rending peak. Still, even Gloria's loss didn't jar her as badly as learning that Amphrey was actually Diane's wife. A woman like this sharing a husband? Might as well be down now. However, when Amphrey fell into Diane's embrace, Gloria Nice realized that she just had to accept it. After Diane saw through her plot, she still had some faint hope. Before, she had been planning on sacrificing one of her clansmen in marriage to Diane. It wouldn't even be truly sacrificing, after all, Diane seemed like a good, well-off man. But she was forced to change her plan after Diane saw through her. In fact, she planned on putting up herself in exchange for her clan's protection. But now that she saw that Amphrey was his wife, the confidence she had had before was coming to a screeching halt. She had to find another way to secure the future of the Dream Panthers. What an embarrassing day. Gloria Nice sighed. Gloria Nice made herself scarce, slinking away and allowing Diane to spend some time with his wife. After a few hours, Amphrey went off to train and Diane headed back to Soul Palace. I should head to Calming Lake soon, but I need to deal with the demon generals and a few other things first. They should be preparing to enter the middle tier very soon. Diane's footsteps suddenly paused. I should go check on her. Diane left to a secluded area of Soul Palace. But who would have known that when he entered the space Jade should have been sleeping in, he would find nothing but a delicate fragrance and an empty room. Suddenly, at that moment, Diane understood something and it hit him like a ton of bricks. Jade, she was Evangeline. Jade was in no condition to move herself. By Diane's estimation, it would have taken her several years, even under the healing abilities of the Life Stone, in order to wake up. The punishment Jade went through wasn't small. She had experienced countless millennia of time within that ice. Due to the slowing effect, even Diane didn't know how much time she truly experienced. Her mind needed to rest and heal. Therefore, Diane was certain that she didn't get up and leave herself. Did someone kidnap her? Even more impossible. No one could simply enter and leave Soul Quadrant without Diane's permission. The only individuals who could be here were individuals that were here from the very beginning. Individuals like Evangeline, who Diane hadn't seen ever since those matters surrounding the 9-Cloud Yang aphrodisiac ended. Diane suddenly remembered Rose, the little maid Evangeline had. Now that he thought about, she had disappeared too. Why was Diane so certain of this seemingly baseless conclusion? It was because he felt the precise moment Evangeline's life force disappeared. Whether he recognized her as his wife or not, her primordial Een was chained right beside Luna's within his inner world. He knew the moment her life ended. When he came here and saw Jade was gone, he understood it then. He understood why Evangeline said not to blame himself. I need to know what happened. I need to know now. No. Diane's veins threatened to burst. I swear to God, you old bastard sage, if you don't remove that bullshit trial you set up, I'll make sure my and Amphrey's children believe their grandfather is a lunatic for the rest of their lives. You wouldn't dare. The demon sage's eyes opened wildly, his spirit shaking with so much rage that it almost blinked out of existence. Try me, Diane roared toward his father-in-law. You added those trials for next to no reason. You think I believe that you managed to pass the tests of a treasure from the immortal plane? What a joke. You couldn't even save your own empire, now you want me to believe such nonsense. Diane's words were harsh, but he was peeved. He came here and lowered his head, asking the demon sage nicely. He explained the situation and what was troubling him, yet this old man dared to say no to him? After Diane learned that the demon sage tower was a war machine from the immortal plane, he knew immediately that the trials for each of the floors were bullshit. The demon sage only implemented them as one final fuck you to Diane because he hated his successor with every fiber of his being. The only reason Diane didn't come to force the demon sage to lift the rules earlier was because he knew it wasn't the right time for him to know the truth about Evangeline. But the moment he finally pieced together that Evangeline was actually from an alternate timeline, he understood that he could now withstand the truth. In addition, Little Yin's battle bloodline awakening gave him even more assurance. His mastery over space and time had reached a profound level. Now, Diane didn't need to personally comprehend space and time, he could directly ignore them and rely on Little Yin whenever he wanted to use them. But this bastard of an old man actually said no. You little shit. The demon sage wanted to strangle Diane, but he's still a spirit, and his soul was weaker than Diane's even in his prime. You want your father-in-law to help you learn about a woman that isn't his daughter? Have you lost your mind? Over my dead body. The demon sage started regretting not getting started on restructuring his body. He changed his mind completely now. He didn't care if he had to rely on Diane. He'd use this little bastard's resources and reconstruct his body and dream of the day he could pummel him into the ground. You already are dead, Diane growled. This woman is dead already too. Yet you're actually being this petty. It's no wonder your wives hated you. Why you? The demon sage trembled. You've really pissed me off. Pissed you off. Maybe you should have treated your women better. Now you want to project your bullshit onto me. Diane's eyes practically glowed red. Unlike you, I can keep what's in my pants under control. You, demon sage. How about you focus more on the sage part of your title and less on the demon? The demon sage had so much built-up anger but nowhere to aim it. He could only roar into the skies with all his might. In the end, it took Amphrey Strong arming her father before he finally undid the trials, giving Diane access to all 9 floors of the demon sage tower. Then, Diane renamed it the Sage Tower, taking out the demon just to piss Sargeras off more. Diane hardly cared about the abilities of the 7 floors he had yet to touch. He didn't hesitate to ignore them all and call out the tower spirit. Please show me what happened that night. I need to know. The tower spirit didn't seem to have its usual bland, snarky response and simply went forward with Diane's request silently. Like this, flickering images began to form before Diane's eyes. Finally, Diane could see the events that happened that night as they occurred. Diane stood in a plain hall on the 9th floor of the Sage Tower similar to the rooms he raised the rodents in. He almost didn't notice when 2 hands grasped either one of his own. Their owners were none other than Ree and Amphrey. Play it. Diane gripped their small hands, staring toward the tower spirit resolutely. The blank walls before Diane shifted. For the first time he saw Evangeline's, no Jade's, beauty in full force. Diane rewatched his fight against the effects of the 9-cloud yang aphrodisiac. Seeing Diane struggle to the point of passing out instead of jumping on a beauty right before him made it easier for Ree and Amphrey to accept what happened next. I'm proud to be your wife. Jade's words hung under the night sky as her appearance morphed one final time into her true self. She could only be described as a goddess descended. Her golden hair shimmered more like lights filled with purity instead of individual strands. Her eyes sparkled, swirling with fog-like colors of violet, blue and green. Her every feature was the pinnacle of perfection, from her small button nose to her full pink lips, even down to the slender fingers that caressed Diane's cheeks. I'm shameless, aren't I? Jade smiled, cradling Diane. You've no choice but to accept me now. Jade giggled to herself. The happiness in her eyes was evident for all to see. It was a kind of love that had grown to the point of being unconditional. It was impossible to tell if there was anything Diane could ever do to garner Jade's hatred, but what made the possibility even more impossible was the fact Diane almost always seemed to make the perfect choice. You probably don't recognize me, but I think it's better this way, little husband. You know a version of myself that I loathe to this day, a version I hope to wipe away with my sacrifice. Jade kissed Diane every so often between her words. It wasn't to take advantage of him, but rather to curb the aphrodisiac for a little longer so that she could continue to speak. She knew well that the Sage Tower was capable of recording everything. After all, she knew all of Diane's most intimate secrets, although she was never officially given the title of wife. I'll start by telling you what happened to me, though if you're watching this, you've most likely figured it out by now. My little husband was always so smart. For some reason, watching Jade's eyes light up with happiness every time she said the word husband tore Diane's very soul apart. That innocent, pure joy. He wanted to avert his eyes, he wanted to pretend it didn't exist. After Maying escaped from the Dayu clan, she had no idea that my pseudo-true empath abilities had seen through her long ago, though it was actually a selfish motivation that caused me to let her go despite being aware of her plans. I have to say that it's one of the few of my actions that I don't resent from those times. I switched out the ice and fire phoenix feathers she thought she had taken, and used my Eos Trey clan's manifestation to conjure a fake image she believed was real. After this, I hid the real feathers and used them as leverage to break my engagement with Chunglei. However, I asked for many other things as well. The most important reward I asked for was the Soul Kernel. Originally, I had planned to use this newfound power to seek out revenge on you, little husband. But, after I absorbed it, something surprising happened. The injuries to my soul that my clan's manifestation caused me were healed. It wasn't as instantaneous as it sounds. At first it was a small feeling. My thoughts grew less dark and I began to feel emotions like remorse and regret once more. Weeks later, it finally clicked what I had done. It was then that I entered the Elven Kingdom once more and had Primrose help me seal myself. I don't want little husband to blame her. In fact, if I could make a small request, please do help her. She's carried this burden all alone for so long. Primrose. Ree trembled. This girl was once her best friend. In fact, it was Primrose who pretended to be the Elven princess in Ree's stead for so many years. This is likely where our timelines begin to deviate. In my timeline, 30 or 40 years after I made this choice, Head Void ravaged our home planet. He killed so many, Sister Alexandria lost her parents, and hardly anyone remained. The only earthen elf remaining was Ree. As a result, she took pity on my Eostray clan and released us. We became among the only elves remaining. Back then, I had no idea what happened. After I was awoken, my memories were sealed and I lived life without being aware of the horrible deeds I committed. I watched as little husband tore a path toward revenge and smiled joyfully when you finally took Head Void's life with your own hands. You continued until you stood atop of the world, curbing the rebellion of every clan across the mortal plane. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough and little husband died during your final battle. The moment your life ended, the seals on my memories shattered and I was faced with the reality of my actions. But the heavens had given me a chance to do for little husband what you had done for me. I entered the Timeless Library. Little husband knows well of the Timeless Library. It was the structure that caused the Demon Sage's empire to fall, not to mention countless heroes before him. As such, you also know the problem with the Timeless Library. It teleports its users to a random point in time, either forwards or backwards. The issue is that logically speaking, time forward is infinite and time backward is finite, at least by the shallow comprehension of us humans. As a result, you are guaranteed to be teleported into the future. This is what probability dictates. The only way to curb this possibility is by pouring endless resources into the Timeless Library. Only then can you confine the timeline to a stricter range. However, this was where the Timeless Library was exposed for the fraud that it was. The Timeless Library took advantage of individuals, accumulating an unholy amount of resources as it forced experts to try and constrain its so-called randomness. But the reality of the matter was that these resources were stored and used against those who sought to save the mortal plane, and in the end, those individuals were taken to the exact points in time they least wanted to appear in. Little Husband exposed this truth. The timeless library was never a holy grail. It was more apropos to say that it was a philosopher's stone, an item that promised riches but only did so in exchange for countless reaped lives. The truth is that the timeless library isn't a treasure at all. Instead, it's a heaven's child capable of bending time to their will. Jade casually mentioned a matter that shook Diane to his core. A heaven's child? In league with the entity? I tell Little Husband this so that you know to be careful. Even the entity isn't fully capable of controlling a heaven's child. All it can do is lock them away in the so-called timeless library and use a carrot and a stick approach to push this heaven's child toward doing its bidding. I know what Little Husband must be thinking. If this heaven's child was a subordinate of the entity, how did I end up here by using the timeless library? Do you remember what the goal of the entity was from the beginning and even to now? The entity's senior brother sacrificed his life for the sake of the mortal plane, yet failed, leaving the entity bitter and enraged. Some might tell you that this senior brother and first disciple of Abraxas was just a good person, but this isn't entirely the truth. There is no such thing as absolute good in this world. Abraxas' first disciple transcended, but he couldn't let go of his mortal plane attachments. From the words the entity spoke in rage as it battled you, the first disciple was born to a relatively normal family. In the end, while he was able to break this mold and become a mighty cultivator, he was never able to bring his parents to the same height. He lost his mother and father not to some terrible enemy, but rather old age. Then, the first disciple faced tragedy once more. He who could hold the skies up with a single hand and destroy universes with a single thought lost the love of his life. Once more, not to a terrible enemy, as he had the ability to crush them all, but rather, old age. The first disciple transcended, hoping to leave behind these mortal affairs. He even became Abraxas' first ever disciple and became a force that was unmatched even on the immortal plane. Like this, he fell in love once more to another woman. He thought that everything was perfect. He would never face the same pain again. After all, this was the immortal plane, they were all immortal. However, fate is a cruel mistress. They lived together happily for billions of years. But then it happened again. No human or beast could take the lives of his loved ones. He was too powerful. But the heavens were undefeated. Once again, he lost his love to old age. This vicious cycle repeated itself again and again. Every time he believed he had closed off his emotions for good, he would be swayed once more. Each time he'd spend billions of years with his new, cherished love, only to lose them again to the ravages of time. 9 times this happened. 1 time on the mortal plane and 8 times on the immortal plane. Each time was just as devastating as the last. No less painful, no less horrible. Finally, this undefeatable man fell into a pit of despair. A man so powerful that even the heavens couldn't take his life was completely unable to protect those around him from those very heavens. It was even to the point where he was forced to watch as the only man he could have ever considered his equal, his master, Abraxas, crumble due to old age as well while he remained perfectly fine. The second disciple watched as all of occurred. The entity wasn't there from the very beginning, but it was there for long enough to watch as the first disciple brother it once used to know went from a cheery, lovable man to an emotionless wall. It was then that the matters of the mortal plane began to boil over. The first disciple realized that the mortal plane would soon collapse. However, he didn't want this to happen. He remembered his first wife and his parents. They were still within the cycle of reincarnation. The only thing that kept him going was watching their lives. If the mortal plane collapsed, wouldn't he collapse as well? This was how the first disciple's plan to save the mortal plane began. But unfortunately, for maybe the first time, the first disciple failed. Or maybe he failed on purpose so that he could break himself from the endless cycle of pain. This was the motivation for the second disciple's rage. It was even more angered by the heavens than its senior brother. It wanted everything to crash and burn. Working within the confounds of the heavens wouldn't work, so it would break them and crush everything. The second disciple knew how its senior brother felt all this time. Those waves of pain, that endless cycle of depression. It felt them all. This was the ability of the true empath. However, unlike its senior brother, the entity succeeded. Maybe not in building a new heavens, but it most definitely succeeded in crushing all that was. So, if you want an answer for how I made it here despite the timeless library being a person and not a treasure with its own rules, we have none other than the entity to thank. The structure of the heavens was completely shattered under its fists. As a result, the Heavens Child lost most if not all of their strength. In the end, the true function of the timeless library shone through. The timeless library is simply a vessel that can withstand the ravages of time. After countless travels, its accumulated timeless and spaceless chi was at a ridiculous level. In those moments, the so-called random time teleportation became a reality. Except this time, it was far different. In the past, the future was infinite, but the past was finite. However, because the structure of the heavens was shattered, there was only a finite past, there was no longer a future. As a result, it became impossible to teleport forward along the timeline, which meant that only going backward was possible. I took advantage of this. At first, I went too far back. It was random, after all. However, I had been prepared for this possibility. Much like Sister Amphory, I sealed myself away to appear at the appropriate time. But this was only after I cultivated to the realm of higher existences. If I didn't reach this level, my mind wouldn't be able to withstand such a long sleep. I weathered many dangers and thankfully finally succeeded. I then put myself to sleep and awoke no more than 50 years ago. When I awoke, it took everything I had to not seek out little husband. Instead, I searched long and hard for a suitable disciple. In the end, I settled on a little girl named Rose. You should know her a small bit, little husband. She was the one who prepared your disciple robes for you. Jade lightly smiled. However, this was only a small bit of my task here. Taking on little Rose is only meant to help my current timeline self grow into an expert who can help little husband. But my true purpose is to accelerate little husband's growth. In my timeline, you stood above the whole of the world, and I have no doubt that you can do it again. The only reason you lost is because you gave the entity too much time. Because your cultivation was sealed for far longer than you expected, many matters were delayed. Little husband, you must grow strong enough to battle the entity before it completes its absorption of your universe. No, everyone underestimated just how important our home universe was. It was meant to be a center for the rebirth of the mortal plane. But, due to the entity's interference, it never fulfilled the purpose it was originally intended to have. The entity completing its absorption is why it was able to ignore the suppression of the already weakened heavens and erupt with strength that shouldn't have appeared on this mortal plane. Though I am quite shameless, the purpose of this 9-cloud yang aphrodisiac is to accelerate the breaking of little husband's seal. If this seal is broken, you'll be able to do many things. You can control that snake Elder Nova instead of allowing that rat to fester. You'll be able to rebuff Head Void and save what will become the base of your foundation. You'll be able to enter the Golden Flame mystical realm and take the Sovereign Flame for yourself instead of being forced to hand it to God Goldine. With these advantages and little husband's unmatched wit and talent, I do not believe you will lose again. This is all I have to say, little husband. Be wary of Aritzia Sapientia. Take advantage of the Sapientia captives. But also don't forget about your mortal realm roots. The key to your victory will be fusing the martial and mortal realm, but you've neglected the mortal realm too much. I also suggest that you establish a working relationship with Lilith Ravana and Sarushruti. Do not shy away from the devil cultivators. They will be your strength. Though, quelling higher existence Ravana will be difficult. Do not neglect Damaris Agios either. The Crystal Dragon clan will be your epicenter for conquering the Drago Chelan lands. As will Calming Lake. Finally, trust little Rose. Though she is likely very angry with you right now, I know she will be there for you when the time comes. Forgive me, little husband. I want to make one final memory with you before I leave this world. Cut it off, Diane said, turning his gaze away. He didn't need to see what happened next, he knew well what scene he would see. Even if Jade didn't look disappointed and even looked eager to allow Diane to take her virginity for the sake of his better future, how could any woman feel comfortable in such a situation? She wanted so badly to be seen as Diane's wife, but his last words to her were about how he didn't have any feelings for her at all. A woman who sacrificed so much for him. Yet those were the words he said to her. It felt far too late to regret, and yet that was the only feeling that he could experience right this moment. His chest felt like it was on fire, his throat carrying a hurting pang. The tower spirit did as it was told, the images flickering and vanishing. Ree's eyes glistened with tears, while even Amphrey's expression was stiffer than usual. Diane closed his eyes, a deep rage boiling within him. The first and second floors of the Sage Tower were heaven-defying. Though Diane hadn't truly put the first floor to work just yet, the second floor was one he frequented. The first floor was reserved for weapons forgery. However, its main attraction was its weapons evolution room. By allowing weapons to devour each other, you can create stronger treasures. It's also possible to combine the abilities of two weapons into one with the help of this floor. Aside from this, there are many other features related to blacksmithing like forgery rooms, furnaces, sharpening stations, and the like. It also had many storage areas. Though these rooms are empty, a pattern Diane would start to see repeat itself very obviously. The second floor was a beast taming ground. Its main attraction was its beast evolution room. Normally a beast needs to absorb blood essence in order to evolve their realm. However, this second floor was on a complete other level. It could use the regular blood of beasts to gradually evolve the grade of lower-level beasts, though the room was far more efficient if blood essence was used. In addition, much like the first floor, its other rooms were very good for beast taming and the like. It contained many cages that could suppress and force rowdy beasts into a deep sleep, not to mention soothing areas that calmed beasts and made it easier to tame them. The third floor, the first new floor Diane gained access to, was related to herbs. It had many fields capable of growing spiritual herbs. Eli would have liked this space very much. The main attraction of this floor was its ability to evolve herbs. It was also possible to create new herbs by splicing together ones that seemed compatible. For example, one could fuse several common grade herbs to form a practitioner grade 1 or a new common grade 1 with more versatility. Essentially, this floor could supplement an herb's lack of age with quantity. The fourth floor was similar but rooted in alchemy. It could fuse pills together to form higher grade and higher purity level pills. It also had the ability to duplicate pills with the help of the highest level creation array Diane had ever seen in his life. In exchange for energy stones, one could endlessly duplicate pills, even ones of incredibly high grades, as long as you had the appropriate funds. Diane began to lament the planet-grade pill he used to revive Lena. Had he unlocked this floor before, he would have definitely used it back then. The fifth floor was related to formations. Its use almost made Diane forget his rage entirely. This was how useful it was. Using the fifth floor, one could pre-draw formations, then deploy them in a near instant. The best part was that one only needed to pre-draw this formation a single time, then it could be reused continuously as long as one had the appropriate amount of energy stones. When Diane saw the formations the demon sage had chosen to pre-draw, he almost erupted into laughter. The formations were so pathetic Diane wanted to laugh at their absurdity. They were flawed beyond belief. Just a single poke from Diane's soul chi would be enough to shatter them. Diane directly made the tower spirit erase them all. Of course, if the demon sage's pre-drawn formations were here, so were the formations that once graced the immortal plane. Unfortunately, Diane would never be able to use them. Even with all his new wealth, he definitely didn't have the funds necessary to replicate even 1% of these formations. And even if he did, he had no idea what any of them did. It hurt his mind just to briefly glance at them. In fact, the first time Diane stepped onto the fifth floor, he directly lost consciousness for several hours before learning his lesson. The sixth floor was where the Sage Tower's abilities as a war machine truly began to shine. This floor was centered around recovery and healing. Simply standing within its main room made Diane feel that his innate healing factor was 10 times as fast, and he hadn't even fed it any energy stones yet. Diane even vaguely felt his right elbow tingle as his arm began to reconstruct itself. If I can bring back holy-type stones from my constitution's world, this room would make my armies undefeatable. The seventh floor was an energy plant. When the tower spirit explained its function to him, Diane began to understand why this war machine could have only possibly come from the immortal plane. The seventh floor's function was to gather up energy, working similarly to the energy core. However, it was very different in a few ways. The energy core's ability to suck up energy was an active ability that relied on its user's prowess. Due to this, Diane was confused as to how it took in the primordial energy of an entire universe in an instant when he obviously didn't have the power to do such a thing. It was a mystery Diane still hadn't solved to this day. However, this seventh floor wasn't like that at all. It was more accurate to say that its ability to suck up energy was passive and near unlimited. As long as Diane provided it a target and gave it some time, it would be able to suck up the energy needed to complete its tasks. In fact, it was possible to power the Sage Tower entirely with the help of the seventh floor and never invest a single stone into it. What was the seventh floor's most beloved food? Stars. The demon general had renamed the seventh floor Star Destroyer for this exact reason. Still, as heaven-defying as the seventh floor was, the eighth and ninth were even more so. The eighth floor of the Sage Tower is where it truly earned its title of War Machine. In fact, this title was exactly what the demon sage chose to name this eighth floor. It could be said that the bottom 6 floors were for support and upkeep, while the top 3 floors, including the seventh, was where the most important and shocking treasures were hidden. Martial world battlefields were ruled by top-tier experts. A single outstanding warrior could flip the landscape of a battlefield on its head. This wasn't like the mortal realm where tactics, teamwork, and sacrifice ruled, which was likely why the martial world usually ignored so-called tactics altogether. Though it was true that a single Dao expert could never defeat millions of Celestials alone, what if a group of 10 million Celestials had to fight a group of 5 million backed by a single Dao expert? Believe it or not, that singular individual would be enough to tilt the results of the battle toward the latter group. Dao experts had too many advantages. Their domains, their near-endless stamina, their superior mental fortitude and focus, the list went on and on. They were on a completely different level. A singular Madeline tapping into just part of the powers a Dao expert possessed was able to eradicate an army of disciples in just a few minutes. What was the key deciding factor here? It was simple. A Celestial didn't have the means to injure or threaten a Dao expert. Even if a Dao expert couldn't defeat millions of Celestials alone, it was impossible for that group of Celestials to stop said Dao expert from running precisely because of this reason. However, this eighth floor changed all of this. Its purpose was to fight quality with quantity. There were 2 main facets of this floor. The first was known as War Cannon. Objectively speaking, the energy output of millions of Celestials would always trump that of a single Dao expert, no matter how much higher the quality of enigmatic Qi was. The issue was that these millions of Celestials didn't have the ability to focus this energy into a cohesive attack. War Cannon was able to accept the energy of thousands of low-level cultivators at once to form them into a singular high-quality attack of devastating proportions. This was fighting quality with quantity. In addition, this War Cannon wasn't just good for fighting singular experts, it was even better for siege warfare as it could send out attacks on an incredibly large scale as well. The second facet of the 8th floor was its deconstruction cannon. This facet had far more finesse than the first as it relied on the comprehension and knowledge of its wielder. What warring clans dreaded the most were large-scale formations. They'd often take months if not years to slowly destroy by force and had a way of allowing their enemies to regroup and strengthen themselves, not to mention allow them to call for reinforcements. The deconstruction cannon could be said to be the polar opposite of the mending core. While one fixed things to their original or even better than state, the other deconstructed things to their smallest individual parts. The 5th floor allowed instant formation deployment. In a similar fashion, the deconstruction cannon allowed the tower owner to etch the target formation into its system. It would then accept an adequate amount of energy to systematically dismantle the formation in question. When Diane listened to the tower spirit explain the deconstruction cannon to him, he felt as though a flash went off in his mind. It's like a computer virus or a decryption code. Diane suddenly thought back to Jade's words. She said that he had neglected his mortal realm roots too much for the sake of seeking out the knowledge of the martial realm. Could that be true? Had I applied this concept on my own, could I have constructed a deconstruction cannon of my own long ago by fusing my comprehension of the mortal and martial realm into one? Diane began to seriously ponder, remaining silent for a long time. Because their cultivation was sealed away, Diane's home universe evolved in a completely different lane than the rest of the martial world. They became men of science and technology instead of warriors of cultivation. Just a single example was enough to make how much further ahead Diane's home was in comparison to the rest of mortal plane clear. Heat death. It was something that the martial world only just became aware of. Suddenly, their own mortalities became very apparent to them. However, Diane's home was able to grasp this concept even while their world was in its infancy. Technically speaking, it should have been the much older universes that comprehended this concept long ago, yet it was Diane's home that did so. Just how many more examples of this could there be? I always seek out the solutions of the martial world to fix all of my problems, but what if I didn't? The mortal network was something Diane could have never come up with had he not been familiar with the internet of his home realm. This very mortal concept was making the all-powerful Sapientia run around like headless chicken. If just one concept pushed them so far, what could the others do? Diane sighed, looking up at the blank ceiling of the 8th floor. Thank you, Jade. The 9th floor simply blew the previous 8 out of the water. To describe it in just one sentence, it was the perfect marriage partner for the Jafari clan treasure. The demon sage called it the terraforming floor. However, to limit it to such a name simply didn't do it justice. The 9th floor was able to reconstruct any landscape. If provided with enough energy, it could turn a sea of fire into a land of snow, or a valley into the tallest mountain. This floor was especially effective on the immortal plane where only one piece of land existed instead of numerous planets within nothing but black space between them. Simply put, considering most high-level battles couldn't even take place on a planet's surface on the mortal plane, this terraforming ability wasn't particularly effective, it would seem. If Diane was on the immortal plane, if he entered a battlefield he didn't like, he could simply change it. For example, the greatest weakness of the blue whale was that its cold chi was useless in the air. But, with the 9th floor, Diane could turn any area into a boundless sea as long as he was provided with enough energy and time. Unfortunately, the uses on the mortal plane were limited. That said, there were 2 places where this 9th floor would be incredibly effective, within the epistemic tower and within the gates. Whether it was the Saint, Celestial, and Tao floors or the campaign battlefields, they were all incredibly large pieces of land that could withstand high-level battles, and as such were prime locations for terraforming. This was what Diane concluded after a few moments. It was a great ability, it simply didn't have many places where it could show off its prowess on the mortal plane. Wait! But then Diane paused once more. What if? One of the most inconvenient parts about building an empire in an upstart universe were the obscene distances between everything. Diane's home planet only had 5 planets while Sol Rend universe only had 6. But this wasn't the total number of habitable planets between both. Every universe, conservatively speaking, had hundreds to thousands, if not definitely more habitable planets. In fact, clans and sects that controlled quadrants for countless epochs took advantage of this while spreading their population outward. Diane initially assumed that the 9th floor would only be effective on large pieces of land. Since the laws of physics on the mortal plane didn't allow such large lands to exist outside of artificial realms, it should have been impossible to make full use of the treasure. But then he thought of something else. What if he used it to restructure and reorganize the layout of his universe as he deemed fit instead? If a universe was invaded, planets furthest from its power center would be in danger. And one would have to spread your forces over countless trillions of miles. However, what if Diane had the ability to systematically organize all of the habitable planets into one cohesive region? Normally, this would be impossible. Planets have their own gravitational pulls and magnetic fields. In addition, they rely on being very precise distances from their neighboring stars to survive as well. If any of these things are pushed off balance, it could very quickly make a habitable planet a land of death. But the 9th floor completely flipped these ideas on its head. Even the very laws that govern the mortal plane could be shifted to the user's will. Of course, one couldn't change these laws with impunity. Or, rather, you would require an obscene amount of energy, more than was available on the mortal planes, to do so. However, if it was just about stabilizing the gravitational and magnetic fields of a few hundred planets, while also keeping their ecosystems balanced, it was well within the capabilities of the 9th floor. This is good. No, this is more than good. I can construct universes to absolute perfection without having to fuse them and place them at risk like dark ocean. And even if I do fuse them, I can construct them such that they're not as vulnerable as it might appear. What if Diane layered the magnetic fields of multiple planets to construct an impenetrable defensive formation? What if he rearranged the black holes that even Tao experts feared around his center of power and made invading him nigh impossible? What if he gathered the stars of a universe in a single location, forcing his enemies to attempt to navigate the darkness of space without any visual references? How difficult would it be to fly through a universe when all the stars were gone? You'd be greeted with a sea of darkness, making it impossible to tell which way was up, down, left, or right. How would you even attack if you didn't know which direction to go in because you couldn't tell which direction you had come from? The more Diane thought, the cleverer and more devious his schemes became. If he was able to implement even a single % of these ideas, attacking the Mortal Alliance would become a nightmare for his enemies. Of course, the idea of moving every star in a universe for such a plan was asinine. Even if he used the 7th floor to accumulate the necessary power, even millions of years wouldn't be enough to complete the task for just one universe, let alone the fact Diane planned on controlling many more than that. However, Diane only thought of this possibility in order to open a new realm of thought for himself. If he could control a universe like a god, wouldn't he be untouchable? If we used the 9th floor to rearrange a group of stars into a flame-based attack array, we really would be untouchable. Even the war cannon wouldn't be able to match its might. Oh, if we incorporated concepts from the Golden Crow clans, 9 sons of Armageddon and their sun god body into this formation, it would be even better than that star-grade formation within the Tao of array alchemy. If we manipulate the strong gravitational pulls of several black holes, it should be possible to form an impenetrable barrier around our habitable planets after gathering them into one location. Still, I can't be too greedy. Black holes are incredibly dangerous. Even a higher existence would lose their life if they traveled too close to one. I'll have to be careful if I use this method. I wonder if the 9th floor can manipulate the void too. What if I fused 2 universes together, but instead of doubling to their cumulative size, I instead layered them atop of each other? In fact, better yet, what if I shrunk the size of a universe? If that was possible, couldn't I logically thicken the void layer around the universe? Then wouldn't it be even more difficult to penetrate into our mortal alliance? Diane kept mumbling these wild ideas to himself. Ree and Amphory had been watching him mutter away like a madman for the better part of the past day. Yet he kept going as though his stream of thoughts was endless. They began to worry that his mind might overheat. More than 80% of Diane's ideas were unviable simply due to the ridiculous energy requirements necessary. But there were some others, like the formation of stars, that were very much possible given enough time, patience, and resources. Ree giggled lightly at this slightly erratic version of Diane. She had only stayed by his side for so long because she was worried about how he'd react to Jade's situation, but it seemed he had bounced back quicker than she expected. She could tell that he was still troubled by the situation, but she also knew that he had chosen to look forward instead of backward. That was the kind of man Diane was. Since his future self messed up, he wouldn't allow this current version of himself to do the same. If he wasn't certain before, he was certain now. He couldn't allow Jade's tragedy to repeat. Ree smiled and left silently. She had taken up responsibility as the Elven Queen. She had taken a more hands-on approach to fostering the growth of the elves during the past few years, and it was a responsibility that she was intent on upholding. Jade's words about the final remaining elves struck a nerve with Ree. She wouldn't allow her people to face the same fate in this life. Since Diane was working hard, she would work hard too. Finally, countless hours later, Diane awoke from his trance, numerous plans floating around in his mind. Oh! Diane looked toward Amphory with an apologetic expression. However, Amphory didn't seem perturbed. Lord Husband, are you all right? Diane smiled. Amphory looked truly adorable right now. She was clearly out of her comfort zone, trying to help Diane feel better while not being certain how to. Her slightly flustered appearance made Diane's heartbeat quicken. Diane's arm reflexively wrapped around her small waist. Her aura was so powerful that he felt his newly reconstructed forearm crumbling under her presence. But he held her tightly anyway. One of these days, I'm going to conquer you. The words almost came out in a low growl, a bestial rumbling hidden deep within Diane's chest. He would never say such a thing to any of his other wives. What conquering? He saw his women as his own equals. Just like he was, they were pillars for the future success of the mortal alliance. However, something felt different about his relationship with Amphrey. There was still a barrier between the two of them, though it was an incredibly thin one. It existed nonetheless. There was a heavy power imbalance in their relationship. This wasn't something as simple as Amphrey being far stronger than Diane, it was something deeper than that. She was more mature, her mind was steadier, and she spent more time uplifting Diane than Diane spent uplifting her. Diane understood this reality more than anyone. His words weren't something anchored in some toxic will to dominate his woman. It was about expressing his desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with his wife, to promise her that there'd be a day where he too could uplift her. Amphrey smiled lightly, resting her head on Diane's chest. I look forward to it, Lord Husband. The faint whisper of her voice made Diane's spine tingle. He wanted to whisk her away to the nearest bed, but remembering his pathetic display last time, he refrained. Instead, there was something more important he felt he had to do. For now, I'll have to rely on you. Diane smiled. I'd like to know more about your clan. I don't mean the Pakals. Rather, I want to understand more about what it means to be an angel. This was something Diane felt he needed to understand. Now that Amphrey's memories from her first life had awoken after meeting Diane, there was no better person to learn from than his own wife. Diane and Amphrey moved locations, settling within the hidden garden of the Soul Palace, just a few meters away from the fountain that protected the entrance of the celestial beast realm. The small garden was just as beautiful as usual. After paying respects to Mia and Bella's grave, the couple sat before its small stream, Amphrey happily sitting on Diane's lap. It seemed that even if she was aware that she wore the pants of their relationship, she still didn't mind pretending to be vulnerable for Diane's sake. Who knows, maybe that was the real reason she insisted on calling him Lord Husband. You probably already know that angels are separated into two categories: Hell's Angels and Angels. One is known for their body prowess, while the other is known for their chi control, manipulation, and output. Still, there are some special categories, as there always are. My father, from my first life, had black wings tinted in red. This sort of tinted color layered atop of your path choice is only possible for angels with high blood purity and comprehension. The red-winged path is one of battle and blood. While I have white wings normally, just like my father, my wings are also tinted in red. Well, maybe tinted isn't a strong enough word. Amphrey's words trailed off. Since it didn't seem like she was intent on completing her thoughts, Diane didn't press her. He wasn't yet stable enough to help her carry her burdens. So who was he to press her to reveal her secrets? Lord Husband is a bit, no, more than a bit special, though. You don't seem to have angel blood, but you very clearly have angel wings and share the abilities of angels as well. Also, you can bring out white, black, and even golden wings. In addition to all of this, you can display the characteristics of the virtuous, archangels, thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. Amphrey took a deep breath. You might have guessed, but the virtuous have 2 pairs of wings, archangels have 3 pairs of wings, thrones have 4, cherubs have 5, and seraphs have 6. Though Lord Husband has yet to form his 6th pair, you've already entered the realm of cherubs. Diane stifled a laugh, causing Amphrey to look back and up at him in confusion. He was then forced to explain that in his mortal world, cherubs were cute babies with wings. It was hard for Diane to connect with the 5-winged demigods Amphrey described. Lord Husband's world is peculiar, Amphrey said with a light smile. But inwardly, she was quite happy to learn more about Diane. There is something I'm confused about, though. Diane said, why was it that no one of the angel clan I saw had more than 1 pair of wings? Also, I believe I asked you during your first life about my wings, but you said you didn't have an answer back then. What changed? For Lord Husband's second question, that is fairly simply. When Luna Moon helped me along my resurrection path, she also gave me great amounts of good karma. This helped me both directly and indirectly. Much like beasts, high-race humans can pass along secrets within their bloodlines as well. Luna Moon helped me to learn secrets that were buried deeply within myself. It's thanks to her that I have an answer. As for your first question, it's tied to the answer for the second. The angel clan you saw was a shell of its former self. We were a mighty race, but fell from grace. If this wasn't the case, how could we be a small clan on the even smaller planet Moon? Diane nodded. This was true. The angel clan was still powerful back then, but it wasn't even the royal god clan of that planet. How could that be them at their full strength? No one of the angel clan we know had more than one pair of wings because there was no one remaining that could bestow any more. According to angel lore, wings could only be blessed upon an individual by a higher-ranking individual. And only the wielder of the angel clan's faith could bless cherubs with the strength of a seraph. Diane understood. A throne could bless a virtuous with the rank of archangel. But a throne couldn't give another its own throne rank unless they were willing to give up their own power to make it happen. However, when the power structure of the angels crumbled, there was no longer anyone who could bless or bestow higher rankings. But I'm sure you see the obvious. For such a system to be birthed, someone had to become the first seraph, but how could that be possible? It becomes a chicken and the egg loop that's unfeasible to solve unless you were witness to the creation of the angel clan. It appeared, though, that Lord Husband's existence deems to solve this mystery. I've had only one pair of wings all my life, but after dual cultivating with Lord Husband just once, I blossomed a second. Lord Husband, your golden wings aren't just marginally more powerful than white, black, or even red wings. They're the very foundation of the angel clan itself. They're known as the wings of blessings. They're pairs of wings that shook the enemies of the angels for countless eras, not because of their individual strength, but because of the strength they could bestow upon those with angel blood. What? Amphory and Diane were startled by the sudden appearance of a third party. When Diane saw who it was, he couldn't help but get annoyed. This girl was practically his arch-nemesis, Holy Princess Liliana. She hadn't bothered him in so long that Diane practically forgot all about her. Now that he thought about it, maybe she was trying to get herself a new body alongside the other title spirits. In the end, Diane just played along. He knew that this holy princess hated him as much as he hated her, so for her to come out anyway, she must have a good reason. Is there a problem? Also, don't you know it's rude to listen in on the conversations of others? Liliana snorted. You must be wrong, little girl. There's no way this deviant shares the same power as the holy goddess. The holy ark. It was a vessel so heaven-defying that even the furniture that once graced it were auctioned off for obscene prices. In fact, a large part of the reason Ree was not blind today was in thanks to a visor created using a piece of furniture from the Holy Ark. From what Diane understood, the vessel was led by women. 108 princesses, 12 queens, 3 empresses, and finally, the Holy Goddess. But there was something Diane's mind picked up on immediately. The first time Diane met Liliana was the very same day he first met Aritzia. Their meeting seemed coincidental. Diane just happened to stumble upon Liliana's statue while Aritzia was trying out her luck. Thanks to that coincidental event, Diane learned many valuable things from Aritzia that day. The first was the composition of the Holy Ark. Those 124 women held titles that were world-renowned and wielded so much faith that their vessel was undefeatable. The second was the power of the Holy Goddess. Diane didn't have any direct information about this, but there was one fact he learned that day that shocked him beyond compare. The first white mother was only one of 3 empresses on the Holy Ark. However, the third was what made Diane freeze. According to Aritzia, the Holy Goddess spent her life alone, but she did fall in love with one man, the first disciple of Abraxas. It was no wonder Diane was shaken by this fact. According to Jade, Abraxas' first disciple only fell in love once on the mortal plane, and that first love of his died to old age. How could it be possible for a woman the caliber of the Holy Goddess, a woman with a transcendent worthy enough to call Abraxas master, to die to old age? It made no sense. Of course, it was also possible that this was an unrequited love. Aritzia said that the Holy Goddess fell for a man, but never said anything about whether that man fell for her or not. However, there was something else that was more curious. It made Diane's head spin trying to wrap his head around it. The first white mother was currently Abraxas' third disciple. But, according to Evangeline, the entity, Abraxas' second disciple, hadn't been there to witness its senior brother's first few wives on the immortal plane. What did this mean? It meant that between the entity transcending and the first disciple becoming Abraxas' disciple, there were several tens of billions of years. This meant that in all likelihood, even more time should have passed between then and the first white mother transcending and becoming a disciple. The timelines simply didn't sync together. For the holy goddess to fall in love with Abraxas' first disciple, she had to meet him, no? But by this logic, the first disciple should have long since transcended by the time the first white mother became a holy empress. Of course, there was one possible simple explanation for this. Maybe the first disciple and the first white mother actually transcended during the same general time, and it simply took Abraxas longer to accept her than him. That is possible. Dian thought to himself. But is that what happened? Why do I feel like there's something more to this? That's why. That's why it's so unlikely. Dian understood now why his instincts told him that explanation wasn't likely to be the truth. The first disciple's biggest heart demon was watching those he loved die one after another to old age. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't stop it. Even Abraxas was growing old before his eyes. How could the first white mother survive from the time the first disciple transcended to now? It could be possible that the first white mother simply had a firmer Tao heart than the women the first disciple fell in love with. However, if even Abraxas grew old during that time frame, that made this explanation incredibly unlikely. Dian shook his head, deciding not to think about this anymore. What was the point in harping over the semantics of a story he didn't have the full facts of? It seems that you can finally make yourself useful. I assume that you were hidden within a statue of the Valley of Geniuses for a long time, correct? You can finally fulfill your duty. Liliana stared daggers toward Dian. I was waiting for an individual who would accept the holy goddess legacy. But that person can't be you. You don't have any angel blood. Liliana wasn't a fool. She had been waiting so long for someone with the wings of blessings, yet she had tried to kill that someone? She would never live it down. No, she would deny this to the very ends of the earth. Dian smirked, seeing through Liliana's thoughts. Maybe this would be his perfect revenge. Instead of torturing her for almost killing him, making her realize that he was the person she waited for all this time would be the sweetest form of revenge he could imagine. If Dian had to choose a person to believe, it would obviously be Amphory. The moment she spoke those words, he had already accepted them. Seeing that Liliana's spirit form seemed only a step away from erupting into a mist of hot air, Dian laughed. All right. How about you tell me more about this holy goddess? Humph. Liliana harumphed. Scoundrel. Bad man. Deviant. Dian shook his head. Her bank of insults was still expanding far too slowly. This woman was a lost cause. I'll speak about her not because you asked, but because the holy goddess story is one that deserves to be spread. The holy goddess carried the faith of the angel clan, and during her rule, we were truly unmatched. However, our vessel wasn't one solely for the angel clan, though many of our fellow sisters did have angel blood running through their veins. The first white mother is just one of the many outsiders we accepted into our fold. Though Goddess wasn't able to bestow her the strength of a true seraph, she still elevated the first white mother to the level of seraph ceremonially by bestowing upon her the title of empress. The queens were our cherubs, and us princesses were thrones. The story itself isn't one of ups and downs. The holy arc was unmatched. We didn't have such a thing as arch-enemies, and we rarely, if ever, faced dangers. We simply spread the blessings of our goddess far and wide. Even I don't know why our story came to an end so abruptly. What I can tell you, though, is that the epistemic towers wouldn't exist today had it not been for us. Liliana gripped her small fists. That scoundrel, that bad man. Dian suddenly realized that Liliana wasn't talking about him anymore. But that just made it even more sad. She had billions of years to think of insults for this person she clearly hated, yet this was the best she could do. Maybe these holy maidens really were too pure. He suddenly felt bad for punishing her at all. Holy Goddess did all that work for him, but then he just up and left. Holy Goddess was very different after that. One day she just disappeared. I like to think that she transcended, but I have no way of knowing. I myself never had the talent to transcend, so I had no hope in finding out. I see. So it seems my instincts were correct. The creation of the epistemic towers really is linked to the old man's first disciple. Liliana grit her teeth. If it wasn't for holy goddess blessings of creation, could he have ever succeeded, that arg? It seemed she had given up on insults and just settled for animalistic grunts instead. Poor girl. Either way, you can't possibly be who the holy goddess was waiting for. How could you have the wings of blessings and not have angel blood? Speaking of which, you have to send me back to the Valley of Geniuses when it opens next. I have to go back to doing my... Liliana's words became caught in her throat. It wasn't because she had ran out of things to say. As long as it wasn't about coming up with insults, this young lady had a gift for speaking. Maybe it would more accurately be called a gift for speaking too much. Instead, the reason she froze, unable to speak, was because Diane's golden wing had suddenly appeared. From his sitting position, it whipped through the air, threatening to slice Liliana in half, only for it to stop right before her forehead. A cold sweat permeated down Liliana's back despite being a spirit. She had felt death overwhelm her in that moment. Diane's presence had fused with every aspect of his being, and spirits and souls were incredibly vulnerable to presence. If Diane really wanted to, he really could eradicate what remained of Liliana's soul with a single attack. W-Wings O of BBB Blessin' GGS. Liliana truly hadn't seen this scene before. Since she had been with Diane, there were only 3 occasions he had brought out his golden wings. The first time was to suppress and embarrass Anik. The second time was in his battle against the cathedral. And the third time was within the Golden Flame mystical world during Diane's final battle with the 4 Scions and God Goldine. Unfortunately for Liliana, or maybe fortunately, during those first 2 instances she had been thrust into a world of torture alongside Matriarch Niveus. She had no way to see what happened outside. During the third time, because Madeline had been unconscious before due to the Marshall St. Pill, Liliana had been forced to leave her body and reside within Diane's mind's eye. During that time, Diane blocked her vision of the outside world, not wanting to deal with her nonsense. Of course, there was a 4th time as well. This was when Diane was flying through the water mist sect to escape to the dark ocean. However, during this time, Liliana wasn't with Diane. She was within the celestial beast's mystical world. This was the first time. The very first time Liliana had seen Diane's wings. And it hit her like a ton of bricks. I really almost killed the goddess successor. Diane was having a hard time holding back his smirk. Maybe if it hadn't been for Amphory who was still in his arms, he would have been laughing too hard for his lips to contain. Liliana grit her teeth. Holy Princess greets, SSS. What was that? Diane leaned his ear over. SSU. Diane's eyes blinked innocently. Successor. Liliana finally forced out. Though neither said it, this really was a stroke of fate. Under normal circumstances, Liliana would have directly ignored Diane when he came to her statue. But then he started groping her. As a holy princess, she couldn't stand that, so she came out to reprimand him. As a result, she sensed his overwhelming soul, a soul that should have been too powerful for anyone on the mortal plane to contain. This led to Liliana trying to kill Diane for what she thought were his evil deeds and finally getting trapped. Had all of these things not happened, Liliana would have waited forever without finding the person she had waited for all of this time. Finally, Liliana settled her emotions and sighed. How? How what? Diane's voice no longer carried a teasing tone. He decided to let her off the hook for now. How can you have those wings but no angel blood? I wouldn't have made such a mistake had you had even the smallest drop of angel blood. Diane shrugged. My parents are mortal, how could I have angel blood? These wings are a result of my manifestation causing changes to my body. Manifestation? Yes. My manifestation has angel wings. Not long after I awoke my manifestation, a painful tattoo etched into my back, and this was the result. Thanks to that, even when my soul was sealed away, I was still able to use my wings. I see. It's not unfeasible if that's the case then. Diane tilted his head in confusion, but it was Amphory who answered. There are some cases where manifestations can grow powerful enough to elevate the race of their wielder, Lord Husband. Amphory said lightly. For example, if someone with a weapon spirit cultivates their manifestation to a high enough realm, it isn't impossible to display some of the prowess of a half-sword sprite like the Dyusho clan disciples. Diane's brows arched in surprise. So such a thing is possible too. It is still a bit odd though. My angel wings etched into my body quickly, almost too quickly. I had hardly had my manifestation for a few weeks at that point. But none of the other parts of my manifestation reacted in that way. It's probably because your manifestation takes yourself as its form. It's very different from your halos. Diane thought for a bit, then accepted it. He hadn't ever heard of anyone having themselves for their manifestation, but he did. When Delia evoked her Ice Queen manifestation, it wasn't actually a reflection of herself, but the originator of her constitution. However, Diane's manifestation wasn't just humanoid, it looked exactly like himself. It shared his personality too. It felt like him, albeit more mature and brooding. Diane once more had no choice but to ignore much of this. He was still in the process of comprehending his manifestations. He definitely didn't need anything more to complicate that process. So, what will you teach me today? Diane said with a wide grin. Wait, why you? It seemed Liliana had finally gotten over herself enough to notice Amphrey. You have angel blood. How is that possible? Amphrey only shrugged. It seemed for people who weren't Diane, she couldn't be bothered to speak, let alone explain much of anything. Liliana sighed. This whole family wants to drive me insane. Other than those overgrown Nephilim clan monstrosities, there shouldn't be any angel clan blood remaining. Her being here makes no sense at all. And her blood is quite pure at that. Very pure. Hearing the Nephilim clan mentioned, Diane remembered the Emperor Giant clan. According to what he understood, they fell under that umbrella. It seemed that if he wanted to use his blessings appropriately, he had to find individuals with angel blood. That left only Amphrey and their potential children, but the Emperor Giant clan was another possible avenue. If he could subdue them properly, they'd become a very powerful pawn for him. It was too bad he didn't like Anik very much. Finally, after ranting for an obscene amount of time, Liliana finally snorted. You want to gain the goddess legacy, but are you even worthy? Do you even know what holding up her mantle entails? You might be a great soul talent, but controlling the wings of blessings isn't related to the soul at all. Blessings are an ancient form of magic. The only magic that can stand its equal in terms of ancestry and power is dragon tongue. Diane suddenly thought back to the dragon saliva he gained from the golden flame mystical world. If he recalled correctly, the twins said dragon saliva was the result of accumulated dense magic from repeated use of dragon tongue. It seemed that maybe it was more valuable than he gave it credit for. You don't understand even the most basic magic, yet you want to comprehend blessings? What a joke. Diane waved his hand. Just tell me what the blessings are. I need to decide whether they are worth my learning or not. Did you just imply that they might not be? It's not that I'm looking down on your goddess, but I truly don't have the time to spend in just any fashion. Even if I split off a clone from myself, that still requires some thought. I can only form one of my highest level clones at a time. Junior's soul hasn't broken into the celestial realm yet, so our experiences aren't shared yet either. And even if he had, he's more suited toward curses instead of magic due to his constitution, so I can't make use of him either. So just tell me what I can expect. How about it, teacher? Liliana's small face suddenly brightened when Diane called her teacher. She even puffed out her chest a bit, smiling with pride. She was truly too childish. Since my student has asked so politely, I'll have to oblige, Liliana said proudly. Every pair of wings represents a new level of blessings. Angel wings have new meridian circulation paths that normal humans do not have access to. Every new set of wings complicates these circulation patterns to a higher degree. Essentially, having angel wings gives you access to angel magic, and these circulations are where the term magic circle comes from. Black wings contain body reinforcement magic. White wings contain chi amplification and control magic. Red wings contain battle magic. Gold wings contain the magic of blessings. I can say that with your battle prowess now. If you suddenly comprehended all of the magic circles hidden within your wings instantaneously, you'd be able to battle a Dao expert even if you never healed your arm. Though with the true power of blessings regrowing an arm is child's play. Diane, who had been listening passively, almost stood up abruptly. Had it not been for Amphrey who was on his lap, he really would have done so. What did you just say? Oh? Is student very interested now? It seemed it was Liliana's turn for payback. Though you don't know about magic, you should know at least this much. The 108 meridians of a magic master represent 108 cores. The more cores a magic master can control, the greater strength they wield. However, this core limit is just for normal humans and beasts. Beasts and higher race humans that have deep magic ancestry can do away with those limits. Without cores, magic becomes more free-flowing and becomes a better representation of your imagination. It almost becomes more like creation, like the work of a goddess. Different species have different methods of doing away with this limiter. Dragons use language, but angels use our wings. If you can will things into existence just with your thoughts and words, you can wield unimaginable power. Humph. Magic is far better than array alchemy. Diane's lips twitched. He had a feeling she said this because the first disciple she hated so much was the founder of array alchemy. But Diane couldn't exactly refute her. It was just that both disciplines were good for different things. Magic was just far better for combat. If Diane could use his soul for battle the same way magic could be used, maybe he would already be unafraid of a higher existence. Because of that odd manifestation of yours, you seem to be able to tap into 3 of the 4 angel magic disciplines. However, that's not necessarily a good thing. Learning and mastering just one is difficult enough, let alone 3. Also, when I was alive, I was an angel with white wings while Holy Goddess was an angel with golden wings. So, you have no one to help you grasp body reinforcement magic. You can only rely on yourself. Is that so? Diane nodded. I'll give you 10 years with my clone. Liliana was stunned awake from her high. Clone? Like I said, I don't have time. If learning magic is as hard for me as it was learning runic vein theory, it might be better if I don't attempt it at all. Diane sighed. Why can't everything be as easy as array alchemy? Liliana's lip twitched while the demon sage who was hiding not far nearby so he could make sure Diane didn't take advantage of his daughter felt a keen sense of kinship with Liliana. He had felt this same exact way when he heard Diane say this before. Though Liliana said array alchemy was inferior, there was no doubt which discipline was more difficult. There was a reason array alchemy was split into formation theory and alchemy. Just the 2 lesser disciplines that made it up were unequal for magic, let alone them fused together. The difficulty was even higher than just the sum of its parts. Diane was oblivious to the feelings of his 2 mentors. All he could remember was spending 25 years slaving away over runic vein theory tomes, yet he was barely at the standard of a decently high-level practitioner now. Simply put, when it came to his talent in disciplines not named array alchemy, he felt he was trash. Of course, he didn't take into account that the demon sage was teaching him by ancient standards. By modern-day standards, Diane was nearly a grandmaster runic vein master. But, even still, Diane was very close to becoming a planet lord array alchemist by ancient standards. So, he obviously wasn't satisfied with his slow progress in the other fields. It seemed he was a bit spoiled by his array alchemy talent. That said, although Diane said he'd only give Liliana 10 years, he planned on seeing this through to the end. The battle prowess he was promised was no joke. If it really was so exaggerated, the day he mastered angel magic would be the day he was unmatched on the mortal plane. As Diane was preparing a clone to leave with Liliana and another to leave with his father-in-law, the martial world was in an uproar because less than 30 years after Diane, yet another name had appeared within the ranks of True God. 3rd trial. 7th place, Sarah Shreddy. 4th trial. 1st place, Sarah Shreddy. 5th trial. 1st place, Diane Sacharo. Deaths. 2nd place, Sarah Shreddy. Deaths. 57. The Shreddy clan princess had finally re-emerged. Will you come with me somewhere? After handling the matters of Liliana and Sargeras, Diane spoke to Amphrey once more. He had many things that he needed to wrap up before he entered Calming Lake, but none were more important than 2 in particular. He had to figure out what to do with the Flaming Lily disciples who were practically sitting on a timer to their deaths. And he also had to finish the matters of the Watermist sect. From what Ree and Diane were aware of, Jasmine was likely in a horrible situation. In fact, her life and death might be unknown. In truth, Diane felt a debt of gratitude toward her. He shouldn't, considering their interactions were a simple business transaction, but Diane still found it hard to maintain the blunt coldness he would probably need to lead the mortal alliance to the pinnacle. There was a third matter as well that Diane was trying to decide upon. He just wasn't sure if he should handle it now or later, and that was the matter surrounding the populations that remained of his mortal realm. Over the past 5 to 6 years, the mortal realm geniuses had been making their mark. Though none of them received the S grade like Geralda's son Ryu, many of them were firmly in the A grade. In fact, Diane suspected that they were only missing a mental component to becoming S grade. Diane came to realize that his own quick adaptation to the martial world wasn't the norm by any stretch of the imagination. Not everyone had a general for a father who had already instilled much of the structures of understanding he would need to succeed in the martial world. The mortal realm children, even Allura, Sybil, and Kedar, who stood above the rest, had too many mental blocks. It was difficult for them to come to terms with putting their own lives on the line. In addition, harming others and taking lives was sometimes even more difficult. Concepts of cultivation were difficult for them as well. They came from a world where relaxation was just as evident as hard work. But the hard work of the martial world never seemed to end. There was no such thing as weekends, nor were there vacations. The forms of entertainment they were used to were nowhere to be found either. They couldn't understand how those of the martial world dealt with such constant boredom. Of course, this could be worse than it was. After the mortal realm was destroyed by matriarch Niveus, many of stereotypically mortal realm things disappeared along with it. But even with this truth, the difference was too striking. Diane needed to figure out a method to deal with this, or else the obscene amounts of innate talent those of his mortal realm were born with would be wasted. To Diane's question, Amphrey of course nodded, expressing her acceptance by entering Diane's inner world. It wasn't long before Diane reached the teleportation stations of the celestial floors, but he also realized that Water Mist Sect had barred teleportation to their realm. Luckily, Jasmine could still exercise her right as Palace Master. It was impossible to override her completely, or else the sect rules would become meaningless and the Water Mist Sect would lose all of their accumulated faith. "I see you've come." A weak voice greeted Diane as he slipped into the palace completely undetected. This, of course, wasn't due to a concealment array. After all, no matter how irresponsible the Water Mist Sect was, there was no way they'd be incompetent enough to not detect the activation of their own teleportation formation. However, Diane was in luck. Firstly, they didn't have the Dao experts to spare, so only Celestials were stationed around the formation. And secondly, Little Yin's bloodline had awakened. Because Diane was her anchor, she could take him into her stealth mode and wouldn't have to worry about losing him like she had to with Ri. As of now, Diane could hide from pseudo-Dao experts with ease. And, if he layered the knife true weapon will along with it, it wouldn't be impossible to hide from lower Dao experts. "We have a contract, do we not? You've fulfilled your end. So it's time for me to fulfill mine." Diane didn't wear a mask, nor did he change his appearance. By now, though the world might not have guessed it yet, Jasmine definitely knew that Jaws and Diane were the same person. The matters with Clara occurring at the same time the Sapientia were also interfering here was too coincidental. "Oh," Jasmine replied weakly. "I'm under no delusions. Your soul is far more powerful than mine, though my pride wouldn't allow me to admit it. If you wanted to, you could shatter our contract. Do you really want to uphold a deal with an evil woman like me?" Diane looked into Jasmine's tired amber eyes. It seemed she had truly gone through a lot in the past few years. When he boldly scanned her body with his divine sense, he realized her organs were all over the place. But then again, that rotting might be due to her evil technique and not anything else. "Lord Husband, it's normally impossible to take someone off the evil path, but it should be within the purview of the Wings of Blessings. My holy will can support you too. If we also use the Soul Tome as a final cleanser, to purify her soul, if her willpower is strong enough, she can leave this path." Even though Diane heard this, he didn't react right away. He was under the impression that it was impossible to leave the evil path. And maybe it was for someone who didn't have so many heaven-defying treasures on hand. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was that even if Jasmine left the evil path, how could she ever erase what she had done to enter it? The evil path was not like the devil path. The devil path sounded grating on the ears, but it was no more likely for a person to be evil if they followed this path as opposed to the accepted conventional path. However, the evil path was different. This was a path that necessitated cruelty in exchange for power, and very often, that cruelty was forcibly aimed toward the innocent. At the same time, Dian was aware that he wasn't a saint. Had he committed any atrocious acts? The answer was no. But had he helped facilitate some of those acts? The answer was unfortunately yes. Look at the mortal network. It seemed like a space created with the purest of intentions, a space that would bring about a new era of the martial world. However, when Dian created it, he knew well the kind of depraved, disgusting deeds that would likely begin to permeate its deeper inner workings. How did Dian know this? Because he was aware that this occurred even in his mortal realm. Things like sex trafficking and slave trades were all likely being aided by his mortal network as he stood here. Yet, he accepted that and moved forward anyway. Of course, there was a massive difference between Dian and Jasmine. Dian had no intention of continuing to allow this problem to fester, while Jasmine likely believed this was her only path in life. Which is more important? Dian thought to himself, not shifting his gaze away from Jasmine. My moral code? Or the future of my alliance? This opportunity here is likely the easiest time Dian would have bringing a quadrant under his wing. All he had to do was rely on Amphory and the Sentinels to kill the elders of the Mist clan, then Jasmine could take true control of the Water Mist quadrant. After the Mist clan couldn't provide any more protection, it was impossible for Annabella to continue hiding, which would allow Ree to become a legatee of their sect. Within the next few 10,000 years, Ree would definitely take the mantle of Palace Master, and the Water Mist Quadrant would officially become a territory of the Sacharo clan. It seemed so simple, so within his grasp. It was right there. He'd have to fight untold battles to claim the Golden Flame Quadrant. He was nowhere near ready to challenge the Rag or Pakel, Weta, and Beast Alliance clans. The 99 universes had a depth Dian had yet to see through. By all rights, this was his first true chance to take a quadrant for his own. You will receive 5% of the mind resources of Dark Ocean and also receive my services as a soon-to-be Planet Lord for the next 10 years. As long as you provide the material within the 10-year period, and the pill is not of the evil path, I will concoct it for you. Jasmine looked toward Dian. That weakness, that moral code, it will kill you one day. The correct choice would have been to take my head, here and now. In fact, maybe you should refine into a corpse puppet and truly make the Water Mist sect your own. But your heart is weak. Is that so? Dian responded emotionlessly. I happen to think it's the direct opposite. Dian turned to leave. Taking control of this sect would have been the easy choice. Letting you walk away from the palm of my hand is what's difficult. Though Amphory didn't agree with Dian's choice, she remained silent. If you met an evil person, but you could turn them into a puppet who slaved for good for the remainder of their life, shouldn't you take it? Even if Jasmine was evil, did it matter if Dian took away her will from her? Seeking out power in exchange for your own soul will always be the easiest route. There's no reform for someone who's sold their soul. Though Dian didn't see it, the flash in Jasmine's eye was far fiercer when she heard these words. Some things are relative. Jasmine said softly. For a person without a moral compass, it is easier to choose the path of evil. However, for those with one, it's harder. Your view of the world is still too black and white, though I don't blame you considering your youth. Dian's footsteps paused. Maybe she was right. Maybe his views really were too one-dimensional. If the lives of his wives were on the line, and his only option was the evil path, would he still be able to stand on his moral high horse? In that case, wouldn't it be incredibly difficult for him to choose the evil path? But wouldn't he still choose it anyway? Interesting. Dian looked up toward the palace's ceiling. Then you tell me, if I could cleanse you of your evil path right now, would you take that opportunity? Your cultivation would fall. If you were lucky, you'd stay within the Tao realm. If you were unlucky, you'd become a mere celestial. In addition, you'd become a slave. Maybe not in contract, but you'd definitely become too weak to defy my orders. Would you be able to give up all of that power? Right here and right now. Dian's eyes turned back toward Jasmine, their golden hue and emerald flecks shining fiercely. Jasmine trembled. Is this what he wanted to ask from the beginning? Why are you hesitating? Dian asked plainly. You just implied that it was harder for you to choose the evil path than a moral one, right? So shouldn't you jump at this chance? This is your opportunity. Jasmine froze. Did this young man like playing with people so much? He clearly lured her into a trap and forced her to say what he wanted her to say, not he was pretending as though she did this all on her own. What a conniving brat. If I lose my strength, how will taking me to your side be beneficial to you? I was actually leaving here to go and kill your grand elder. If you couldn't take care of the situation after all of that, you'd be too pathetic as a palace master. Jasmine froze. But in the end, do it. Oh? You'll be my slave though. Do it. It'll be extremely painful. Do it. You might fall to the realm of a celestial and be forced to face an even stronger tribulation in order to become a Tao expert once again. Jasmine was starting to lose her patience. Her beautiful features distorted, her eyes sinking inward and her mouth almost becoming a black hole. She looked more like the portrait of a banshee than a beauty now. Just do it. You will become a puppet of my mortal alliance. Your rights won't be that of others. For all intents and purposes, you have no will of your own anymore. When the time comes, you will silently pass off the position of palace master from yourself to my wife, Alexandria Sacharo. From now until then, you'll foster the water mist sect along the path of growth I deem fit. Do you understand? I want to kill you. Jasmine's voice trembled with a slight, perverted anticipation. I really wonder how good your blood tastes. What kind of face would you make at the end of your life? Would you maintain those same arrogant eyes? Would you feel despair? Would you cry tears of regret or scream the sounds of remorse? Diane smiled. Why do you ask? Did you forget who ranks first all-time on the 5th trial rankings? If you haven't, then you should already know the answer to your question. Jasmine's depraved state froze. That was right? The 5th trial, the test of the heart. One repeatedly faced death time and time again. Under normal circumstances, one would have the number of deaths you endured beside you name and rank. However, though Diane ranked first, his name had no number beside it. When these matters occurred more than 10 years ago now, it had led to endless speculation. But when others considered the time lag between Diane's 4th trial results and his 5th, they understood. The tower had been incapable of breaking his resolve. You're angry, Diane said. You're angry that I look down on you, that I question your resolve, that I treat you with disgust and contempt. But know that you lost the right to be human the moment you decided upon your path. Even now, you don't bow down to my words because you truly want to reform yourself. You're lowering your head because you're aware that if you don't, this day would be your last. You're still the same coward you were all those years ago. The same coward that chose the evil path. Jasmine slumped down in her throne. You know nothing. Oh? I don't. Unlike before, Diane was legitimately surprised by Jasmine's pushback. He was certain that he had cornered her this time. The fact she was still willing to push meant that there was truly something he didn't know. It was either that or the evil path had long since distorted what remained of her personality. For every good, there's an evil. For every light, there's a shadow. The mortal plane is inevitably spiraling toward its own destruction because this balance has been lost. Everyone believes that the heavens are cruel, but this isn't the truth. It's the only unbiased and perfect being in existence. Are you trying to give me a philosophy lesson? Diane's brow arched. Telling me that I wouldn't recognize good if there was no evil is your cop-out? Cop-out. Jasmine laughed at the unfamiliar phrase. Still, she understood the essence of what Diane was trying to say. I see that you're still ignorant. Were the Dark Phoenixes at fault for their affinity with death? Were the Pride clans at fault for their affinity with vices? Diane frowned. He suddenly remembered something very important, though he didn't understand why he had remembered this now. When he spoke to Abraxas about the threat they were facing, the old man didn't something as cliché as, this was a battle between good and evil. His exact words were that the other side was known as chaos, and their side was known as balance. You seem to be under the impression that I chose this path. Well, let me tell you something. Jasmine's eyes and mouth spun into deep, endless black pits. I was born this way. Do I still deserve to pay a price for it? Diane didn't know how to respond. In fact, he didn't respond at all. He fell into silence for a long time before turning and leaving. Diane wasn't an individual who couldn't admit he was wrong. and in this case he was very much so. Of course, there was the chance that Jasmine was lying, but Diane's intuition told him that she wasn't. He simply wasn't prepared for that level of twist. Could he harm someone simply for the way they were born? On the one hand, he felt the answer might be yes. The reason there were so few universes today as opposed to the near infinite number there once was because the Dark Phoenix clan wiped them all out one by one before they were finally stopped by Amethyst. Even to this day, there was a slight taboo still attached to death precisely because of this. Were the Dark Phoenixes simply following their affinity for death? Yes, they were. But did that mean others had to simply sit back and accept their actions? Of course not. However, on the other hand, the Dark Phoenixes weren't entirely at fault either. It was the heavens that blessed them with their affinity. It wasn't their choice to be the arbiters of death. Would one blame the earth for quaking? Or the ocean for forming waves? In Diane's home world, natural disasters were a major problem, but the disaster itself was never hated or cursed. In fact, in some instances, the people who lived in natural disaster-intensive regions were blamed instead when it really wasn't their faults either. Was Diane right to disdain Jasmine's existence? Could he even follow the old man's path of balance if he did? He simply didn't know. It was a dilemma he couldn't answer to in a short time. So Diane left. He didn't give Jasmine a response, but he had very clearly changed his mind about how to treat her. As for the new approach he would take in their relationship, he also didn't have an answer to that. He realized that the reason Jasmine kept roaring at him to do it and cleanse her was so that she could show him just how foolish that attempt would have been. Diane had no choice but to pour himself into another task instead, dealing with the problem that was the Mist Clan. But he had to do so silently. He couldn't allow the Mist Clan to call upon their slumbering ancestors. As long as he succeeded, those ancestors would become moot. Ancestors could only be awoken a very set number of times and for a very set amount of time. As a result, it would be impossible for the Mist Clan to rely on them to reclaim power in the Water Mist sect. This didn't even mention the fact that doing so would be against the rules of the sect, so they wouldn't risk such a thing anyway. Though claiming this quadrant will be the easiest, Diane thought to himself, it isn't easy. The aftermath of this assassination needs to be handled delicately. If the Mist Clan is pushed too far into a corner, they might care about their sect faith anymore. I need to be careful. Diane needed to leave the Mist Clan with some hope. As of now, Jasmine's faction was still weak. In fact, it was pathetic. Even if Diane killed the Grand Elder, they would still believe that they held the power. As such, Diane changed his mindset. Instead of eradicating the whole of the Mist Clan's upper echelon, he would kill Grand Elder Mist alone. This would leave them without a top-tier expert they could rely on. I'll give you a nice present in exchange for that palm you sent me. A deep killing intent taking root in his eyes, Diane entered Mist Clan territory like a wisp of smoke. What one would consider the Water Mist sect and the Mist Clan was completely separate. Mist Clan territory was located in a separate, adjacent universe the Mist Clan took on as their base of operations. Much like the Weta clan that was once formulated of the Weta and Aladur's Guatemala clan, the Water Mist sect once had two pillar families as well. Unfortunately for the Water Mist sect, only the Mist Clan remained, leaving the other clan lost to the ravages of time. Entering Mist Clan territory was quite easy for Diane. Though the teleportation formation was guarded, hiding spatial fluctuation of this caliber became as easy as breathing thanks to Little Ian. Little Yang could only brood silently as he watched his little sister take on more and more important roles. Moving through the void was odd. Though Diane could go long periods of time, forever even, without breathing, as long as he had chi remaining, he still felt like he was suffocating in the void. It was also incredibly difficult to orient himself. Understanding up, down, left, and right was completely impossible. If it wasn't for Little Ian and Yang, Diane would have lost himself in the endless dark space. Diane smiled as he landed on planet Geyser. He could already see images of himself sneaking into enemy territory with an entire army hidden within his inner world. What a feat that would be! Unlike the Water Mist sect where seeing a male was almost impossible, planet Geyser was far more balanced. It seemed that many of the male powerhouses of their quadrant were stationed here. Diane didn't waste any time. Without friction, moving within the void was also far faster than moving outside of it. It was negligible in space, but on a planet or any land with an atmosphere like this one, it gave Dian blazing relative speed. In just a few seconds, he had slipped into the core of Geyser City and entered the Mist Clan's lands. Still, the halls of the Mist Clan's large clan grounds seemed overly quiet. Too quiet. The Mist Clan's palace grounds were actually a collection of many well-decorated buildings. Though their architecture wasn't as good as the Elven kingdoms, and definitely not a match for Maying, they overcompensated with the overwhelming wealth they threw into it. It filled Dian with a keen sense of disgust. They funneled so many resources into such useless endeavors, but had the audacity to withhold resources from the geniuses of their sect simply because they didn't share the name Mist. The 3 geniuses they crippled were a prime example of this. When Dian thought about how broken their spirits had been, he clenched his fists. It was very much possible that they'd never recover the Tao hearts that made them geniuses in the first place. In a lot of ways, the mental barrier they faced was even taller than the one faced by the mortal realm geniuses. Why is there such a lack of presence here? Dian's divine sense was great enough to cover an entire planet several times over, but there was a reason he hadn't chosen to use it after coming here. He had to be cautious. It would be the peak of foolishness to look down upon the accumulations of a clan that had existed for millions of years. Even if Dian was certain that no expert the Mist clan had could detect his divine sense, that didn't mean they didn't have formations or treasures capable of doing so. If they were alerted to his presence, this would no longer be an easy operation. That said, that didn't mean Dian had no options. Instead of running around the large grounds blindly, he sent Little Yang to scout for him. Thanks to that, it didn't take long before Little Yang came back with the answer. They're having a gathering. Use shared senses. Little Yang communicated with Dian over long distance. Dian nodded and did as Little Yang said. Much like return, shared senses was yet another technique of the Beast Tamer first phase castle that Dian raided. It allowed him to share the eyes and ears of his beast companions. This was especially useful when used with Little Yang and Een. After finding an area Dian believed wouldn't be frequented, he activated shared senses. Soon, he understood why this meeting was called. It seemed they had already noticed that there was a peculiarity with Dark Ocean. Both Grand Elder Mist and Second Elder Mist were present. The 2 of them represented the strongest force the Mist clan had to offer. Well, in terms of females, that is. The 2 women were given the title of Grand Elder and Elder only because of their relation to the Water Mist sect, which was obviously a female-only sect. But Dian realized he had made a false assumption. In fact, he was kicking himself for not thinking of this possibility. Dian always believed that the Mist clan must have some sort of treasure that allowed her to climb Match Jasmine's higher Tao realm cultivation despite being within the middle Tao realm. He thought that this was the reason Jasmine couldn't shake the Mist clan. But he was wrong, very wrong. Within the meeting room, Grand Elder Mist didn't sit in the main seat. Though it was true that from the arrangement, she was second in command. Second was still second. In the main seat was a man. He didn't seem old, maybe late 20s on the verge of his 30s. However, considering he was a Tao expert, this meant that it hadn't been a short time since his last breakthrough, but it hadn't been an extremely long time either. Likely around 20 to 30,000 years. The pressure this man gave off was by far the strongest. Though Dian didn't use his divine sense, he could rely on Little Yang to see through the fact this man was a higher Tao expert on the level of Glorian Ice. No, Glorian Ice was a bit stronger, but it was only by a hair. So the Water Mist Quadrant has men this powerful as well. So why is it that they've chosen the female-only route? This obviously wasn't the desire of the Mist clan. As things stand right now, if the Water Mist sect suddenly relaxed their rules to allow men, Jasmine wouldn't have a foot to stand on anymore. The reason Dian thought this was clear. It was because the meeting didn't just have the elder generation, but several young men emanating fierce auras. The weakest of them were kings, while the best could most definitely match the status of gods. And almost as though to fit every checkmark of an opposite party's revulsion, one young man had a face contorted with such arrogance it could make one gag. He was very clearly the strongest individual among the youth, and if Little Yang's eyes weren't incorrect, He was a pseudo-Dao expert who had entered the celestial realm as a ninth-order expert and comprehended enigmatic qi at the fifth order. What did this mean? It meant he would become a fifth-order Dao expert once he broke through. For orders above Zabia, he most definitely had the right to be arrogant. The Mist clan must be kicking themselves. They have a talent on his level, but are forced to give key-wielding responsibilities to a weak-willed cultivator like Annabella instead, all to conform to the rules of their sect. But it seems to me that the Mist clan alone should have enough faith to not fall far behind the Water Mist clan. So why do they insist on keeping it around? Diane's confusion was warranted. While the Mist clan's faith was partially tied to the sect, it seemed obvious that they had strong power centers irrelevant of the sect. So shouldn't? Wait, this young man. I've never seen him before, nor have I ever heard of the Mist clan having such a genius. Why are they hiding him? The more Diane thought, the more he realized that his hopes at an easy takeover of the Water Mist quadrant was slipping further and further away from him. I can't kill Grand Elder Mist. I was wrong. If I do that, they'll definitely react in a manner I can't control. Diane was uncertain, but he felt that if Grand Elder Mist died, the Mist clan might not deem their patience and low profile worth it anymore. In that case, they might directly sweep the Water Mist sect away. If that happened, Diane would have no choice but to abandon his foothold in this quadrant. Of course, he still had the Dark Ocean now, and he also had a newfound appreciation for just how hard it must have been on Jasmine to distract the Mist clan for so long. But his path toward an easy victory would be gone. Diane sighed. I don't have time. Jade said I needed to grow quickly. I can't just leave. Diane was facing a major dilemma. If he left the Water Mist sect alone due to this hiccup, then he'd have to conquer it in a more straightforward way in the future. That would waste valuable time and resources. But it's already impossible to use that method. With the Mist clan here, Ri's rise to power won't be smooth. And if the Mist clan begins to feel that Ri is taking over too smoothly, they might just forget all about their original plans and force her out. I don't know if I have the skill to keep that delicate balance. I need information. I need more information. Diane thought of the Shadows faction once more, but it only filled him with depression. He had been working on it for more than 100 years already, but he had yet to succeed. It really was too depressing. If the Shadows faction won't work for now, I'll have to become the Shadows faction myself. Diane immediately got to work. Thanks to the Mortal network, the process was far easier. He created multiple monitoring arrays. They'd record sound and visuals. Then, he gave them to Little Yang to place them in strategic places around the Mist clan's grounds. He wasn't worried about the Mist clan finding his arrays. He was going all out. Each and every array was of the Moon grade. In addition, because he was relying on the Mortal network, even if they somehow sensed odd fluctuations, it would be mistaken for the work of the network. The choice to make the arrays Moon grade made the process take an incredibly long time, but Diane had to be meticulous. As he quickly completed these tasks, he continued to listen in on the meeting. I still believe that we should send someone to investigate Dark Ocean. A lesser elder of the Mist clan spoke. It's too valuable at this time to give it up so easily. Even if it takes time, it will be worth it. The other elders frowned. Just a few days ago, they realized their teleportation formations to Dark Ocean stopped functioning altogether. As a result, the only method they had to check what happened was to go the long way. Traveling to another universe took 5 to 10 years at a minimum. Then there was the return trip to account for. What they didn't know was that their efforts were futile. If they tried to find Dark Ocean based on the previous coordinates they were aware of, they'd end up lost in the void. Diane had long since changed the coordinates, meaning the only method of finding Dark Ocean was through Diane himself, or with the help of a spatial and void will expert. This is too coincidental. Another elder chimed in. Just as we were about to focus our attention on the Dark Ocean again, we started to experience a constant barrage of attacks. We even lost several elders, and countless pseudo-Dao experts. Then we got a message from that informant to stir up trouble for Alexandria Snow. And then, not long after she disappears along with her husband, who, mind you, left through a portal toward Dark Ocean, we suddenly lose contact with Dark Ocean entirely. This might not be that much of mystery. They may have simply destroyed the teleportation array on the other side. How could that be possible?
There were many public arrays we set up, but there were even more secret ones. Dark Ocean was too valuable to not have several fail-safes. That's enough. The room suddenly fell into silence. It was none other than because the head of the clan, Patriarch Mist, had spoken.
These matters are irrelevant. I hope you didn't interrupt my cultivation only due to this. And no. The other elders seemed flustered, but it was Grand Elder Mist who righted the ship. The resources of Dark Ocean have always been unknown to us. We were more infatuated with the possibilities than anything else. However, I do think it's appropriate to pay more attention to this. Still, this isn't the main reason we've called you out today. The main topic of today's meeting is the Sapientia. If matters continue along this path, the auction will be cancelled. There are a lot of individuals very unhappy with this. Finally, Dian heard something that made his ears perk upward. The Sapientia auction was a massive event, so large in fact that it was announced more than a decade prior.
In fact, Lilith and her Nightmare Palace had schemed for countless 100 years to accumulate the wealth they could use for this auction. Dian's jaw clenched. It seemed Aritzia's scheming hadn't come to an end yet. They were likely trying to turn the Sacharo clan into public enemy number one by using them as an excuse for canceling this auction. The Sapientia auction? Patriarch Mist paused.
If I recall correctly, there are some important items we need from this auction for our chances of failure to be diminished. What exactly happened? His voice didn't sound like the was enraged by this occurrence. We aren't entirely certain. No one is. The only facts we know are twofold.
One is that Comet Lord Gallagher, the creator of the Sa-Mortal network, is in fact a member of the Sacharo clan. The second fact is that the Sapientia breached their contract with the Comet Lord, allowing her to take control of 95% of the Mortal network.
In addition, the Sacharos began to place heavy pressure on Sapientia corner markets. Sapientia City has been destroyed, and no one goes to Sapientia Corner anymore for their pill resources. The Sapientia claim that the Sacharos have used an underhanded and shameful tactic to weasel their way out from under the contract. In addition, the Sacharos executed 6 of the 7 guild heads and kidnapped a 7th.
Video evidence of this has surfaced. Grand Elder Mist's eyes clearly lost focus as she thought of the video. To kill 6 Middle Dao experts so easily. Wouldn't she die so easily as well? As a result of the movements of the Sacharos, the revenue the Sapientia are able to bring in plummeted. In fact, they are in debt. Too many individuals have withdrawn from Sapientia contracts and the Sapientia Bank. If they weren't in debt, it would be too heaven-defying. They have released a statement that says they can no longer hold the auction as they do not have the resources necessary to host such a large event. Suddenly, Patriarch Mist snorted with laughter.
They don't have money. So their solution is to not follow through on the event that would drown them with riches?
I see the Sapientia are still the same dirty bastards, HM? They want to use our hands to deal with the Sacharo clan so that they can remain blemishless. In that moment, Patriarch Mist's deep blue eyes grew cold, growing several shades lighter as an overbearing ice will bloomed outward from himself.
There's nothing I hate more than being used, but I guess we have no choice. Even if the items we wanted aren't completely necessitated. I have a feeling that many other clans can't afford to miss this auction. But esteemed Patriarch, the Sacharos have a higher existence backing them. An elder said. Patriarch Mist's pupils constricted. Is that so? I believe that the Sapientia are attempting to use strength in numbers to combat this. Grand Elder Mist spoke. They hope that if enough people participate, then the higher existence can't possibly turn her sword toward all 100 of our quadrants.
As long as we don't touch true God Sacharo, or at the very least, aren't the ones who land the final killing blow on him, we should be okay. It was then that a snort rang out. Its owner was none other than the young man's whose features were contorted by arrogant. What bullshit, true God?
To take such an arrogant title. If it wasn't for ancestors' plans, I wouldn't allow any of them to hold such names before me. The normally strict and impatient Patriarch Mist smiled at this remark. It seemed he didn't mind that a junior interrupted their meeting. Patience, little Valen. The opening of the ancient battlefield isn't a long ways away. You'll have time to break into the Dao realm before then. We expect many things from you. Valen seemed to be slightly appeased by these words and fell silent once more. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Mist finally spoke once more. We will remain silent for these matters. We cannot move in full force in the first place, and there is nothing more important than the ancient battlefield. It's the place where the beginning of time meets the end, and it's also the place our Mist clan will rise up once more.
I won't let anything get in the way of that, even if it is the Xianxia. Dian took one final look toward the Mist clan grounds before disappearing. He hadn't found out everything he needed to know, but he still got some valuable information.
Whatever the Mist clan wanted, it was on the ancient battlefield. To this day, Dian still didn't know what it was about. Madeline said the same words the Patriarch had said. A place where the beginning of time met the end, that the present was connected to the past and future all at once.
He couldn't make sense of it, and neither could Madeline when he asked. But more importantly, Dian learned of something else. It seemed the Xianxia hadn't had enough of his foot quite yet. It seemed he needed to press them further into the ground on this 2x2 square of his. Before I deal with that, should I pay Lilith a little visit? Dian could only imagine how she was feeling. She had stalled her cultivation for a decade, all for the auction, yet it was suddenly cancelled. Still, the provided an opportunity. This was the best chance he'd have to rope her in. But more importantly, Dian's intuition was telling him that she'd play a vital role in saving Eli.
However, seeing Lilith would require going to the very enigmatic sect that was probably all too eager to teach him a lesson. The enigmatic sect, much like many other clans and sects like it, had its namesake chosen by the specialty of its land. The Flaming Lily sect was built upon a planet in which a volcanic eruption cooled into the shape of lily, making its fire affinity incredibly high. The Water Mist sect, in addition to the dark ocean nearby, was known for its exceptionally high water content, leaving many of its planets an overwhelming 95% water. Likewise, the enigmatic sect was a haven for peak celestials. Rumors had it that it was 3 times easier to comprehend enigmatic chi within their border than outside of it. In some special areas, it was over 10 to even more times easier. Much of the enigmatic sect's revenue came from renting out portions of its land to geniuses. It wasn't rare for those who had reached their potential within the celestial realm to come here in order to comprehend enigmatic chi. The truth of the matter that enigmatic chi got its name for a very special reason. Up until the celestial realm, most chi is conventional. However, the paths one can take with enigmatic chi are wildly variable. As such, this was how it earned its enigmatic title. This said, most individuals still chose the conventional path. Only a rare few could comprehend a higher level chi. In fact, the chi one comprehended might not necessarily be better than the conventional path either. Either way, the enigmatic sect seemed to make finding and comprehending this path far easier. Oddly enough, it wasn't because its chi density was higher. Its level of chi was no different from any of the other top 11 quadrants. It was truly a baffling mystery that had yet to be solved. This peculiarity made the sect one of the most visited quadrants, even to the point of overshadowing the Xianxia quadrant. Though, considering the situation the Xianxia clan was in now, they wouldn't be much competition anymore anyway. This was the place where Dian and Amphory appeared. A bustling city, filled to the brim with celestials. It looked like what Dian would imagine a city in the Middle Ages to look like: cobbled roads and stone houses. However, it had one oddity that such cities couldn't possibly replicate: their buildings were exceptionally tall. As one might imagine, renting space on planet Enigmatic was incredibly expensive. As a result, most compensated for this by building upward. Buildings almost stacked upon each other like boxes. The structural integrity, or lack thereof, really made one raise an eyebrow. If a single earthquake ravaged this area, it was obvious that none of these buildings would survive. But, since this was a city of cultivators, a mere planetary earthquake wouldn't be enough to harm them, which would probably explain this recklessness. Still, although the enigmatic city looked a bit goofy, it had character and a rich culture. It made one feel cozy. So places like this can exist in the martial world too. Dian lightly smiled, grasping Amphory's small hand. If he had to describe it, he definitely found this city to be a small, tight-knit community where everyone knew everyone else. Though, considering the size, that much was impossible. Let's go. Amphory seemed to sense that Dian was in a good mood and smiled as well, following after him.
She seemed completely oblivious to all the stares she was receiving and only had eyes for Diane. Though it seemed that for the first time in her life, someone might actually be receiving more stares than herself. Diane's appearance was too shocking. That woman. Isn't she the one who killed those 6 moon lords with the flick of 2 fingers? Wait. She's holding a man's hand. Isn't that true God Sicharo? The whole world was speculating about Diane's disappearance. News about what happened on the middle tier was slowly spreading, so everyone was wondering why the normally hot-headed Diane was nowhere to be seen. Wasn't his wife being attacked? But here he was, in a place one would never expect to find him, holding the small hand of a beauty that made it feel as though their hearts could be ripped from their chests at any moment. Why had Diane decided to appear out in the open like this? Simple. He was boldly stating to everyone that the Sicharo clan feared no one. I even dare to set foot on planet Enigmatic after snatching all of their lower-tier territory from them. Am I the kind of person you want to provoke? That was what he was saying without speaking a single word. Diane led Amphrey through the city, even openly laughing and joking with his wife. They stopped and visited many stores, even having a bite to eat at one of Enigmatic City's famous restaurants. It didn't take long for news of Diane's sudden and carefree reappearance to spread throughout the martial world. Even the Sapientia had stopped putting out news under the guise that they couldn't afford it anymore. Numerous other sites had blossomed on the Navigator to replace it. The Sapientia simply didn't understand yet that their presence was no longer needed. Finally, after Diane had had his fun, he left toward the gates of Enigmatic City, heading toward his original goal all along. How did Diane know that Lilith was here? The answer was obvious. He never trusted her. As such, he took the opportunity while he healed her soul all those years ago to place a tracking array on her soul. Though he didn't dare to attempt to enslave her due to possible protections she might have, this much was enough. Soon, the equally bustling Enigmatic sect appeared before them. Enigmatic sect wasn't built within mountains like Soul-Rending Peak, or islands like the Water Mist sect, or even volcanic rock like the Flaming Lily sect. Instead, its structure was about as simplistic and cozy as Enigmatic City was. Maybe the only thing that told you that this place had the esteemed title of 7th ranked quadrant were its tall walls. But even they were dirted with mud and endless vines. It seemed the sect head was quite a carefree person. However, as one might expect, Diane and Amphrey didn't make it very far before their footsteps were interrupted. All along the road to Enigmatic sect, they were the subject of numerous stares. But when they made it to the old, vine-ridden gates of the Enigmatic sect, they were greeted with an entourage of individuals. There weren't many of them, less than half a dozen. But they exuded a power and strength beyond what one might expect from a seemingly carefree sect. Those planning on entering the sect suddenly slowed their footsteps. It seemed there might be a good show to watch today. An older gentleman stepped forward. I am the 5th elder of our Enigmatic sect. Might I ask why true God Sicharo has come to visit us today? In truth, the older man wanted to address Amphrey as well, but he simply didn't know her name. Though he guessed her relationship with Diane wasn't normal, it was best to not say anything at all. After all, according to the martial world, Madeline was Diane's first wife. He didn't want to accidentally offend Amphrey by drudging up any hidden dissatisfaction she might have. So silence was his best option. Diane smiled. This old man didn't seem hostile. In fact, this was probably why he was sent instead of another elder. He likely handled their diplomatic affairs usually. I haven't come for anything too important, 5th elder. I only came to take in some sights with my wife and visit a friend who happens to be a disciple of your sect. Any animosity we had in the past has already been forgotten by me. I'm not so petty as to continue something that can be concluded. Those listening felt their lips twitch. Maybe today Diane would gain a new moniker for his shamelessness. He took away a large portion of the Enigmatic sect's revenue on the celestial floors, yet he now wanted to let bygones be bygones as though he was being the bigger person. If it had been any other sect, the blow Diane dealt them would have been devastating. Luckily, the Enigmatic sect made far more money from tourism, so the loss of their lower-tier territory wasn't the end of the world. Also, they had given Malthur the task of claiming new lands, something he had spent that last several months working on. After he was healed of his injuries, of course. Amphrey smiled lightly,
seemingly finding this side of Diane funny. "Ah, friend. If that's the case, then please. My old bones can still escort you. Please don't take offense. No sect can simply allow Dao experts to enter without a bit of fanfare." Diane's lip gently curled. It seemed they were intent on monitoring him. Though he didn't blame them. The power Amphory had displayed was otherworldly. There was no guarantee the sect could handle her easily if she were to unleash. Though he appreciated the old man's candor. At least he wasn't hiding his intentions. As the group entered the gates, the mumbling of the crowd intensified. Their topic of choice? The appearance of a second Sicharo wife. Now they truly felt the rumors might be possible. Was there a chance that Clara was Diane's wife as well? Or was she simply a member of the Sicharo clan by birth? The martial world was truly becoming invested in this Sicharo clan. Which friend does true God Sicharo want to see? This old man can lead the way. I'm not sure of her disciple rank, but her name is Lilith. And she should have a fiancé by the name of Soxak. The fifth elder was fully prepared to send one of the individuals who had followed him to greet Diane to find out who Diane's friend was. But he was actually shocked to realize that he actually recognized the names Diane said. It was no wonder he was surprised. How could he, as an esteemed elder of such a high-ranking sect, know the name of any and every disciple? Though he had a faint feeling that no one Diane wanted to meet could be normal, he still didn't expect the case to be this abnormal. Lilith was a name that made him sigh with regret. She was such a genius, to the point where she caught the eye of numerous elders, but for some reason, she was unable to break into the celestial realm. Yet this wasn't the most shocking part. Not only could she not break into the celestial realm, she couldn't even sense celestial chi. That was right, Lilith wasn't even a pseudo-celestial. She was still a 12th stage saint. One might wonder then why a fifth elder would still believe her to be a genius. How could one be a genius if you couldn't even comprehend celestial chi? This was where the shocking reality of Lilith came into being. Despite not entering the celestial realm, her abilities were absolutely shocking. It was to the point where the carefree and normally impossible to find sect head wanted to take her in as his goddaughter despite already having numerous children of his own, including Malthur. Lilith's story was one that caused endless awe. Despite not improving from the 12th saint realm, her combat prowess somehow pressed forward nonetheless. Those who understood knew there wasn't some hidden reason behind this. It was due to her sword. Her long katana created an offense so piercing that difference in cultivation seemed to hardly matter. From the outside looking in, even to Diane, it seemed that Lilith was wasting her potential. But the truth was that she had been honing her sword will and her immortal path for the past more than decade. For a genius of her level to ignore cultivation and spend all her time on comprehension. It was clear the level of monster she had become. Even middle celestials didn't dare stand before her easily. Almost as though to confirm the rumors, when Diane laid eyes on Lilith for the first time in years once more, she's swinging her sword. Actually, to the untrained eye, it seemed as though she wasn't moving at all. But Diane's divine sense picked it up. Her muscles were constantly adjusting themselves several hundred times a second. Her seemingly unmoving self actually inching forward at a centimeter an hour. She was still the same outstanding beauty Diane remembered. Her long white hair reached her ankles, disappearing into the folds of her white gown. At the moment, her eyes were a deep black, but the striking red that Diane remembered was still etched in his mind. "What the hell are you doing here?" Obviously, the one who spoke wasn't Lilith, but Soxak. If Lilith was a genius they lamented, Soxak was a genius that overshadowed even Malthur. Many of the hidden factions within the enigmatic sect actually wanted Soxak to challenge and take over Malthur's role as key wielder. But, for whatever reason, Soxak never acted. He seemed to spend every waking hour either with Lilith or training. According to rumors, Soxak had taken a low-profile approach originally. However, after numerous suitors seemed to want to bully his fiancée into becoming their own, he could no longer hold back his rage. After beating down numerous core disciples, his name spread far and wide even though he was still a middle celestial. At the moment, his eyes were spitting flames. He still remembered that humiliating loss he suffered to Diane. He, who was a lower celestial at the time, actually lost to an essence gatherer. How could he not be humiliated? It was this event that pushed Soxak to abolish his celestial chi and recultivate the Saint Realm. Even if he had to face a stronger tribulation, he still did it. Now, he was brimming with the power of a ninth-order celestial. Seeing Diane so suddenly appear within Lilith's courtyard, he was practically blazing with battle intent. "Friend, you say?" Fifth Elder raised an eyebrow. Diane shrugged. "I said Soxak was just her fiancé. My friend is Lilith." But the Fifth Elder could only awkwardly cough at these words because Lilith was still pretending as though Diane wasn't here at all. What friend? Diane didn't seem too perturbed, though. Lilith probably hated him even more than Soxak did. After all, he forced her to strip in order to heal her soul. But, seeing the cultivation approach Lilith was taking, Diane understood why this prideful woman lowered her head in the end. If Lilith's soul was still damaged, it would have been impossible for her to continue comprehending the immortal path. As one of the 9 core Tao hearts, it was difficult to comprehend normally. If one's soul was damaged, it might as well be impossible. Lilith didn't want to face the possibility of being stuck at the Saint Realm for so long and also being unable to make any progress. So, she made the difficult decision to shed a layer of her innocence with Diane. Luckily for her, Diane seemed completely uninterested in her body, and unlike what she thought, he didn't try to take advantage of the situation either. He treated her as though she was a wooden block. She didn't know why, but that only made her angrier. Not to mention the fact that through the feelings she thought she was beginning to foster for Soxak into muddy waters even she couldn't see through. At the time, she spent a lot of time thinking. She thought back to when she first stopped seeing Soxak as a nuisance. It was the day she enraged Diane, causing him to shatter her connection with her Nightmare Palace's supreme-grade treasure. Her soul suffered a terrible injury due to that attack. Plus, she also lost her clan's treasure to him. She still remembered that helpless feeling she had. She was alone, in an unfamiliar land, and suddenly she couldn't rely on her own strength anymore. She was just a 17-year-old girl back then. She really couldn't be blamed for feeling that way. But then Soxak appeared. He wasn't his normal, insufferable self for once and became a pillar for her. At that moment, she decided to open up her ice-like heart to him, albeit a small bit. Still, she was confused. Hadn't she told herself to open up to Soxak? So why was it that she didn't allow him to touch her? Even if she saved herself for marriage, she couldn't completely starve him of any contact, right? He was her fiancé after all. At least hold his hand, or allow him to hold you. But every time she had thoughts like that, she felt a deep revulsion. A sickening feeling that stirred from the depths of her soul. So, she continued to avoid him. And then this bastard appeared, and with a second beautiful wife too. No, fourth. She knew about Ree and Clara due to the events in Soul Quadrant. She clearly sensed Diane with her own divine sense. She wanted to slice that handsome face of his in half. "Fight me," Soxak growled. The core disciples who had gathered around suddenly got excited. Though Soxak didn't have the highest cultivation among them all, he definitely had the highest talent. And he even had such a beautiful fiancée, he had become a male idol for many. Diane, who was holding Amphrey's hand, was a relaxed expression on his face, raised his eyebrows, as though he was amused by the prospect. But Soxak's challenge wasn't anything but funny. If he still had his right forearm, such a challenge would be a joke. But right now he was on a lower playing field. He was a lower celestial while Soxak was a middle celestial. At the same time, they could both be considered ninth-order experts. That said, would Diane lose? Of course not. Soxak would get beaten into the ground 10 times out of 10 for 2 reasons. Diane's soul strength was too overwhelming and his presence had fused into every fiber of his being. Before, Diane could only use the first stage of his Judgment Weapons Hell Array. But, during his adventures within the Golden Flame mystical world, he had already been able to use the second stage, Torment. Though back then Diane had to use his 4th degree of freedom, slow, to execute it. Now that his soul had broken into the Tao realm and he had comprehended planet Qi, he had no such restrictions. In fact, Diane believed he could use the 3rd stage, Suffering, with relative ease now, about with the same proficiency he could use the 1st stage, Carnage, with before he entered the Golden Flame mystical world. And he could use the 4th stage, Raise, if he made use of Slow once more. And that was all before he even factored in what the sovereign flame did to his body. Before Dian took in the sovereign flame, Torment was able to kill a peak celestial transcendent beast with a single tap to the forehead. Though, it had to be considered that the Tiger Demon King Dian faced at the time couldn't defend itself after being suppressed by Dian's presence and Shear's bloodline. Still, with the help of presence, Torment could heavily injure a normal pseudo-Dao expert, while the third stage, Suffering, could put even a genius pseudo-Dao expert at risk. If Sakak, for any reason, gave Dian the chance to activate Raise, he would die without a corpse. And the issue was that Sakzak was nowhere near powerful enough to stop Dian from using it. Not that Dian needed to go that far. Simply put, it wasn't a battle that needed to happen. Even if Dian didn't fight straightforwardly because of his arm, Sakzak was not his opponent. You dare to look down on me? Sakzak's black eyes flickered with arcs of black lightning as his dark hair whipped under his trembling aura. Tisk, Dian muttered. Did I do something that could have pissed him off? Dian looked toward Amphrey, who only shook her head at her husband's shamelessness. Suddenly Dian froze. The Shing sword of an arching sword cut through the air. It was so fast that Dian almost couldn't react. Before he could do much of anything, the sword stopped a mere inch from his nose. Dian looked up from the tip of the sharp katana and into Lilith's eyes. They were filled with such rage that they were flickering with the red he remembered so clearly. It seemed like if she had the choice, she would tear his throat in two with nothing but her teeth. What the hell did I do? Dian, who felt he was great at understanding people, was completely baffled. Why the hell was she so mad? He suddenly felt Amphrey's hand leave his own. He looked toward his wife in confusion, but he somehow felt she wasn't on his side anymore either. What the hell was going on? Seeing Dian's confused face, Amphrey smiled, letting Dian know that he was on his own. Those are the eyes of a jealous woman. Amphrey thought with an amused expression. It was rare for her to find something so interesting, so she decided to sit back and watch the play. I'll battle him. Step back. Lilith really didn't speak like she was speaking to her fiancé at all. Dian regained his composure, his playful expression becoming blank. Is it appropriate for a celestial to battle a saint? Are you looking down on me? Those who were used to seeing Lilith's expressionless, picturesque image were shocked. They didn't even know this woman had emotions to speak of, who knew she could feel rage. But the women in the crowd had odd expressions on their faces. It seemed they had sensed the same thing Amphrey had. Could it be she was angry because Dian was speaking so intimately with Amphrey? Was there a story between these two? They'd be really shocked to find out that there was no such thing. I seem to remember someone saying that I was inferior to Sakzak because I battled him knowing I could defeat him. I believe your exact words were, he's clearly shown more courage than you. It's easy to seem brave when you knew you would never lose to begin with. Dian's eyes sharpened. Mind you, I found that statement pretty funny considering he was a lower celestial back then while I was only an essence gatherer. I just don't want to be accused of taking advantage of an easy win again. The breath of those around felt stifled. They suddenly understood why Dian carried a carefree expression most of the time. Because if he got serious, even the air grew heavy. But as shocking as his presence was, his words were even more so. Defeating a celestial as an essence gatherer. They wanted to refute and defend their idol, Sakzak, but seeing his face reddening with rage and Lilith's lack of a rebuttal, their words stuck in their throats, weighing the atmosphere down all the more. The atmosphere between Lilith and Dian was stifling. No. It was more like the aura emanating from Dian was. While Lilith's rage pierced through it to create her own eye of the storm. It was clear to everyone that Dian's momentum was far stronger. But it was admirable that Lilith hadn't taken a single step back. Dian suddenly sighed, his neck cracking to one side. He hadn't had this many issues dealing with a person in a while, though one might choose to count Aritzia among that number. But after some reflection, Dian realized that his failure to peg Aritzia was more about not understanding her scope of the world rather than failing to understand her character itself. He lightly floated into the air, coming to a stop well above the enigmatic sect. He took a deep breath, almost not noticing Lilith, who had followed him into the skies. What a refreshing atmosphere. Not just enigmatic chi. I feel like it's easier to comprehend planet chi here too. Maybe I should come back when it's time to grasp star chi. Dian's left arm flashed to the side. A flash of white and black blanketed 100-meter space of the skies. The half-step Dao array flickered beautifully despite having an illusory feel. It was then that it took shape, a weapon diametrically opposed to Lilith's. The katana the Ravana princess held in her hand was the very same one she used to battle Dian the first time. A long katana blade, peaking at over 6 feet long with the slightest of curves toward its tip. It was a pure, blemishless white, matching Lilith's hair and fluttering gown. If you took the blade away, she appeared as fragile as a falling leaf coated in pure snow. Dian's blade, however, was a condensed black, though it was identical in every other way. Lilith trembled with rage. He actually dared to use a replica of her blade. This was a greater insult than anything Dian had ever done to her. Her delicate white cheeks flushed, her small hands gripping the longer than usual hilt of her katana. How many years had she slaved away, caring for only one weapon, swinging with only one weapon? She didn't even cultivate, nurturing nothing but her way of the sword. Yet, Dian actually dared to appear with not just any weapon, but a replica of her own katana. It was such a fierce slap to the face that she could almost feel his palm print blistering her skin. As if matters weren't humiliating enough, he actually dared to use his left hand, when she knew very clearly that his right was his dominant. How could she know that the right hand she could see now was a fake constructed by Dian? Her eyes turned cold, her erratic breathing expelling out in a single stream of steady air. Lilith's sword trembled. No, it was the space around it that did. Her actual arm and blade were so steady that she seemed like an immovable statue. Lilith's deep black eyes closed. In that moment, those watching no longer felt that Dian was stifling Lilith. The change was so subtle that they almost didn't notice. It almost as though it had always been that way, that it would always be that way. A stream of continuous, unending strength, an immortal strength. Lilith's eyes flashed open. A deep ruby red almost shot like a laser toward Dian as she shifted her feet. She appeared before Dian. No, it once more felt that she had always been there, like she would always be there. Her form was compact, both of her hands taking control of the sword. It seemed that, at any moment, she would slice Dian's neck. In fact, if her shifted forward just a few inches, her forehead would land on Dian's chest. So this is the true power of your sword. Dian's thinking speed was greater than a blaze of light. If his and Lilith's cultivation were the same, maybe it would have been impossible to react. Even if his divine sense could see through it, his body wouldn't be able to keep up. However, Lilith wasn't at his cultivation. She was a large barrier below him. An inch, a mile, Dian thought silently. His feet shifted ever so slightly back. It looked as though it had only moved a fraction of an inch, but somehow he had already appeared several meters away. Wash the world with light. Dian's eyes constricted into pinholes. He had just executed the very first Earth-grade movement technique he had begun to comprehend. After finally completing that mastery of over 1,000 common-grade techniques in over a 10-year span, Dian was eager to finally creep forward toward techniques that truly matched his prowess level. He had the utmost confidence in this movement technique that seemed to defy the laws of reality by making small movements large and vice versa. So why was it that when he should have appeared several meters from Lilith, just enough to still be in range to attack, that it felt like nothing had changed? Why was her forehead still so close to his chest? Why was her blade still so close to his neck? Why did it feel like he had never moved at all? That he had always been there? That he would forever be there? That he was trapped for an eternity? Interesting. Lilith's blade landed on Dian's neck. At that moment, it seemed that the whole world had come to a stop. True God Sacharo? To lose so easily? Could that really be possible? Dian was an undefeatable legend. A man who even made the dragon and Chilan true gods leave his low gold city alone. But for this man to lose to a saint? Was such a thing even possible? However, Dian, who had the blade on his neck, only sighed. She's quite the genius, but the difference between us is too large. It can't be made up so easily. Dian's left arm had stopped Lilith's blade in its tracks, the lower bases of their swords colliding in a silent battle so peaceful that those below had hardly noticed a clash. Dian realized in that instant how powerful Lilith was. If he had relied on his sword chi alone to counter hers, he would have lost.
In fact, even if he fused his chaos flames with his sword chi and his spatial chi, if it was before, he would have lost as well. However, these matters were different now. Little Ian had awoken her battle bloodline. Now, the spatial chi Dian manipulated wasn't from his own comprehension, but rather from Little Yin's. It was a level of spatial chi normal humans couldn't dream of manipulating. What a woman. Her sword intent. No. Her sword Dao. It's already at the second stage. Dian felt his heartbeat quicken. If Lilith was one of his subordinates, he'd gain himself yet another outstanding demon general. This isn't even her true strength. Here, not only is she suppressed by the enigmatic quadrant, she's suppressed even more so by the conventional path chi. She can't even use her devil chi here for fear of being hunted down and exterminated, yet she still almost took my life. Lilith's eyes lost focus. In the end, her forehead really did fall onto Dian's chest. Big sister, two little boys, well, teenage boys, soared into the air, catching Lilith's body and preventing Dian from touching her anymore. They glared at him with rage-filled eyes. Calm down, or else you'll expose yourselves. Dian sent the two boys a warning. The two little fools were a step away from releasing their devil chi. Plus, Dian thought to himself, I didn't even touch her. Who asked her to go all out like that? Even if she had comprehended a second stage Dao, her body isn't prepared to use it. She passed out because of her actions, not mine. What Lilith did was almost tantamount to suicide. Not only did she call down her sword Dao, but she actually internalized it. Daos could appear in two forms. They could either appear like Dian's half-step Daos, an array blinking in the air, or they could be internalized or fused with the body. The second form is far more powerful, but also excessively dangerous if your bodily strength wasn't powerful enough. Lilith chose to internalize her Dao so it wouldn't be exposed that she had comprehended one. There was nothing she would hate more than to become even more of a spotlighted character than she already was. But that decision greatly harmed her. Dian wouldn't be surprised if her soul was damaged once more. Of course, internalizing a Dao wasn't simply a matter of choice. Not just anyone could do it. It was necessary to have a powerful Dao heart that resonated with your comprehended will. Meaning, Dian, who was still without a Dao heart to speak of, would never be able to replicate Lilith's feat. Stupid. Dian frowned. He found himself worrying about this stupid, prideful girl. It was as though she damaged her soul once more on purpose, all so that she could sever ties with him. What the hell did he do to make her so mad? Lilith's two little brothers froze at Dian's words, and although they continued to glare at him, they retracted their auras. Fifth Elder. Dian called down to the enigmatic sect elder. I'll be taking Lilith and her brothers with me. Will that be an issue? The fifth elder awkwardly rubbed his head. Technically, no. Disciple Lilith and her family are only honorary disciples of our sect that help to raise our faith with their merits in exchange for resources, so they aren't tied down to us. But I still feel that it's a bit inappropriate. Thanks, old man. Dian smiled, causing the fifth elder's lips to twitch. So shameless. The crowd of spectators blushed in Dian's stead. It seemed that true god Sacharo might gain another nickname after today. And you? Dian turned toward Soxak. If you want to defeat me, you're not going to do it. Stay here. Soxak and the other Devil Path geniuses knew that they had no choice but to follow Dian. Even though they signed a soul contract with him, stating that they would never reveal the matters that happened in Soul Quadrant so long as he didn't reveal their true identities. They had learned in recent years that that soul contract might as well be a piece of toilet paper. Dian was a moon lord. According to the martial world, anyway. His soul was far more powerful than theirs, so it was obvious that his wasn't bound to the contract the same way they were. They had no choice but to follow. Still, Soxak grit his teeth at Dian's words. Someday I'll crush you. Moments later, the Devil Chi geniuses had gathered and Dian was face to face with the fifth elder. Amphory had returned to his side once more. It seemed she had had her fun. I've been a bit shameless today, Dian said straightforwardly. The fifth elder, who was trying very hard to hide his bitter expression, looked toward Dian, stunned. And no, the image of the fifth elder trying to appease a junior like this was definitely a new one for those who had followed him here. Dian shook his head. I know my faults,
but there are some things that I must do as the legatee of my clan. However, this doesn't mean that we can't still be friends. The fifth elder sighed. I understand. It seems your relationship with Lilith isn't normal. Diane raised an eyebrow. Ha!
No. Never mind. The fifth elder felt like kicking himself. It seemed he had said something when he shouldn't have. But seeing that Amphrey had an amused expression, he seemed to understand something in all his wisdom.
So true God Sacharo is unaware. You'd think with all the women he had around him, he would be familiar with a gaze of jealousy. Unfortunately, Diane really wasn't aware of that sort of gaze. Maybe he had seen it from Clara, but her expression was usually cold and unfeeling. Even if she was as angry as Lilith was today, she would never explode in the same way. She would choose to not speak with Diane instead or ignore the matter altogether.
Madeline wouldn't even understand what that emotion was, while Ree had reached a place where she was incredibly comfortable and confident in herself, especially after her elven queen Rain's constitution truly awoke.
Before she shied away from her potential, trying to prove herself as a worthy wife by following a path she didn't absolutely love. But now it was different. Then there was Amphrey. She had a level of maturity that made Diane feel unworthy instead of the other way around.
Her mindset was simply too stable. There were of course women like Violet who made her jealousy plain as day. But Diane didn't care for that woman even a bit. He hardly paid attention to her. Diane shook his head. Anyway, I'd like to extend an olive branch to your sect.
I've made a big mess of your prestige, but I have a purpose behind it. The fifth elder immediately understood why Diane was sending him a private message. This was serious.
By Diane's words, it seemed he made a big show of stomping on the pride of the enigmatic sect all so that he could extend this olive branch. It meant he wanted to form a partnership with their sect, but didn't want others to know about it. At least not for now.
He seemed reckless, but he's actually so careful. A true genius. Still, the fifth elder bitterly smiled. At the end of the day, it's our sect who must suffer this slap to the face in silence. However, the fifth elder's eyes sparkled.
The support of a moon lord. No, maybe even the planet lord or star lord that backs this young man. What bullshit Sapientia auction if we can get that? The fifth elder smiled lightly. Thank you for your visit, true God Sacharo.
Please feel free to visit again anytime. For this young man to understand that I handle the diplomatic affairs of the sect so quickly. A genius really is a genius. Diane smiled, nodding and walking away. While all others felt that the enigmatic sect had been humiliated that day, another sort of storm was brewing. I focused too much on my own battle prowess. Maybe it's time to show the world what the son of Saintis and General Sacharo can truly do. Wait patiently, Aritzia. The game board won't be your backyard for very long. Diane had been racking his brain, constantly trying to figure out how to deal with the matters of the water mist sect. But that was when it hit him, something he remembered Ree telling him long ago. Second Elder Viola was once the lover of the sect master of this very enigmatic sect. Diane understood then that he had a chance to grasp.
It didn't matter to him whether Viola and the sect master ever reconciled their past. All that mattered was that the enigmatic sect would likely never take a hostile position against the water mist sect.
With enough coaxing and incentives, especially in the form of his support as a planet lord, this ally-leaning neutrality may turn into a true alliance.
If Diane could pull this off, then he'd be able to strengthen the water mist sect while staving off the Mist clan until it was too late for them to retaliate. If handled perfectly, it wasn't impossible for the enigmatic sect to fall into his hands either.
First, he'd take them under his wing as an ally. He'd slowly nurture them to the point where they'd find leaving his side impossible. And the best part about all of this? No one would ever expect it. The enigmatic sect which hated Diane so much to become his greatest trump card. Lilith startled herself awake, pushing herself up so quickly that her head spun. She quickly checked her surroundings only to find her little brothers by her bedside. In the end, she sunk down and sighed. I lost again. It was only then she found that the environment was different than what she was used to. This wasn't her courtyard or her bed. And that, Lilith's face twisted as her black eyes landed and the handsome face of an insufferable bastard. The gritting of her teeth filled the silent room. Big sister, relax. You'll hurt yourself again. The two brothers tried to coax their elder sister. One would think they were the older siblings by this interaction. "Why did you bring us here?" Lilith asked through gritted teeth, staring daggers at Diane. "Isn't that obvious? I brought you here because you'd be useful to me. You're all incredible talents, and it would be beneficial for me to make use of you all." Lilith laughed a hoarse laughter. "Make use of me? Do you believe you're qualified to do that?" Diane refrained from rolling his eyes. The Lilith he remembered was a calm and composed woman who faced death unblinkingly. He could still remember the day she tried to kill herself after realizing what Diane was asking of her in exchange for healing her soul. If it wasn't because Diane was stronger than she was. No, he wasn't stronger. Rather, she was simply injured and he had tricks up his sleeve. Either way, if it wasn't for him being capable of stopping her, either one of them could have died that day. But the Lilith that was here right now was nothing like that. She was flustered, she had lost control of her emotions, and she was too quick to snap back. Diane would be lying if he said he hadn't lost some respect for her. Diane suddenly stretched out his right arm, causing Lilith's two younger brothers to shift forward, blocking his path. "You two are a bit annoying." Diane sighed. "Go away for a bit." Lilith's little brothers were very talented. Diane remembered that they were only 7 or 8 years old last time he saw them. But even still, they weren't as talented as their elder sister. So even though it had been about 10 years since they last met, they were still in the same realm. How could they be a match for Diane? They found themselves forcibly suppressed within a defensive array. Diane left them in the room so they wouldn't go too wild thinking he was raping their sister or something nonsensical like that. But at the very least, they couldn't move freely, nor could Diane hear their voices anymore. Lilith's venom-like gaze turned toward Diane, but she found it difficult to do much of anything. She felt that her body was a complete mess. But that was when Diane's right fist suddenly clenched and something Lilith could have never predicted happened. Diane's forearm disappeared into a sprinkling rain of golden dust. The reality hit Lilith like a ton of bricks. Diane hadn't used his left hand to disrespect her. If anything, it was a sign of respect at the time, as his right hand was now his weaker. And on top of that, he's missing 9 of his meridians. Lilith's heartbeat sunk. Diane knew exactly what she was thinking. She probably believed that as long as the Xianxia auction happened, she could finally comprehend celestial chi and move forward. After she broke through, she thought that Diane could never be her match. But she had no idea that Diane was handicapped himself. "Now that we've gotten that out of the way, have you collected yourself enough for us to have a real conversation?" He showed me his weakness to calm me down. In the end, Lilith turned her gaze away and nodded slowly, dying of shame within. "In reality, I think that your devil quadrants will become very useful to me soon. At the very least, I'll likely need information they have. At the worst, I may need to visit myself." "That's impossible. It took us years to get here, and that was with our devil quadrants being directly adjacent to Chaos Universe. We have planet-grade arrays. As long as you know the coordinates of your quadrant, getting there is simple. Of course, that would also require your fellow devil path cultivators giving us permission, which is where you come in. Once a universe is truly conquered, teleporting to it freely is impossible. Permission of its owner is needed. Of course, this doesn't stop individuals from going the long way around. This was what those heading to the conference now were being forced to do because of the Star Clan. There was another way around this, of course, and that was to place a connecting formation there, much like what Amphrey, Lila, and Zaire had done in Star Clan territory. Lilith tried to hide her shock. Of course, she knew that Soul Universe had planet-grade arrays, however they were never able to take them, not with the 99 universes monitoring them, anyway. It was part of the deal they signed, keeping the 99 universes silent about their true identity. And, as embarrassing as it was to say, the Devil Cultivators didn't have any Array Alchemy Planet Lords despite being an outer quadrant. They didn't even have Array Alchemy Moon Lords. Of course, I don't plan on asking you to do things for nothing. How would you feel about me giving you that sovereign spark you've been chasing for all these years? Boom! Lilith suddenly felt like her world was collapsing. Lilith froze. What did you just say? How about it? Do you want it? This? How do you even know this was my wish? There could be a million reasons why I want to go the Xianxia auction. And It's very much possible that I simply don't have enough talent to sense celestial chi. Don't be ridiculous. Diane laughed. If you really can't sense celestial chi, then I'll cut off my other arm for you. Do you think you can deceive my eyes? You can comprehend comet chi, but not celestial chi, the far easier of the two. You think I'm unaware? I'm the one who healed your soul. Remember? Something it seems I might have to do again. Diane shook his head. Lilith's eyebrow twitched. He's annoyed. I'm the one being taken advantage of. But he's the one who's annoyed. Plus, the Sapientia have been advertising their big-ticket items for the longest of times. Why else would everyone be so excited about the auction to the point of even your quadrant being drawn in? On top of that, I can see that while devil chi makes your chi far denser and your body's much stronger, it has a negative effect on your soul. It makes it even more obvious what you want your sovereign spark to do. Everyone was aware that the difference between taking the sovereign spark before the celestial realm and after was like night and day. Oddly enough, this only referred to one's energy cultivation, not your soul or body. This was because the sovereign spark, even if it could be used to amplify one's soul, was a fundamentally energy-type treasure, therefore its highest potential was seen before celestial chi was comprehended. Some might choose to fuse their spark with their meridians. That would make their ability to manipulate and use energy skyrocket. However, Lilith wanted to take an unconventional path and fuse it with her soul instead. She had the utmost confidence in her talent, but her soul would begin to hold her back in the future. This spark was her solution. It was likely that others would find this ridiculous, though. She wasn't even 30 years old yet, and she was already creeping to the limits of comet chi. Such speed was unheard of, especially considering how wildly the martial world reacted to becoming a comet lord. But Lilith knew herself better than anyone else. If she took the spark into the very soul so many neglected through their cultivation path, she would take a massive leap forward. In order to foster that growth, her own father had gone through many troubles to get this opportunity for her. But then, Diane ruined it. Maybe that was another reason she was so angry with Diane. The Devil Path people had invested so much all for her to get this spark. But Diane and his Sicharo clan ruined it all. She dreamed for years of growing strong enough to cut Diane down. It was an unhealthy infatuation so great that oftentimes she lost focus of her own aims. There was one time her resolve almost broke down to the point of attempting to sense celestial chi. Had that happened, it would have all been for naught. Yet, seemingly every day, there would be some piece of new information about Diane. Oh look! True God Sicharo's corner finally opened. Did you hear? True God Sicharo reappeared and cleared the celestial doors without lifting a finger. True God Sicharo took over the enigmatic sex territory all alone. Amazing! I hear True God Sicharo killed all 4 scions of the Golden Crow sect with just a single punch each. True God Sicharo lit Low Gold City ablaze. They're calling it the Day of the Black Sun. True God Sicharo faced 4 armies alone and actually won. True God Sicharo? True Goddess? True G. It was infuriating. She herself had no real grasp of why she felt this way. It was just anger. And if she was honest with herself, it wasn't anger toward Diane. All those years ago when she came to the cathedral, as much as she painted Diane as the villain in her mind, she was aware of who the true villains were. Her and her fellow allies and clansmen. They became the very devils everyone believed them to be, that everyone hated them for being. The truth was that Lilith had no idea about Soul Market until she came to Soul Planet. But that didn't change the fact she did nothing to stop it once she found out. She did nothing. In fact, she even tried to impede an individual who did try to do something, and in her attempt to kill Diane, she ended up nearly mortally wounded. And yet, what happened after that? Diane all but ignored her. It was to the point that she wasn't even worthy of his anger. Then she watched as Diane was accused of rape. Then she witnessed him being beaten half to death. She sat and did nothing as he was violently castrated before the eyes of everyone. He endured all of that, even the greatest humiliation a man could ever suffer, all for the sake of saving individuals he had never met in his lifetime, individuals who would have never been in that situation had it not been for her and her people. Yet he continued to ignore her. In fact, even when her naked body was before his eyes, he treated her like nothing more than an insignificant rock in his path. It reminded too much of those years.
Those years before her talent awoke in full force. Those years she spent swimming through the endless sea of her father's many children without a place for herself. Except this time. She deserved to be ignored. It's just like that time all over again. He has no interest in me. He only cares about my talent and what I can do with it for him. Lilith silently looked toward Diane. But why don't I feel the same disgust for him I feel toward my father or Soxak? Because if it's him and him alone, I deserve to be treated this way. I've earned his disdain. These were words that Lilith couldn't even bear saying those words even if it was just in her mind. They lay silently hidden deep within. I'll accept, but I'd like to hear your conditions first. Diane was a bit surprised Lilith accepted so readily, but seeing the complex light in her dark eyes, he refrained from asking about it. He realized she had her own story, but he felt it odd that he felt such a pull to ask about it. Under normal conditions, Diane wouldn't care for Lilith and her feelings even the slightest bit. Considering this, one might wonder why he was accepting these devil path cultivators into his fold at all. Well, the answer to that lied in his talk with Jasmine, or rather, the lack of a talk. He still didn't have his answer. Could he blame individuals for acting in the fashion they were born? In truth, devil cultivators were born evil. And, considering how little Diane knew about naturally birthed evil cultivators, he didn't have a solid answer on that front either. But, these particular devil path geniuses were in a bit of a special situation. Considering Soul Market had been functioning for hundreds of years, Diane knew that Lilith and her companions weren't the ones who started it. However, at the same time, Lilith acted to obstruct Diane, while also doing nothing to end Soul Market. This placed Diane in a dilemma. On the one hand, Lilith was born into this situation, something he couldn't blame her for. But, on the other, she didn't try to change herself. Diane needed to understand. He needed to comprehend what it truly meant to be on the side of balance. Could he blindly follow his grand teacher, Old Man Abraxas? Or would he have turned this endlessly roaring war into one that had 3 sides instead of 2? Lilith, her brothers, and the rest of her companions. They would be his path to answering this question. I plan to unite the whole of the Martial Plain, Diane said plainly. Lilith's eyes widened. What nonsense is he talking about? Is he even aware of what saying such a thing to me means? I know what you're thinking, but is there a need to try and see so far ahead? Even if we'll be enemies in the future, grasping hands together now is for the benefit of both sides. I believe even your father would agree. Don't you think? You know about my father. I know a lot more than you think I do, right? You are the celestial deer sex successor. Diane smiled, but didn't say much more. He couldn't tell Lilith the real reason he now knew these things. My conditions are simple. I don't expect the devil cultivators to move on a large scale. In fact, just you few are enough. Lilith's eyes widened. Just us. Diane nodded. The value of you all is more than you think. You were all sent here for what reason? Lilith suddenly understood. We were sent here to gain experience and become strong pillars of the devil quadrants in the future. That's exactly right. If you all grow with me now, I can raise you into excellent pillars. Come the future, when you grasp your positions as the leaders of your clans and sects, our alliance will only grow stronger. We'll sweep through the mortal plane together. If there comes a day where we must point our swords at each other, so be it. But I'm sure you and your people won't care very much for my idealism, right? Lilith unconsciously nodded. No one had even formed an Emperor God clan in a single lifetime. How could anyone unite an entire plane in a single lifetime? That was ridiculous. If anything, Diane being so open and upfront about his goals now would make this alliance happen in a much smoother fashion. Also, this was something Lilith could decide for herself as well. They had all come here to gain experience. She wasn't supposed to go back home until she could help her father carry his burdens. By the enemies their clans faced, she'd have to become a peak Dao expert at a minimum before she even thought of returning. I accept. Me and my companions will become soldiers under your flag and represent the devil quadrants in this alliance. What you give us today we will return in the future. Good. Diane nodded. You, Soxak, Roll, Asina, and Bakar will represent your Nightmare Palace, Fulgur clan, Eclipse sect, Matilde clan, and the Infernal Beasts respectively as core disciples of my soul-rending peak. The geniuses that followed you will be named as inner disciples.
You will receive the same treatment as anyone else who has taken this title. Once you break into the celestial realm, I will appoint you as a vice commander. Your company will include those who followed you here. After saying these words, Dian's finger flashed, revealing the third sovereign spark he had ever formed.
It was only then that Lilith comprehended something major. Dian had the sovereign flame. Boom, boom,
boom. Soul Planet was filled with the fireworks of battle. But it wasn't an invasion. Rather, it was Lilith unleashing her pent-up rage on her celestial trial.
Just minutes ago, Dian gave Lilith her sovereign spark and she seemed to eat it up as though she hadn't seen food in years and the small golden flame was a juicy steak. But what happened next made Dian's lip twitch.
She closed her eyes for what might have been only 2 or 3 seconds, and in the next instant, a surge of celestial chi unendingly rolled toward her. Was it even possible to comprehend a higher energy form in 2 seconds?
And was it really necessary to call down your tribulation with Soul Palace?
If it wasn't for Dian's quick reaction, immediately locking everyone down within range of the tribulation and teleporting them away, Lilith would have recklessly caused a disaster. But, somehow watching her swing her sword so fiercely in the air, he lost the will to be angry.
She didn't even wait to become a pseudo-celestial first. But I guess she must have felt she spent enough time tempering her body before. Technically speaking, retempering the meridians could be done after entering the celestial realm.
The reason individuals did it beforehand in a pseudo-realm is to give themselves an advantage during their trials. Obviously, someone with properly tempered meridians can use their new energies easier. Dian never bothered with his pseudo-realms because he followed the body refinement path, so any tempering his body needed would be handled by it. In addition, considering how much the heavens seemed to hate him, that tempering wouldn't matter much. It'd probably just call down an even stronger tribulation like the petty bastard it was. Well, at least she can give the disciples something to work toward. Many close to where Lilith triggered her tribulation came to spectate.
It was a great way to raise the morale of the Mortal Alliance's people. Usually, experts would do these sorts of things in private so that potential failure wouldn't dampen their clan's faith, but the people under Dian were quite confident. Lilith didn't even consider failure. This is good too.
This is a strong second step. The truth of the matter were that Jade's words weren't all she left for Dian. Within the life-saving Jade, there were great amounts of information, more information Dian could ever dream of having.
After Dian recollected his emotions, the Tower Spirit unsealed one portion of Dian's mind's eye locked away by Jade. With it, he found that Jade didn't leave him with just vague hints.
He found endless stacks of information, the most important of which were tied to massive future events and the outer quadrants. The Devil Quadrants. Jade said to ally with them. Under normal circumstances, this would be stupid.
Even if they believed that Jade was still here and Dian had a higher existence by his side, higher existence Ravana was far stronger than Jade had ever been. In addition to this, the Devil Quadrants were allied with the infernal beasts, the mortal enemies of the celestial beasts. No matter how you looked at it, it was an alliance that could never work. The true reason why they were a worthy ally was because of one clan, the Matilde clan. When Dian saw this, he was shocked. Why would Jade tell him to trust a traitorous clan? Wouldn't that be asking to get backstabbed again?
But that was when he learned just how absolute the power of the Elven Queen was. The only reason the elves fell apart was because they didn't have this true center of power anymore. So they tried to fill her role with the true empaths. But Ri was here now. Dian was guaranteed one backer among the Devil Path cultivators. But that wasn't all. He knew their weakness. Their souls were inhibited by their devil chi. This was why they risked sending such an absolute genius here. They couldn't foster any array alchemy experts and had thus fallen behind the other outer quadrants by far. They weren't in a position where they could look down on Dian's extended hand. The sprites. According to Jade, Dian needed to pay more attention to them. It wasn't a simple oopsie case that the Star Clan, accidentally, attacked a quadrant of their tower quadrants. They did so purposely.
Then Jade dropped a bomb. The Star Clan Dian knew the #1 clan of their tower quadrants was just a branch clan of the Sprite Alliance, a mighty empire that spanned almost 100 quadrants alone. Dian would be lying if he said his breath didn't quicken at this reality, almost 100 quadrants? That was the threshold to become a planet-grade empire. According to Jade, something major would happen within the Sprite Alliance in just a few years. She didn't know the details of the events because Diane's alternate timeline self didn't. But what she did say dropped a boulder on Diane's chest. Diane's alternate timeline self never found Eli, and he always speculated that the reason why was related to this quickly approaching event. Lilith's sword tore through the air, slashing through a sea of black flames with battle intent flickering in her red eyes. The Nephilim, this outer quadrant alliance, was one that struck fear in the hearts of all, even the sprites. Endless clans of war-crazed giants, all of whom had stronger bloodlines than the last and each of whom sought blood and carnage. According to everyone, the sprites should be the dominant race of this modern era. Well, more accurately, the dominant race of humanoids. However, while their talent exceeded that of giants, it wasn't by much. In addition to the fact their birth rates were incredibly low, they were far less ancient than the giants who had bloodlines stretching back to even the angels. Much like the others, Jade described a list of strengths and weaknesses, as well as matters to look out for. Diane felt that his war with the Nephilim could only be won by expert sabotage. They were too fiery of a race and far too war-loving. Turning them against themselves was by far the easiest route and also the route his future self took. However, this alone wouldn't be enough. He needed strength. The Nephilim Alliance was already a fifth planet-grade empire. This meant that they controlled at least 500 quadrants. The Transcendent Beast Alliance. Jade's explanation of this Outer Quadrant Alliance was yet another bombshell for Diane. The Beast Protection Alliance was a seed sowed by them. Of the 4 Outer Quadrant centers of power he had thought of until now, 3 of them were actually already dipping their hands into the Tower Quadrants. According to Jade, the Transcendent Beast Alliance looked down upon heaven-grade beasts as much as anyone else did, but they felt that they needed to bolster up their forces if they wanted to compete with the other power centers and wanted to use heaven and earth-grade beasts to do so. The reality was that they were even weaker than the Devil Quadrants, ranking dead last, so they wanted to change this. In the previous timeline, Diane never subjugated 9 or 13, and his contact with BPA was scarce to the level of being non-existent. When Diane wondered why that was when their plans were so large-scale, Jade answered for him. In 112 years, the ancient battlefield would descend. This would take a much longer time than anyone could have predicted, but no one knew that there was a reason this time was so very different. Finally, Diane learned of exactly what the ancient battlefield was. And the answer. It was something that both made him shiver with fear and excitement. He remembered his exact thoughts when he learned the truth. The heavens like to play games. The descent of the ancient battlefield made it impossible for BPA to continue with their original plan. By the time those events came to an end, let alone bolster their forces and grow stronger, they were on the brink of collapse. The Transcendent Beast Alliance suffered the most during those times, almost entirely losing their right to be known as an Outer Quadrant power center. Diane knew what he needed to do. Within these 112 years, while everyone felt that the ancient battlefield was just around the corner and was entirely focused on it, he needed to conquer not just the 99 universes but also his home quadrant. He had to. If others could read Diane's thoughts, they'd lock him up and put him in a mental asylum. A peak Dao expert of the 12th stage could live 1.2 million years. It was entirely possible for a higher existence to live several million years. And yet no one had ever formed an Emperor-God clan in a single lifetime. Yet, Diane was speaking of uniting 2 entire quadrants in just 100 or so years. Asinine. Ridiculous. Foolish. There weren't enough foul words to describe it. But Diane knew he had to do it. When the ancient battlefield descended, those without faith would be tossed to the wayside, expunged from the annals of history and wiped clean. How had Diane survived in his previous timeline? Bitterly. He ran like a cornered mouse and hid with his friends and family until his pride was beaten down to near non-existence. Jade said it took him more than 500 years for his cultivation to unseal, but what she didn't mention was how much more time after that he wasted hiding and biding his time. Because he was forced to hide during those years, his growth slowed to a snail's pace. There was only one saving grace he had, and that was his Titan Constitution's world. But this saving grace turned into a bitter regret and grievance. The reason was because the truth of his Constitution's world wasn't open to him until it was too late to make use of it. In the previous timeline, Dian never lost his mind to his chaos flames. As a result, he never went to speak to the entity, nor did he ever play the piano for his fellow mortals and thus never formed a sovereign Tao heart from their will. This meant that one of the divine chains on his nascent soul never shattered. What did all of this mean? It meant that when Dian finally took his Constitution Awakening pill, he didn't shoot to the Bronze Silk realm because his nascent soul couldn't force his constitution into obedience. As a result, the secret of his constitution's world was realized by him far too late and couldn't be used properly. The very secret that made old man Abraxas believe the immortal plane war to no longer be necessary. The final power center Jade had information on was one that Dian would never forget. All this time he wanted to know exactly which clan had been pulling the strings of the 99 universes. But Jade simply directly told him who it was. A mortal enemy with a knife held to Dian's throat. Empire of over 300 quadrants. The only power center of the outer quadrants that was not an alliance, but a clan unto itself. The Sapientia. Dian gripped his fists. This time it would be different. 112 years. You were reckless. Dian looked toward Lilith with a reproachful gaze. He didn't seem fazed by the leap forward her beauty had taken after entering the celestial realm. Aritzia was quite beautiful as well, but that didn't mean Dian would hesitate to decapitate her if she appeared before him. Lilith's first instinct was to make a biting remark back, but she held back. She realized that it was reckless of her to trigger her tribulation in such a densely populated area. She just kind of trusted Dian to handle it. I know, I got too excited. Luckily, the damage wasn't too bad due to Dian protection. But if Lilith's recklessness had harmed Mia and Bella's graves located to the back of Soul Palace, he might have directly kicked her out. The Sex Administration will handle your registry and your allocated resources. They'll also prepare your disciple robes and take a request for a type of treasure you might want. And no, you can't have your clan's dome treasure back. Lilith's lip twitched. The way Dian spoke about supreme-grade treasures. It was like he didn't understand that clans and sects would war for countless years over one. Yet he casually said he refused to hand back a treasure he had taken from someone he supposedly wanted to ally with. But all of Lilith's dissatisfaction disappeared like the wind when she saw the resources she was being given. 100% top-grade pills. Even geniuses of the outer quadrants didn't receive such treatment, right? With these pills, her conventional cultivation would skyrocket. If she had Dian make her Devil Path pill, wouldn't she become unstoppable? She could request a spiritual grade treasure too. It was true that as of now there were only 2 core disciples, her and Damaris. But Dian had said that Asina, Soxak, Bakar, and Roll would receive the same treatment. Did he really plan to hand out a spiritual grade treasure out so easily? Lilith's own katana was a spiritual grade treasure and she treasured it more than her own life. In fact, she never used its full strength for fear experts of the enigmatic sect would try to take it from her. Yet Dian was just casually handing out treasures of that caliber. She couldn't understand. Was he being reckless with the wealth left behind by the Celestial Deer sect? Or could he truly sustain such expenditure? If Lilith knew it was more latter, she'd probably be even more shocked. The resources in Dark Ocean were one factor, but the treasures left behind by the Elven Kingdom were vast and far-reaching as well. While Clara was the head of the administration, the process had been streamlined by the Mortal Network, allowing its work to become easy to accomplish. Meaning, she spent most of her time doing what she did best. Being a Comet Lord. Clara's weapons forging ability was far beyond Dian's. Dian didn't have the time to practice, so this could only be expected. But that didn't mean that it was a win by default either. Clara was incredibly skilled at doing something Dian was lacking in, combining mortal world technology with martial world concepts. After all, the Mortal Network was her idea and creation. Unfortunately, Clara was still in a deep sleep now. But when she awoke, there was no doubt of her impact. Simply put, with all the resources she had at her fingertips, coupled with the small number of individuals she needed to forge for, she could afford to outfit core disciples with spiritual grade treasures of their own. Of course, as Soul-Rending Peak expanded, the need for more Comet and Moon Lord talents would become more obvious. But for now, Clara alone was enough. Wow! Lilith didn't know what to think. If this can be expanded to a large stage, it really might be possible to sweep over the mortal plane. The question is, do enough talents exist for such a thing? As though to answer her question, Lilith accidentally wandered into the Array Alchemy faction. What she saw shook her to her core. After fusing the spark to her soul, her senses had grown to another level, making her incredibly sharp. This building. It was filled with soul talents. Thousands of third-grade souls and countless millions of second-grade soul talents. Having an innate soul wasn't as rare as having an innate aurora. But if one's innate soul was grand enough, having an innate aurora was guaranteed. How many innate auroras are there in the whole of the mortal plane? A few dozen? Maybe? So how are there thousands of them here? If one was born with a third-stage innate soul, they were guaranteed to have an innate aurora. The martial world had been desensitized to the shock of Diane's innate aurora already. But what would happen if they suddenly learned that he had thousands hidden here, all working on their own various projects? Even if one had so many talents, was it even possible to nurture them all? Could there possibly be enough teachers? Lilith's heart palpitated, watching as some older gentlemen walked around, mentoring and guiding the young talents. That was when yet another bolt of lightning struck Lilith. Those eyes, that smirk, that air of confidence, that infused, perpetual presence. It was then that Lilith realized the level of pressure Diane was under constantly. These mentors, they all looked different, but they were all one person. Diane was guiding them all alone. Lilith sighed as she signed yet another soul contract. She felt an inexplicable annoyance whenever Diane did something that made it clear he didn't trust her. But she had learned her lesson about vocalizing such feelings. Plus, she saw the hypocrisy in them even if she didn't want to admit it. Once they had all signed it, Diane silently looked at the devil cultivator geniuses. There were 15 of them, split among the 5 power that made up their alliance. Nightmare Palace, their leader, the Infernal Beasts, the Fulgur clan, the Eclipse sect and Asina's Matilde clan. The oldest among them all took their roles as leaders. Lilith and her 2 brothers represented Nightmare Palace. Bakar and 2 teenage girls represented the Infernal Beasts. Sakzak and 2 younger males represented the Fulgur clan. Diane believed they were cousins and sons of the clan head and grand elders. Rol lead 2 older girls. She was the only one who was the youngest of her faction who was still seen as a leader. Finally, Asina led to Matilde clan dark elves, 1 male and 1 female. The Matilde clan trio seemed the most docile. They showed no dissatisfaction at signing the contract, likely because Ree was by Diane's side. Diane would be lying if he said Ree's power over the elves didn't make him feel uncomfortable. If he himself was an elf, would he lower his head like this to an elven queen too? Did he feel anything like that when he tapped into Ree's primordial een? There were so many things in this martial world that tested his moral code. He had felt absolute confidence in his own compass before, but more and more things were happening recently that caused a storm within him. It was odd. Just when he felt he had reached an equilibrium of calm with himself after the immense pressure Aritzia's actions put on him, he suddenly found outside forces trying to tear that calm apart. Diane took a deep breath, shaking his head to regain his focus. I know you might feel dissatisfied now, but in about 10 or seconds, I feel that your minds will most definitely change. Diane said confidently. The 15 geniuses looked toward Diane as though he had said something completely ridiculous. What nonsense was he spouting? Did he think that their feelings were so chia? Now that you've signed this contract, I can tell you a top-grade secret of our mortal alliance, one that will make you all very happy. Diane paused with a light smile. We are in possession of likely the last remaining devil vein in existence. Boom. The explosions that went off in the mind of the devil path geniuses were so violent that many of their eyes nearly rolled back to the point on losing consciousness. For the duration of time you spend under my mortal alliance, you can use the devil vein as you please. I'm sure that with your talents, you'll make great use of it. Do you understand what you just said? Asina, who was just as scantily clad as usual, could no longer avoid Diane as she had been before. Do you know what this means? Even if I decided to believe that you weren't lying to us, this is worse than giving wings to a tiger. Diane suddenly started laughing. At first, thinking that he was just playing a joke on them, they frowned. Why did he get their hopes up this way?
But when Diane spoke again, they suddenly understood that Diane would never do anything like that. You believe that I should be afraid of you 15 becoming too powerful, right? After all, my mortal alliance does have a rule that anyone within 50 years of my age can challenge me for my position. Diane's laughter disappeared, a light so sharp taking over his gaze that the air itself seemed to split. You can have all the help you want in the world. I can prop you up with the whole of my ability. I can provide you with pills, resources, techniques, and even treasures. But defeating me isn't something any of you can succeed in. Arrogance. They had forgotten. They had forgotten that this was a man who faced an army of Celestials as an essence gatherer. They forgot that they watched it all unfold before them. Asina could remember it. The day she fought Diane in the soul-rending Peaks Disciple Tournament. That was the first time she had ever lost to someone in her generation. Someone who was sealed and unable to use their soul and chi, no less. He was the very same man from back then. It was then that battle intent blazed within the eyes of the Devil Path geniuses. They felt Diane's disdain, and it fueled a fire deep within their souls. But no fire was greater than that of Lilith, Soxak, and Asina's. With a devil vein, I'll break into the Tao realm in less than 20 years. If you concoct us Devil Path pills, maybe even just 10 years is all it would take. An amused light shone within Lilith's eyes. I hope you won't regret your decision then. Diane smiled. I look forward to it. With the help of the devil vein, Diane really was giving these geniuses the wings they needed to soar past the heavens themselves. The strength they would gain in just a short time was nothing just anyone could fathom. However, Diane had no plans to sit idly by. First, though, he had to head back to Soul Palace. It was time to wrap up the matters of the middle tier. These are the cages. Diane silently gazed upon the dungeons that once took up a large majority of Middle Sapientia cities underground. Now that he was back, it was obvious that he could give anyone he pleased permission to enter Soul Universe. So, the cages were displaced here as a whole. Currently, they were being held in a large underground space below Soul Palace. Diane had actually asked for Mei Ying to design this place so that he could train himself and his demon generals here. It was known as Utopia. Due to the fact it was deep within Soul Planet, similar to the Belmont Catacombs of Earth, Mei Ying had a lot of freedom. Because of its location, many feng shui points were in close proximity, so with proper handling, it could easily turn into a cultivation haven, especially since Soul Universe was such an energy-dense universe to begin with. For now, the space was quite bland. It was large and mostly gray, stretching for several dozen kilometers in every direction. The only markers were the pillars that upheld its construction. Mortal world technology would never be able to construct such a place, but cultivators made it possible. Right? Zaire nodded as he was the one who hauled them all here. Considering how tired he appeared, it definitely wasn't an easy task. Be careful, brother. If we make a mistake, those inside could die. Diane nodded seriously. Little Eam, can you make it inside these cages? MHM. It's very easy for us. As Diane expected, there likely wasn't a place in existence the celestial hamsters couldn't infiltrate, as long as they didn't have someone to bring along with them, that is. Alright, do so. We'll see if Cher's senses works or if it's blocked. Faster than he expected, Little Eam came back. Did you feel that? Diane nodded seriously. The connection I had with you was so faint that I almost thought it cut us off completely. Cher senses won't work in this situation, but to think something like this was possible. They hid a separate realm within the cages. If they're forcibly opened, the stabilization of the world collapses, resulting in the death of everything inside. Diane thought seriously for a moment. When he sent Little Ean several universes away from himself to accompany Clara, their connection had grown faint as well. But it was even more exaggerated now. This also confirmed one another thing. Diane could take Amphrey to the celestial floors and even the saint floors as long as she was within his inner world, despite the fact that she had already formally entered the Tao floors. This meant that separate realms could circumvent the rules of the epistemic tower. Simply put, the individuals trapped in this cage were not necessarily less than 5,000 years old. They could very well be extremely dangerous. Diane turned to Zaire. Bring Amphrey and Granny Celeste here. We can't do this without them. Bring little Lila as well. Her abilities will be especially important right now. Diane didn't even feel embarrassed asking for such a thing. Wouldn't it be foolish for him to lose his life because of something as stupid as empty pride? Zaire didn't hesitate to go. What was the situation in there, Littleine? Though it's a separate world, it's incredibly small, only about double the size of what we can see from the outside. Stabilizing the spatial chi long enough for them to walk out will be easy. Diane nodded. How many of them are there? And what are their cultivations? There are at least 5 or 6 in each of the 12 cages, and they're all Dao experts as Big Brother speculated, but it feels like their cultivation was artificially inflated to that point. They definitely have no chance of progressing further in the realm.
They're more feeble than even most pseudo-Dao experts. If I had to speculate, I'd say that they used a method to break into the Dao realm only so that they could gain 100,000 years of life.
Only 4 or 5 of them could be considered true Dao experts, but even they'd be weaker than the typical 3rd-grade lower Dao expert. An artificial increase?
Weaker than even pseudo-Dao experts, huh? Diane nodded. It didn't matter to him. He didn't want these people for their battle prowess. He was certain that the Sapientia wouldn't lock them away because they were powerful.
If the Sapientia deemed to lock these people away, it was definitely because they wanted their knowledge. Look at them. Little Yang was practically in tears, already pretending like I don't exist.
Just wait until I awaken my bloodline, you ungrateful wretches. Littleine giggled at her brother's antics. As Diane and the hamster twins were talking, 4 figures entered Utopia and made their way to his side. Zaire, Lila, Amphory, and the always smiling Granny Celeste. Considering Little Yin's words, it wasn't absolutely necessary that they be here, but it was better to be safe than sorry. All right, let's do it, Littleine. The final sound before they began was Little Yang's groan. Utopia suddenly became cluttered.
Well, cluttered was an inappropriate term considering its obnoxious size. Rather, it greeted a larger number of individuals than it should have so soon. At the moment, almost 70 new faces looked around their surroundings in complete confusion.
Is this a new torture chamber? It was something almost all of them thought, but their surroundings were too different. They were already losing their minds staring at the blank walls of their cages for so long. What was the point in moving them to another blank space?
Of course, they had no way of telling Diane, Zaire, Lila, Amphory, and Granny Celeste apart from themselves. After all, they had never seen the people in the cages beside them. They didn't even know if there were cages beside them until now. Contrary to what one might expect, they weren't all old. In fact, they were mostly young. Or they looked young. After all, even if their Dao formation cultivation was just for show, it was still their cultivation at the end of the day. There were a few pushing their middle ages, but for the most part, they looked to be in their mid-20s. They were shabbily dressed, both men and women alike. Their bodies were coated in what looked like gray prison attire crossed with hospital gowns. That said, they at least didn't emanate any odd or putrid smells. At the end of the day, they were Dao experts and had long since jumped the hurdle of human filth. They were definitely far better treated than Verver. Diane thought to the young man who was still recovering from his wounds, even to now. I half expected them all to be in a half-dead state. I wonder, could the Sapientia really not have a technique similar to Devour? Or is it that they didn't dare to use it? Devour was one of the very first martial techniques Diane had ever learned. It was a divine grade soul path technique that had 2 main functions.
The first was to absorb the soul strength of an opponent, either for the sake of stamina or to increase your cultivation. The second was a proxy ability as a result of the first. It allowed the absorption of a target's memories. Little Yang snorted, still disgruntled.
Do you think divine grade techniques, especially divine grade soul techniques, just float around ripe for plucking? Diane smiled bitterly. Maybe his perspective of the world really was too skewed. Hello, everyone. Diane's voice cut through the murmurs. In truth, Diane wasn't any more properly dressed than him. He only wore a crisp white shirt and black sweatpants rolled to his calves. They practically assumed he was a prisoner along with them. But it seemed they were wrong. I should probably tell you all this first. This place is not affiliated with the Sapientia clan. The eyes of the 70 or so researchers widened. It wasn't their fault. Diane's words were too shocking. It might be hard to accept, but this isn't some sort of trick.
This is the territory of the Sicharo clan. There was only more confusion at these words. Sicharo clan?
They had never heard of it. They once more couldn't be blamed. They were in captivity long before Dian made his debut. Ah, you probably don't recognize my name. But, Dian mused for a moment. You will recognize me by this title. I am the successor of the Celestial Deer sect. Absolute shock. No matter how long they had been locked up, they would recognize this sect. The former number 1 sect of the Tower Quadrants and the only power within their quadrants capable of standing up to the outer quadrants. More importantly, the Celestial Deer sect stood in opposition to the Sapientia.
Though it wasn't open warfare, as far as they knew anyway, the teachings of the sect had always clashed with the Sapientia. While the former taught array alchemy as a holistic practice, the latter tried to suppress this, insisting that formation theory and alchemy should be kept separate.
The breathing of the group of men and women quickened. Their circumstances it had changed too abruptly. No, maybe not. This person obviously didn't bring them here to release them. This is an open space, but they couldn't see any obvious exits anywhere. It was obvious he didn't plan to just let them go. They might as well have been just transferred from one owner to another. In that moment, the light in their eyes dimmed. Whatever hope they had was snuffed out. Whatever reason I can give you for not allowing you to move freely likely won't be enough, Dian said straightforwardly. However, you all should know the circumstances of my Celestial Deer sect as well as I do. We're a sect only in name. We were destroyed long ago. Knowing this, it should be obvious to you that if I've revealed this truth, it won't end as simply as me allowing you all to leave. The researchers bitterly laughed. How shameless. None of us asked who you were, you just started to speak because you felt like it. Now, you're telling us that the reason we can't leave is because of something you chose to tell us yourself. They really couldn't decide whether this person was better or worse than the Sapientia clan. Dian only smiled in response. I'll introduce myself again.
My name is Dian Sicharo, successor to the Celestial Deer sect. This is my lovely wife, my little sister and not so little brother. And here is my grandmother. Granny Celeste's lips almost couldn't contain her smile at Dian's words.
Though it is against your will, I hope that you too will become part of our Mortal Alliance family. The researchers bitterly smiled at Dian's words. At least he admitted that it was against their will. But did that really make things much better? You'll probably be disappointed. A young-looking man spoke. His hair was a deep shade of brown and terribly kept. Is that so? You must know the reason we were locked away. We're all stubborn individuals. All we had to do was take the Sapientia name and we would have likely lived grand lives. I'm aware. Dian nodded. The man's eyes sharpened. Our work is our own. We don't want to work for the sake of others. And what do you want to work for then? Obviously for ourselves. Is that so?
Then why didn't you accept the Sapientia name? The man looked at Dian with an odd expression. What? Dian smiled. You don't find your words contradictory?
If you really only cared for yourself, what does it matter what your last name is? What is the point of a last name? Isn't it to carry on the legacy of your ancestors? Only your first name truly represents yourself and your selfishness. So, the reality is different from what you're saying. You wanted to keep your last names because it meant something to you. Plus, if you truly wanted to work for yourselves, as you say, then you're selfish, self-centered individuals, no? Then why is it that you didn't jump at a chance to spread your inventions across the martial world? Sure, Sapientia name would be attached to your inventions, but wouldn't your first names also be there? You don't understand the pride of a researcher. The man shook his head. Not only do we want our inventions to be recognized, we want them used the way we intended.
All anyone ever seems to want to do is use us for war. Dian nodded. I want to use you for war too. That much is true. The man's face twisted in disgust, but his expression contorted even more violently at Dian's next words. Are you aware of what happened to the individuals you likely called friend and family after you were all locked in those cages? The researchers froze. The Sapientia killed them all. Groans of pain escaped their lips. Do you know what reason they had for killing them all? Dian shrugged. They simply felt that keeping their dirty dealings secret was worth more than the lives of your clans. The man bitterly laughed. He already had a faint idea that this was what would happen.
The only way to stop a wave of individuals from suddenly asking about abrupt disappearances was by rooting out those who had close connections with them. With the help of the Sapientia's information network, not to mention the fact they had centers of power in practically every quadrant, it was a simple task for them to know the most risky targets and thus eliminate them to avoid future problems. And now what? You want to use our anger toward the Sapientia to say that we should fight for you? That we should unite and fight against a common enemy? That you'll be different? Isn't that much obvious? What would you like to do? Spend the rest of your lives in a cage? Letting the lives sacrificed for the sake of your pride and stubbornness go to waste? You, the man roared. What do you know? Do you think it's an easy decision to say no? That it's easy to turn down more money than you couldn't spend in countless lifetimes when all you've known is a backwater clan? This is what having principles means. Principles. Diane shook his head. Sorry, I don't bother with that word when it comes to lives of those I care about. Whatever is necessary, I'll do. You've heard tales have happened to my celestial deer sect, but you have no real idea. Let alone your livelihoods, the lives of everyone on this mortal plane are in danger. Soon, there might not even be a place for us mere mortals in all of existence anymore. You don't want your inventions used in war? But somehow you're all right with your clansmen, your wife, your parents, your children, dying due to your inaction. That isn't being principled. It's the height of naivete. The man clenched his fists and stared daggers at Diane, but he didn't respond. Sometimes when two individuals stood on opposite sides of an aisle, so-called recourse was impossible. I can only say that if your research is useful to me, I'll use it. The man snorted, turning his head away. How could he know about their research if he didn't tell him? He wouldn't even bother speaking anymore. His whole demeanor said, just go ahead and kill me. Who would have known that Diane would directly ignore him and say something he could have never expected in his wild dreams, something that filled him with shock. All right, little Lila. Diane rubbed his little sister's head. It's your turn to shine. You don't need to dig too deep, I just need a general summary of their fields. Will it be a problem? No problem. Little Lila shook her head. Though it's a bit difficult to read Tao experts sometimes, that only applies to those with powerful souls and true domains. They shouldn't be too difficult. If Big Brother uses his presence considering their weak bodies, there won't be any hiccups. I can't understand much of it, Big Brother, but if it's you, I'm sure you can. I'll just try to reiterate it in their words. Lila said softly. The researchers snorted. This war-crazed maniac, comprehending their research without it being dumbed down? Ridiculous. It was then that something the researchers could only sigh in awe at occurred. It wasn't just Lila's abilities. It was Diane's commentary that almost shocked them even more. This cultivator, the very man they had classified as a war-crazed meathead just moments ago, actually understood their research perfectly. Little Lila pointed toward the one and only person who had spoken directly to Diane. This is Researcher Tun. His research is focused on the life cycle of universes. He believes that every universe has an initial action that births it. He theorizes that it's possible to predict everything that can and will occur in a universe, excluding godlike external factors from this initial event. Those here and there are part of his research team. Diane nodded. At first, Tun snorted again, thinking Diane was just pretending to understand, but he nearly bit his tongue in the next moment. I see. You'll be very useful to me. I can't believe I didn't think of such an approach. Diane smiled. Little Lila, in my home world, they call what Researcher Tun is researching the Big Bang. It theorizes that every universe, including the one we're standing in now, started from an infinitesimally small point that then began gushing matter outward. Even right now, this universe and all others are continuously expanding and accelerating without limit. Researcher Tun's goal is to map this expansion and use the trajectories of that matter to chart the progression of a universe over time. Theoretically, if he succeeds with just the age of a universe, you'd be able to predict everything about it. You could predict where abyssal cores and resources would appear, and you'd also immediately know where all of the habitable planets are as well. Of course, this is assuming no external factors disrupted said universe's flow. This model would never work for my home universe due to the entity's interference. It also wouldn't work in Chaos Universe because of the changes the Matilde clan caused to it. But for most others, it should.
The more Diane spoke, the more excited he became. Even if all of the other researchers were useless to him, Researcher Tun was a goldmine as long as he could succeed. Wait! What did you say? Say it again. Researcher Tun's eyes lit up so fiercely, he almost looked like a madman. That's it. It's constantly accelerating, that's what I was missing all this time. Watching a grown man practically break down in tears, Diane came to understand something. His mortal world knowledge. It was more valuable than he thought. Even more valuable than Jade let on. Likely because Diane never found these researchers in the previous timeline. You can continue, Diane said with a sigh. He didn't have time to care for Researcher Tun's emotions. This is Researcher Imoy. Little Lila's pink eyes glistened as she pointed toward a woman whose hair was a den of split ends. She is researching aging. She wants to comprehend why people die of old age. More importantly, she's curious about how cultivation works to stop that aging process. Why is it that she, as a practically artificial Dao expert, has the same lifespan as a ninth-order Dao expert genius? If it was really about just the energy alone, there should be disparity between quality of expert and thus a disparity in lifespan. She hypothesizes that increased lifespan due to cultivation isn't actually due to the qi at all, but rather an arbitrary increase the heavens can set as they deem fit. She believes that the reason for this arbitrary cap is linked to the natural death of universes. Her goal is to find a method to increase that limit or understand it. Diane's eyes narrowed. Imoy's words intrigued him, but he had no interest in this research for anything other than learning a secret of the universe. If it was about increasing the limit, Diane already knew of someone who could do so freely. Luna. But, from what he understood, Luna gave him 40,000 extra years of life, much of which he had already squandered, by taking it from others. She couldn't naturally increase it as she pleased. Not that she was here anyway, so this didn't make much of a difference. But there was something else that was curious. If the heavens set this artificial cap, why allow reincarnation then? What was the point? This is Researcher Klein. He is researching the ability beasts have to pass on their legacies to their children. He believes he's found the root of how this information is passed. And this is Researcher Curie. Her research is tied with Klein's. They both work on this root information transfer system, but their goals are different. Klein wishes give humans the ability of beasts. However, instead of passing down powerful techniques and abilities, he wants to pass down knowledge. He imagines a world where children can be born already knowledgeable about humanity's greatest discoveries. In this way, they don't need to waste time relearning things others have already researched and vetted and can instead focus on pushing us forward. Curie, however, has a different approach. She wants to use what she calls the basic unit of the human body to engineer better humans. She theorizes that it would be possible to engineer the perfect race of beast or man as long as these basic units can be perfectly manipulated. Diane's smile only seemed to get wider. Little Lila, in my mortal world, they call these basic units are called DNA. It stands for a long name given to the chemical makeup of the basic unit. Essentially, when a baby is conceived, they receive half of their mother's basic unit and half of their father's. The reason beasts decline over time is because this continuous having often disallows perfect copies of legacies to be passed down. Unfortunately, simply mating within the strongest circles isn't the solution either, because then that guarantees that original flaws within the basic unit will manifest more and more. This is why incest is so taboo. Diane didn't seem to realize that the more he spoke, the more Curie and Klein's eyes became just like Tun's, who had seemingly lost his mind. I can't believe I didn't think of this, Diane mumbled. I've been trying to make normal beasts with DNA stronger even though they don't have the potential to sustain it. But, if I made their basic units stronger instead, I would have long since had the breakthrough I'm looking for. In that moment, as Diane was finding a new path to success, the remaining groups of researchers who had yet to have their minds read by little Lila were suddenly looking toward the pink-haired beauty with feverish gazes. It was almost like they were pleading Lila to hurry up and say their research out loud so they could experience the same breakthrough the others were due to Diane's words. Please. Hurry. They were almost starving for it. Starving for Diane's world. This world of his. They wanted to go to it. This is Researcher O'Brien. He's researching what he calls the building blocks of life.
He describes them as the fundamental units of all that exists. He theorizes that by taking control of these elements with enough energy, it's possible to recreate any or in existence, even long since extinct ones. Diane almost chuckled at the sight of O'Brien turning his eyes toward him. It was almost like a child asking for a toy. In the end, he decided to stop addressing Lila. It seemed his little scheme had worked. In my world, these building blocks were once known as atoms. It was later that we decided that even atoms had their own individual parts and that, even further than that, the protons, neutrons, and electrons that made up atoms had an even more basic building block as well called quarks. The issue is that their strengths are incredibly difficult to grasp. My world was only just beginning to grasp this ability before it was destroyed. In fact, I have access to miniaturization technology that was able to construct and deconstruct based on these blocks. Why don't you just ask me what you want to know? O'Brien blushed, but in the end, the love for his research was too strong. I've been working all of my life to try and isolate these building blocks, but they never seem to act in the way I want. No, it seems as though they function completely differently depending on whether I'm observing them or not. Diane smiled. Your answer can be summed up in a single word. O'Brien's fists clenched tightly as he stared at Diane more fervently than a man seeing a beautiful woman for the first time in centuries. Can all of his troubles really be solved with one word? It seemed hard to believe. Probability. O'Brien nearly collapsed where he stood. The single word was so fierce that he began to weep just like Tun, Curie, and Klein before him. By now, even Lila, Zaire, Amphrey, and Granny Celeste were stunned. Was this really the same group of people? What was happening? However, O'Brien was lost in his own world. That was what he was looking for this whole time. The building blocks had a definite location when he wasn't observing them, but when he was, their location was dependent on a certain probability correlated with the larger atom they were a part of and their energy signature. So many years of toil boiled down to a single word. Your research will be very useful to me as well, Researcher O'Brien. My world was limited in the chemicals we could create, but you can break that limit. Diane was right. His mortal world's periodic table was incredibly limited. In addition, many of the later created or observed chemicals were unstable. Originally, they concluded that this was their limit, but Diane suddenly understood different. The reason the Martial world had so many ores and novel chemicals his mortal world didn't was because it had additional stabilizers his world didn't. Chi. If O'Brien pushed his research forward, he really might reach a point where he could recreate any or in existence. All that was limiting him was the key Diane just gave him. This is Researcher Lei. She believes that the human mind and body, and even that of beasts, have limits that can never be broken. Her research is tailored toward creating a hive mind capable of competing and replacing humans in various ways. Artificial intelligence? Diane raised an eyebrow. There was quite a large school of thought in Diane's home world that warned of the dangers of AI. In the Martial world, this potential danger was likely even more possible. In truth, some forms of this pseudo-intelligence were already seen. For example, Diane had puppets that could fight without his input. But their function was held to reading and reacting within battle. It was a much smaller scope than what Lei was proposing. As for the hive mind portion of the dream, Diane would likely have to disappoint Lei. The mortal network was one step ahead of her. However, Diane decided to give her a chance. Researcher Lei, how would you feel if, in your absence, a hive mind was already created? Researcher Lei trembled, biting her lip. One of my wives has created a network that has currently taken root throughout the whole of the tower quadrants. We call it the Mortal Network. Diane slowly explained the abilities of Clara's invention. However, instead of becoming disappointed, Researcher Lei and her team grew more and more anxious and fervent. We can make it better, she finally squeezed out. Diane smiled. He refrained from saying something sarcastic about how he thought they didn't want to participate in his wars. He wasn't the type of individual to stomp on the ideals of others, especially when those ideals were so noble and pure. He had to admit he was taking advantage of them. Their one weakness was their love for their research. Him giving them successive breakthroughs and helping them shatter walls that had stalled them for so long was akin to him luring children with candy. But Diane knew that as a leader with the hopes and dreams of so many on his shoulders, he didn't have the luxury of not being shameless. How will you make it better? If what you've explained is accurate, the energy expenditure of the mortal network is excessive. What your world calls coding language, I believe is what you said it was named, isn't as efficient as an array-based approach.
If you used formation theory as your software, the cost of upkeep would plummet to less than 10% of what it currently is. We can also make it faster as well. Diane listened silently, nodding his head. What Lei wanted to do was the approach Diane and Clara wanted to take initially. The problem was that the husband-wife couple didn't have the time to research the completely new field of formation theory it would take to construct such a network. So, they relied on their mortal world knowledge, making use of Diane's former title as a coding genius of his mortal world instead. The issue with that approach was that it was inefficient. As a result, Clara was at a disadvantage in her negotiations with the Sapientia. Since they had to spend so much capital to start and maintain the network, Clara was only able to corner off 30% of the shares despite being its sole inventor. However, Lei and her team of researchers had already spent countless millennia developing this branch of formation theory for the sake of their hive mind. If they implemented their findings, the Mortal Alliance would be able to sustain the maintenance and growth of the mortal network alone. I'm not sure how I feel about your goal of creating an artificial intelligence. If I'm being honest, I'd prefer you to focus on battle puppets. I believe your research would be excellent in this field. Lei's eyes dim as a bitter smile spread across her lips. That's what the Sapientia said too. Though they didn't say anything about this artificial intelligence you speak of. I don't want to spread baseless fears to you. But in the case that you do create something surpassing us living creatures, what reason would it have for us?
Something that can learn, think, and adapt on a plane higher than we do is too dangerous. Diane scoffed at fears some had toward AI on his home world. But in the martial world, the stakes and scale were much different.
It was an especially scary thought when one realized that the formation theory Lei spent her whole life studying were the very same formations hidden within the body humans. This was no longer coding. It was reconstructing a living being. Diane knew better than anyone else. Formation theory, magic, and runic vein theory were all created by studying the body of living beings. Using it as a base to create a higher life form was dangerous. Lei's eyes widened. This thought, it had never crossed her mind.
Humans, especially cultivators, were too full of themselves to ever think about this reality. They'd never believe that a mere researcher who artificially boosted her cultivation could ever create something that would threaten them. But could it be that she was creating something far worse than the wars she hated so much?
This is researcher Farah. He specializes in what he calls the study of living beings, specifically what he calls life units, what he believes is the smallest relevant aspect of a living being.
He believes that this life unit contains all of the information one would need to completely reconstruct a person or beast.
He theorizes that one can escape their lifespan by continuously reconstructing their body again and again from these life units because the soul doesn't seem to face the same limits as the body does.
Theoretically, you could also take the life unit of another and enter a far better body than your own. Diane looked toward Farah, a slight wrinkle in his brow. Diane could tell the problem Farah faced. He could reconstruct a body, but the only thing capable of breathing life into this body was a soul.
But this definitely wasn't all. What is limiting your research? Diane's gaze seemed to pierce through Farah, causing him to tremble. This. Me and my team see a disparity between the way life units react during a living being's embryonic stages of life and afterward.
We believe that the key to reconstructing bodies is by forcing mature life units to act like they once did at the very beginning of their lives. Stem cells, Diane muttered. In his world, stem cell research was one of the most promising fields in medicine. Though there were many ethical debates surrounding the topic, but still, this first truth was undoubtedly the reality. But what made Diane's heart palpitate was that the very thing Farah was struggling with now, his mortal world had already accomplished. Changing a mature life unit, or what Diane's people called a cell, into an immature life unit, or stem or pluripotent cell, was something Diane's mortal world had accomplished hundreds of years ago. However, they never attempted to reconstruct entire bodies due to the ethical blockades. But it was a massive step forward in healing injuries. Tell me more about your research, Diane wanted Farah's research not just because of the cloning possibilities, but mostly for its medicinal capabilities. Theoretically, regrowing a limb or surviving a fatal injury would be possible if this research is pushed in the right direction. Diane's mortal world had the final building block Farah needed.
If Diane's demon generals went into battle with stores of their own stem cells, they'd practically be immortal on the battlefield as long as they weren't killed in a single strike. Using stem cells would making any healing, even holy type chi, could accomplish far more efficient.
It could make a single unit of energy go a much longer way. We've succeeded in reconstructing bodies many times before, but it was only possible by harvesting life units directly after conception. Of course, we only moved when the life of the child wouldn't be in danger, but we felt that this restraint was too limiting. If we're forced to only being capable of harvesting immature life units in such a short time frame, it's impossible to reach the long-term goals we seek. Diane nodded.
My world has a method of turning mature life units into immature life units. If you'd like to continue your research out, I'm sure you know what my ask is. Farah felt a suffocating weight drop from the sky. It was the very same weight many of the other researchers had felt when Diane spoke of their findings.
Though, I don't want you to reconstruct bodies. I only want to use your research in the field of healing. Though the idea of extending one's life indefinitely is appealing, there's a limit to what a soul can handle. There's a reason why even transcendence cannot live forever. If one's mind collapses, it doesn't matter how good the condition of your body is. Farah lowered his head and nodded in understanding. At the end of the day, his research was only useful for those whose souls had broken into the celestial realm.
If yours hadn't, you'd never be able to move from one body to the next. And even if it had, if your mind was collapsing, it was useless. In addition, another thing Farah hadn't mentioned that Lila silently told Diane was that the second body would have far less potential than the first. Namely, the lifespan would be incredibly shortened to 1/10 of what it once was. And this shrinking would stack as well. Simply put, Farah's methods weren't as good as the cloning technique Diane received from the Valley of Geniuses. One relied on the power of the heavens while the other tried to circumvent and fool the heavens. This was to be expected. The heavens were quite petty in that way. Still, Diane wasn't disappointed.
If Farah's research was combined with Klein and Curie's DNA research, his path to revitalizing the celestial hamster and dream panther races was right before him. There might be a limit to building a new body for yourself to cheat death, but what if you instead use stem cells to reconstruct your original body itself? The possibilities were endless. Diane kept these thoughts to himself. For now, it was necessary to rein in the researchers properly. The last is researcher Lind. Her research is focused on the potential. She wants to understand what potential is, what it's decided by, and how to potentially increase it. Whether that's by nutrition, training, or anything of the like. She theorizes that environment is far more important than one's genes.
Her dream is to create an easy, simple program that can be implemented by anyone, anywhere, to bring out the full potential of individuals. Diane's brows raised. Lynn's goal seemed similar to Klein's, who wanted to pass down human knowledge through one's DNA.
But her approach was far different and quite commendable. Still, Diane couldn't understand why the Sapientia were interested in her. If he had to be honest with himself, he might have agreed with Lind when he was immortal, but in the martial world, too many things were decided by birth talent. As much as he wanted to say hard work trumped everything, that was a lie. Hard work was only part of a puzzle mostly made up of talent. Though Diane's energy and body talent were poor at the start of his life, it was because of his overwhelming soul talent that he was still able to stand here today.
He then used his soul talent to bring his energy and body talent up to speed. However, he couldn't coax Lind into telling him more about her research because even she seemed to be aware that it was impossible for him to help her. Not only did he not know much about her field, but he was exceptionally talented already, making her completely uninterested in him. Though she looked silent and shy, Diane could see a deep pride and arrogance hidden within her eye that made him smile. Interesting. Diane looked into Lin's eyes. How would you like to be the acting chancellor of my Mortal Alliance's academies? Lin blinked in shock, but she soon composed herself. I have no interest in feeding into a system that only rewards those with talent. She said blandly.
I think we have a bit of a misunderstanding here, Diane said lightly. Lind trembled slightly, but glared back toward Diane. You want to force me? You'll never be able to make me do my best. Diane chuckled. Oh?
Can't I?
Even if I can't, don't you believe my little sister can? Lynn's shoulders shook as she bit her lip. Diane was right, but that was when Diane said something that made her eyes widen. But that's not the misunderstanding. Diane retracted his aura, smiling a smile that could make any woman swoon. My academies don't only admit the talented. They're free of charge, and anyone at and above the age of 7 to the age of 18 can attend at their leisure. These were words that made Lynn feel as though she was in another world. Could it be possible? A kingdom investing in the untalented?
As Diane was about to wrap up their first meeting with a satisfied expression on his face, he suddenly froze. He turned his head toward the distance, a sudden tight grip taking over his heart. His divine sense immediately focused in on it. The death chi emitting from Mia and Bella's grave. Diane. Diane couldn't even properly register who was speaking to him. He was seeing a scene right now that he couldn't comprehend. Watch them. In the next instant, Diane tapped in Little Yin's abilities freely and disappeared from where he was standing. What the hell are you doing? Diane felt as though the veins in his head could pop at any moment. His body trembled with rage. If it was practically anyone else, he would have killed them on the spot and asked questions later. The scene Diane had seen wasn't as simple as death chi rising up from Mia and Bella's graves. It was death chi rising up from the ground as a result of Junior digging up their grave site. Junior shivered when Diane's oppressive aura landed on him. He froze in place, unable to move or breathe. The sight of a little boy in such a condition would make anyone feel pity in their hearts. But Diane knew that Junior was too intelligent to be treated like a normal child. What he was doing right now was unacceptable. Diane! Delia's voice snapped Diane from his rage-like state. She grabbed his arm, pulling him back from doing something he would regret. Even Diane had no idea when she appeared.